Hello guys, welcome to Harry Crossover Fiction. So in this video, we will see, what if Harry discovered he was the son of Poseidon and used water magic to drown the Death Eaters. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, The Drowning. The summer heat sat on Privet Drive like a living thing, thick and suffocating and mean. It pressed against the windows of number 4, seeped through the cracks under the doors, and turned the little box bedroom at the top of the stairs into something close to an oven. Harry Potter lay on his back on a mattress that smelled like dust and old sweat, staring at the ceiling and counting the cracks for the third time that day. 47. There were 47 cracks. He'd counted them yesterday too, and the day before that, and every day for the past 3 weeks since he'd arrived back from Hogwarts with a dead boy's face burned into his memory and no one willing to tell him a single bloody thing about anything. His owl, Hedwig, clicked her beak irritably from her cage by the window. She'd been doing that a lot lately. He didn't blame her. The window was shut, Vernon's orders, and the air in the room had gone stale days ago. "I know, girl," Harry muttered. "I know." He rolled onto his side and stared at the stack of daily profits on his desk. Hermione had been sending them, bless her, though she'd stopped including personal letters after Harry had written back something sharp about getting information that actually mattered instead of newspaper clippings. He regretted that. He regretted a lot of things. The top headline was the same as yesterday's. Dumbledore's delusions, boy who lived cries wolf. There was a photograph of Harry beneath it, taken at the Triwizard Tournament, and they'd chosen the exact moment he'd looked most unhinged, eyes wide, hair plastered to his forehead, mouth open like he was screaming at ghosts. Maybe he had been. He could still see Cedric's face. That was the worst part. Not the graveyard, not Voldemort rising from the cauldron like something born from a nightmare, not the Cruciatus curse lighting up every nerve in his body. It was Cedric's face. The surprise in it. The way he'd crumpled like a puppet with its strings cut, and how his eyes had been open when Harry dragged him back through the portkey, and how they'd stayed open. Harry pressed his palms against his eyes until he saw stars. 3 weeks. 3 weeks of nothing. No letters from Dumbledore. Brief, useless notes from Ron and Hermione that read like they'd been dictated by someone. "Don't worry, Harry. Everything's being handled, Harry. Stay where you are, Harry." Stay where he was. Stay in this room. Stay useless. Stay forgotten. He sat up and swung his legs over the side of the bed. His reflection stared back at him from the mirror on the wardrobe door, too thin, dark circles under his eyes, the scar on his forehead an angry red line that hadn't faded since June. He looked like someone who hadn't slept properly in weeks, which was accurate, because he hadn't. The nightmares came every night. Sometimes it was Cedric. Sometimes it was the graveyard. Sometimes it was something else entirely, water. Deep, black, endless water pressing in from all sides, and a voice in it that wasn't a voice, more like a feeling, a pull, something ancient reaching up from depths that had no bottom. He always woke from those ones gasping, but not from fear. From something worse. From wanting to go back. Dudley Dursley had acquired a gang. This was not new. Dudley had always run with a pack of thick-necked boys who thought hitting people smaller than them was the pinnacle of entertainment, but the summer had refined them into something more organized. They called themselves the Crew, hung out near the park on Magnolia Crescent, and spent their evenings terrorizing anyone unlucky enough to cross their path. Harry knew their schedule because he'd made it his business to avoid them. But Little Whinging was a small place, and the reservoir at the edge of town was the only spot within walking distance where he could sit alone without Vernon screaming at him to stop being a freak where the neighbors could see. The reservoir was a man-made thing, ugly and industrial, ringed by a chain-link fence with a hole in it that the council never bothered to fix. The water was dark and flat and still, and Harry had taken to sitting on the concrete lip and watching it for hours, which he recognized was probably not healthy behavior but couldn't seem to stop doing. There was something about the water. Something that quieted the noise in his head. He was there on a Tuesday evening, the sky turning the color of a bruise as the sun dropped behind the rooftops, when he heard them. "Oi! There he is!" Dudley's voice. Harry didn't turn around. He heard footsteps, for maybe 5 sets, crunching across the gravel path that led around the reservoir's edge. "Been looking for you, Potter." That was Piers Polkiss, Dudley's lieutenant, a boy shaped like a weasel who thought cruelty was the same thing as cleverness. Harry pulled his feet up and turned. Dudley stood at the head of the group, massive in the fading light, flanked by Piers, Malcolm, Dennis, and a new addition Harry didn't recognize, a tall kid with mean eyes and a jaw like a brick. "Didn't realize I was lost," Harry said. Dudley's small eyes narrowed. He'd been in a particularly foul mood all summer, a simmering hostility that went beyond their usual dynamic. Harry suspected it had something to do with the diet Petunia had finally abandoned and the boxing coach who told Dudley he had the footwork of a drunk elephant. Little injuries to a big ego. Dangerous combination. "Mum says you've been sneaking out," Dudley said, rolling his shoulders the way he did when he wanted to look intimidating. It worked. Dudley was enormous, a slab of muscle and fat that had been honed by a year of boxing. "Dad says you're not supposed to leave the house." "Your dad says a lot of things." Harry kept his voice flat. He wasn't afraid of Dudley, he hadn't been afraid of Dudley in years, but 5 on 1 wasn't great odds even when you had a wand in your back pocket, and using magic would bring the ministry down on him faster than anything. "Get up," Piers said. Harry didn't move. Dudley looked at his crew, then back at Harry, and something shifted in his face. The casual bullying sneer sharpened into something more personal. He stepped forward, close enough that Harry could smell the cheap cologne he'd started wearing. "I hear you at night," Dudley said, low enough that the others couldn't catch it. "Screaming. Crying. Saying names. Who's Cedric, Potter?" The name hit Harry like a physical blow. His jaw clenched and his hand moved instinctively toward his back pocket, toward his wand, and Dudley saw it and smiled, that particular smile that said "I found the wound and now I'm going to press it." "Someone you killed." Harry was on his feet before he made the conscious decision to stand. The world narrowed to a tunnel, Dudley's face at the end of it, smug and stupid and cruel, and the anger that had been building all summer, the rage that lived in his chest like a second heartbeat, surged up through his throat and, the air went cold. Not summer evening cold. Not breeze off the water cold. Cold like the inside of a coffin. Cold like hope dying. The temperature dropped 30 degrees in the space of a single breath and kept falling, and every boy in Dudley's crew felt it at the same moment, their bravado evaporating like spit on a hot engine. "What?" Malcolm started. Harry looked up. The sky, which had been bruised purple a moment ago, was black. Not night black, empty black. And moving through that emptiness, gliding with the horrible grace of something that had never been alive in any meaningful sense, were shapes. Dementors. 2 of them. No, 3. 3 hooded figures descending toward the reservoir like oil poured through air, their ragged cloaks trailing behind them, and Harry could hear it now, the sound they brought with them, his mother screaming. "Run!" Harry shouted, but Dudley's gang was already running, scattering like cockroaches, and Dudley himself stood frozen, his face the color of old milk, his mouth working soundlessly as the cold reached into him and found every terrible thing he'd ever done and every terrible thing that had ever been done to him and laid them all out like a banquet. Harry shoved his hand into his pocket and pulled his wand free. The first Dementor was 20 feet away and closing. He could feel it reaching for him, that sucking emptiness, the pull of despair that wanted to drag him down into a place where Cedric was always dying and no one was ever coming to help. Expecto Patronum. The words tore out of him. His wand flared white, but the Patronus didn't form. A wisp of silver vapor leaked from the wand tip and dissolved. The cold was too deep. The despair was too real. Cedric was dead and Voldemort was alive and nobody cared and nobody was coming and, the second Dementor hit Dudley. Not physically, it simply lowered its hood and leaned close, and Dudley made a sound Harry had never heard come from a human being, a keening wail that was all animal terror and zero thought, and he collapsed. Harry tried again. Expecto Patronum. Another wisp. Nothing more. The third Dementor was right above him now, and he could see under its hood, or rather, he could see the absence under its hood, the void where a face should have been, the scabbed and rotting hole of its mouth already puckering, already drawing breath for the kiss. Harry stumbled backward. His heel caught the concrete lip of the reservoir. For a single, suspended moment, he hung in the air between the Dementor and the water, perfectly balanced between two kinds of oblivion. Then he fell. The water was warm. That was the first wrong thing. The reservoir was a concrete trough fed by mains pipes. It should have been tepid at best, grimy and chemical tasting. Instead, the water that closed over Harry's head was warm and clean and impossibly deep, far deeper than any man-made reservoir had a right to be, and it didn't fight him. It welcomed him. He sank. His wand slipped from his fingers and spiraled away into darkness below. The surface above him receded, a shrinking circle of black sky, and the cold of the Dementors couldn't reach him here. It stopped at the water's surface like it had hit a wall. Harry opened his eyes. He should have seen nothing, murky water, concrete walls, the bottom of a municipal reservoir. Instead, he saw light. Not sunlight, not wand light. A deep, blue-green luminescence that came from everywhere and nowhere, suffusing the water itself as if the molecules were glowing. And he could breathe. He realized it with a jolt of pure adrenaline, his lungs weren't burning, his body wasn't screaming for air. He was drawing breath as naturally as if he were standing in an open field, the water flowing in and out of him like it understood what he needed. Something touched him. Not physically. It was more like the water itself shifted its attention, the way a sleeping giant might stir when a fly lands on its eyelid. Harry felt a pressure, not painful, not threatening, just present, wrap around him from all sides. The water was looking at him. No. The water was recognizing him. And then it spoke. Not in words. There was no voice, no language, nothing as crude as sound. It spoke in pressure and current and temperature. A rush of warmth against his left side that meant welcome. A gentle current pulling him deeper that meant come. A vibration through every molecule that pressed against his skin, his bones, his blood, and it said, "You are ours." Harry's blood answered. He felt it, literally felt it, inside his veins. Something in him, something that had been sleeping since the day he was born, cracked open like an egg. Heat poured through him. His scar burned, but distantly, like a wound on someone else's body. The real sensation was deeper. It was in his marrow. In the water that made up 60% of his body. In the salt of his tears and the iron of his blood and the ancient, pre-human memory of the sea that every living thing carried in its cells. He could feel the Dementor above the surface. Not see it, feel it. A cold, dead pressure on the skin of the water, like a hand pressing down on a drum. The water hated it. The water recoiled from it the way living flesh recoiled from infection. And the water wanted it gone. Harry didn't think. He didn't decide. He simply wanted the same thing the water wanted, and the water responded. The reservoir erupted. A column of water 40 feet tall punched through the surface like a fist through glass, carrying Harry at its apex. It hit the first Dementor dead center and the creature came apart, not destroyed, exactly, but unmade. The water tore through its cloak and found nothing solid underneath, nothing real, and the void that was its body collapsed inward with a sound like a wet scream. The geyser split into 3 tendrils, each one as thick as a tree trunk and moving with terrifying purpose. The second Dementor tried to flee, rose into the air with a motion that was less flight than panic, but the water was faster. A tendril caught it, wrapped around it, compressed. The Dementor writhed. The water squeezed. There was a sound like ice cracking and then there was nothing, just black mist dispersing in the warm summer air and the faintest echo of 1,000 stolen screams finally released. The third Dementor was already over Dudley. Its mouth was inches from his face, drawing the long, rattling breath of the kiss. Harry landed on the concrete lip of the reservoir. The water set him down gently, carefully, like a parent lowering a child into a crib, and he raised his hand. Not his wand. His hand. Water surged from the reservoir in a flat wave, swept across the ground, hit the Dementor like a freight train, and smashed it into the chain-link fence so hard the metal screamed. The creature flailed, its cloak shredding, and Harry closed his fist. The water answered. It wrapped the Dementor in a cocoon of pressurized liquid and contracted, and the thing inside the cocoon thrashed once, twice, and dissolved. Silence. The cold vanished. The summer heat came rushing back, almost obscenely warm after the Dementor's chill. Somewhere in the distance, a car alarm was going off. Harry stood on the edge of the reservoir. He was completely dry. The water clung to his skin for a moment, a warm film that hummed with something like affection, and then it slid off him and returned to the reservoir with a soft splash. His wand was in his hand. He didn't remember picking it up. The water had returned it. Dudley lay on the ground, unconscious but breathing. The gang was gone, scattered into the twilight, probably running until their legs gave out. The reservoir was still. The sky was clearing, stars beginning to puncture the purple dusk. Harry looked down at his hands. They were trembling. Not from cold, not from fear. From something else. From the electric, overwhelming, terrifying awareness that something inside him had woken up, and it was never going to sleep again. What, he whispered to no one, the hell was that? Getting Dudley home was a nightmare. The boy weighed roughly as much as a young horse and had all the cooperative instinct of a sack of cement. Harry managed to drag him upright and half-carry, half-steer him through the streets of Little Whinging, Dudley mumbling incoherently and occasionally whimpering in a way that would have been funny if Harry hadn't been so shaken. Mrs. Figg found them 2 streets from Privet Drive. She came hurrying out of the shadows with her hair flying and her tartan slippers slapping against the pavement, and Harry had never been so relieved to see a batty old woman in his life. Harry Potter. What happened? I felt the Dementors, the whole neighborhood went cold. Are you hurt? Is that Dudley? Good Lord, what, Mrs. Figg? Harry cut her off. I need help getting him home. Can you? Yes, of course. She ducked under Dudley's other arm, staggering under his weight. Mundungus was supposed to be watching you tonight, the useless layabout. I'll have his head for this, but Harry, dear, what happened to the Dementors? I felt them vanish. Not retreat. Vanish. Harry said nothing. He didn't know how to explain what had happened because he didn't understand it himself. They reached number 4. Vernon Dursley opened the door with his face already arranged into its default expression of disgusted disapproval, saw Dudley's state, and went the color of a plum. What have you done to my son? The next 20 minutes were predictable in the way that car accidents are predictable once the tires start sliding. Vernon screaming, Petunia crying, Dudley deposited on the living room sofa and covered in blankets despite the heat. Harry tried to explain about the Dementors, got as far as the word magic, and watched Vernon's face achieve a shade of purple that shouldn't have been physiologically possible. I don't want to hear about your freakishness. You've done something to Dudley, and by God an owl hit the kitchen window. Then another. Then 3 more in rapid succession, until the windowsill looked like a branch in an aviary. Vernon's tirade died in his throat as Petunia shrieked and the owls began dropping letters through the mail slot with mechanical efficiency. Harry grabbed the first one. Ministry of Magic seal. He tore it open. Dear Mr. Potter, the letter read. We have received intelligence that you performed magic in the vicinity of a Muggle at 23 minutes past 9 this evening. The severity of this breach of the decree for the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery has resulted in your immediate expulsion from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. His stomach dropped. He read it again. Expulsion. They were expelling him. The second letter was from Arthur Weasley. Do not leave the house. Do not do any more magic. Do not surrender your wand. Dumbledore is sorting it out. The third letter revised the first. Not expulsion, a hearing. A formal disciplinary hearing at the Ministry of Magic. That was better. Marginally. But it was the fourth letter that made Harry's blood go cold. It wasn't addressed in the usual ministry fashion. It was a plain envelope, unmarked, and inside was a single sheet of parchment with a single line of text in handwriting he didn't recognize: unknown magical signature detected, priority alpha, Olympian protocols activated. Harry stared at it. The words meant nothing to him. He turned the parchment over, blank. No sender, no seal, no return address. It had arrived with the Ministry Owls, but it wasn't from the Ministry. Or if it was from a part of the Ministry that didn't use letterhead. He folded it and slipped it into his pocket. Instinct. The same instinct that had kept him alive at 11, at 12, at 13, at 14, the knowledge that information you didn't understand was information you kept to yourself until you did. Another owl arrived. This one he recognized, it was from the Order. Remus Lupin's handwriting, hurried and slanting: advance guard coming for you tomorrow night. Pack your things. Don't tell the Dursleys. Stay calm. Stay calm. Right. Harry looked down at his hands. Steady now. Whatever had happened at the reservoir, whatever had woken up inside him, it was still there. He could feel it the way you could feel your own heartbeat if you concentrated, a constant, rhythmic awareness. The water in the pipes running through the walls of number 4. The droplets condensing on the outside of Vernon's beer glass. The moisture in the air, in the ground, in the bodies of every person in this house. He could feel it all. And it could feel him. Harry went upstairs, locked his door, and sat on his bed in the dark for a very long time. The advance guard arrived the next evening as promised, Mad-Eye Moody in the lead, his magical eye spinning in its socket, followed by Tonks, Lupin, Kingsley Shacklebolt, and half a dozen others Harry didn't know. They flew on broomsticks through the night sky over London, and Harry barely noticed the cold because the clouds they passed through were made of water and the water sang to him as he moved through it, a high keening note that vibrated in his teeth. Moody flew close to Harry during the journey. His magical eye fixed on Harry for a long time, not the normal eye, the enchanted one, the one that could see through walls and cloaks and, apparently, whatever was happening inside Harry's body. You're different, Moody said over the wind. Not a question. I don't know what you mean. Your magical signature. Moody's normal eye narrowed. It's got something extra in it now. Something I've never seen. If I didn't know better, I'd say you've got two kinds of magic running through you at the same time. Harry said nothing. The clouds parted around him like curtains. Moody grunted. Whatever happened at that reservoir, Potter, keep it to yourself until you understand it. There are people at the Ministry who would lock you in a cell for what I'm seeing right now, and they wouldn't lose a minute's sleep over it. They landed at Grimmauld Place. Number 12 materialized between its neighbors like a black tooth pushing through a gum, and Harry was ushered inside before he could process the transition from sky to ground. The house was everything he'd expected and nothing he'd wanted. Dark, narrow, smelling of age and decay and old magic. Portraits muttered from the walls. The troll-leg umbrella stand in the entrance hall tried to trip Tonks. Somewhere deeper in the house, someone was shouting. Harry! Hermione hit him like a missile, wrapping him in a hug that squeezed the air from his lungs. Ron was right behind her, grinning, clapping Harry on the shoulder. Mate, you look terrible, Ron said cheerfully. Thanks, Ron. No, I mean it. You look like you haven't slept in. I haven't. Ron's grin faltered. Hermione pulled back and studied Harry's face with that particular expression she wore when she was cataloging symptoms. Harry, what happened? The letters we got, something about a Dementor attack, but the details were classified, apparently. Harry couldn't keep the bitterness out of his voice. Which seems to be the theme of my summer. Everyone knows what's going on except me. Hermione and Ron exchanged a look. The kind of look that confirmed everything Harry suspected. They'd been here, together, part of whatever secret operation this house represented, while he'd been rotting in Privet Drive counting ceiling cracks. It's not like that, Hermione said quickly. Dumbledore made us promise. Dumbledore makes a lot of people promise a lot of things. Harry heard the edge in his own voice and didn't care. Where is he? I need to talk to him. He's not here, Ron said. Hasn't been here in days. Nobody knows where he goes. Of course. Of course Dumbledore wasn't here. The old man had been avoiding Harry since the night Cedric died, since the graveyard, since the hospital wing, since the last time they'd spoken, and Dumbledore had looked at Harry with something in his eyes that might have been guilt or might have been calculation or might have been both, and had said nothing useful at all. Fine, Harry said. Then take me to whoever's in charge. They gave him a room on the 3rd floor first. Ron and Hermione followed him up, talking over each other, Ron about the Order of the Phoenix, which apparently was a secret organization Dumbledore had reformed, and Hermione about the headquarters being under a Fidelius charm, which was why Harry had never known his godfather owned property in London. Harry listened. He nodded in the right places. He asked the questions they expected him to ask: who's in the Order, what have they been doing, what does Dumbledore know about Voldemort's movements? And all the while, underneath the conversation, he was feeling the house. Number 12 Grimmauld Place was old. Ancient, even, by the standards of London architecture. And it was soaked through with water. Centuries of London damp had permeated every brick, every beam, every floorboard. Harry could feel it all, a three-dimensional map of the house rendered in moisture, every room and corridor outlined in liquid. He could feel the doxy-infested curtains on the 2nd floor, heavy with humidity. He could feel the boiler in the basement, its ancient tank half full of rust-colored water. He could feel the condensation on the inside of the windows, the sweat on Kreacher's skin as the house elf skulked through the servants' passages muttering about blood traders. It was extraordinary. It was also deeply, profoundly strange. Harry. Hermione's voice cut through his concentration. You're not listening. I am. Then what did I just say? Something about the Fidelius charm's interaction with pre-existing warding structures. He actually had heard it, even through the liquid map of the house unfolding in his awareness. Apparently he could multitask now. Hermione narrowed her eyes. Close enough. Look, Harry said, sitting on the bed and running a hand through his hair. I appreciate the briefing. I do. But there's something I need to deal with, and it's bigger than Voldemort's movements or what the Order is planning, or, bigger than Voldemort. Ron said incredulously. Harry almost laughed. 2 weeks ago, nothing could have been bigger than Voldemort. But 2 weeks ago he'd been an ordinary wizard, talented, sure, marked by prophecy, definitely, but fundamentally operating within the rules of magic as everyone understood them. Now he was something else. Something the rules hadn't been written for. I need to talk to Sirius, Harry said. Alone. The hurt on their faces was immediate and obvious. Harry felt a stab of guilt. It's not that I don't trust you. Both of you. It's that I don't understand what's happening to me yet, and I don't want to explain it wrong. Give me tonight. I'll tell you everything tomorrow. Ron and Hermione exchanged another one of their looks, the shorthand communication of two people who had spent 3 weeks in close proximity worrying about the same person. Okay, Hermione said. But tomorrow, Harry. No more secrets. Tomorrow, he promised. They left. Harry sat on the bed for a moment, feeling the house breathe through its waterlogged bones, and then went downstairs. The kitchen of Grimmauld Place had been converted into a war room. A long wooden table dominated the space, scarred with burn marks and ringed with mismatched chairs. Sirius Black sat at the head of it, and when Harry walked through the door, his godfather's face cracked into the first genuine smile Harry had seen in months. Harry. Sirius stood and crossed the room in 3 strides, pulling Harry into a rough embrace. He smelled like fire whiskey and old books and the particular staleness of a man who hadn't left his house in too long. Thank God. When we heard about the Dementors, I handled it. Something in Harry's tone made Sirius pull back and look at him. Really look. And Harry watched it happen, the shift in Sirius's expression from relief to confusion to something sharper. How? Sirius asked. Your Patronus? No. Not my Patronus. The kitchen was full of people. Lupin stood by the stove, looking worn and watchful. Molly Weasley was at the counter, pretending to organize dishes while eavesdropping with military precision. Tonks sat on the counter itself, swinging her legs. The other order members clustered in small groups, conversations dying as they registered Harry's arrival. Harry could feel every one of them. Not emotionally, physically. He could feel the water inside their bodies, the blood in their veins, the moisture on their skin. It was like having a sixth sense that mapped the room in liquid, and it was getting stronger by the hour. What happened at the reservoir, Harry? Lupin asked. His voice was careful in the way it always was, measured, gentle, the voice of a man used to managing dangerous things. Harry looked around the room. A dozen faces, half of them strangers. The strange letter with the strange words, Olympian protocols, burned in his pocket. Moody's warning echoed, keep it to yourself until you understand it. I fell in the water, Harry said. When the Dementors came. And the water reacted. Reacted how? Lupin pressed. It destroyed them. Silence. Absolute, crystalline silence. Molly Weasley's hand stopped mid-motion over a plate. Tonks stopped swinging her legs. Even the portraits on the upper floors seemed to go quiet. Destroyed, Sirius repeated. They're gone. All 3 of them. The water tore them apart. That's not possible, said a wizard Harry didn't recognize, a thin man with a receding hairline and nervous eyes. Dementors can't be destroyed. They can be driven off, contained, but, I know what I saw. Harry's voice was flat. Not aggressive, just certain. The water came up out of the reservoir and ripped them to pieces. And I didn't use my wand for any of it. The thin wizard opened his mouth. Closed it. Opened it again and said nothing, because there was nothing to say to a 15-year-old boy who had just calmly announced that he'd broken a fundamental law of magical theory without using a wand. Sirius sat down heavily. He was staring at Harry with an expression that was equal parts wonder and dread, and his hand, Harry noticed, was gripping the edge of the table hard enough to turn his knuckles white. Lily, Sirius whispered. Then, louder, to the room, everyone out. Sirius, Molly began. Now, Molly. Please. I need to speak with Harry alone. They filed out. Lupin was last, pausing at the door to give Sirius a long look that Harry couldn't quite read, something between concern and understanding, before pulling the door shut behind him. The kitchen settled into quiet. Water dripped from the old tap into the basin. Harry felt each drop like a tiny pulse of warmth against his awareness, and Sirius sat across from him and rubbed his face with both hands. I need to tell you something, Sirius said. Something I should have told you a long time ago, except I didn't believe it, and then I was in Azkaban, and then, he stopped. Started again. Your mother told me something. The night before the Fidelius charm. The night before everything went wrong. Harry waited. Sirius looked at the ceiling, at the floor, at his own hands. Finally, he looked at Harry. Lily said, if anything happens to me, keep Harry away from the sea. He'll hear it calling. Sirius's voice was barely above a whisper. I thought she was speaking in metaphors. She did that, got poetic when she was scared. I thought she meant the sea was death, or despair, or some abstract thing. But she wasn't being poetic, was she? No, Harry said slowly. I don't think she was. She told me other things that night. Things I never told anyone because they sounded like madness, and after 12 years in Azkaban, I had enough madness of my own without borrowing hers. Sirius swallowed. She said her family, the Evans family, they weren't entirely what they seemed. She said there was something in their blood. Something old. Something from before magic as we know it, before wands and spells and Hogwarts. She said, he faltered. Harry felt his godfather's heartbeat accelerate through the moisture on his skin. She said she wasn't fully human. The words hung in the air like smoke. The tap dripped. The water in it trembled. What do you mean? Harry asked, though something in the deepest part of him already knew. Had always known. She said her father, your grandfather, wasn't an ordinary man. Wasn't a man at all, really. She said he was. Sirius trailed off, and Harry could see how much this cost him, this man who had fought a war and survived Azkaban and lost everything, struggling to say words that sounded impossible even in a world where magic was real. A god, Harry finished. She said he was a god. Sirius stared at him. How did you? The water told me. Harry said it simply, because it was simple. Because it was true. Not in words. But I felt it, Sirius. When I was underwater. I felt something, recognize me. Claim me. Like it had been waiting my entire life for me to fall in. Sirius covered his mouth with his hand. His eyes were bright and wet and he was breathing hard, and Harry realized with a jolt that his godfather was not just surprised, he was afraid. Poseidon, Sirius said. She said the name once. Only once. Like she was scared saying it would make it real. Poseidon. God of the sea. She said he was her father, Harry. Which makes him your grandfather. And you his legacy. His blood. The sea's blood. Sirius leaned forward. Lily spent her entire life hiding it. She never went near the ocean. Never took baths, always showers. Kept a distance from anything that might trigger whatever was dormant in her blood. She said it was the only way to keep you safe. If the wizarding world found out, they would fear you. And if the gods found out, the other gods, they would come for you. Harry sat with that. The kitchen was very quiet. The tap had stopped dripping. The water in the pipes had stopped flowing. Everything liquid within 30 feet of Harry had gone perfectly, unnaturally still, as if holding its breath. Well, Harry said at last. She was right about the wizarding world part. He told Sirius about the letter. The one without a seal, without a sender. Olympian protocols activated. Sirius's face went gray when he read it. The ministry, Sirius said. They know. Or at least someone in the ministry knows. There's a department, I heard rumors about it in the First War. A division within the Department of Mysteries that deals with non-human magical entities. If they detected what you did at the reservoir. They'll come for me. They'll try. Sirius's jaw set. Let them. Harry almost smiled. It was the most serious black thing possible, the defiance, the protective fury, the willingness to fight the entire ministry over a boy who wasn't even his son by blood but was his son in every way that mattered. There's more, Harry said. I can feel water now. All of it. Everywhere. In the pipes, in the rain, he hesitated. In people. I can feel the water inside people, Sirius. Their blood, their breath. I can feel you right now, sitting across from me. I can feel your heartbeat through the moisture in the air. Sirius went very still. Can you control it? He asked. The water and people? I don't know. I don't want to find out. Good. Don't. Sirius's voice was sharp. Whatever else you learn about this power, Harry, promise me you won't try to control the water in living things. That's a line you can't uncross. Harry nodded. The promise felt heavy. Important. Like a wall being built between what he could do and what he would do. I promise. They sat in silence for a while. The kitchen clock ticked. The water in the pipes hummed its quiet, constant song. Sirius poured himself a glass of fire whiskey and didn't offer one to Harry, which was either restraint or simply forgetting he was talking to a 15-year-old. Did she ever tell you anything else? Harry asked. About Poseidon. About what he was like. Whether he stopped, unsure how to phrase the question without sounding like a child asking whether his absent father loved him. Sirius understood anyway. He always did, when it mattered. She said he was the ocean. Sirius turned the glass in his hands. Not a metaphor. She said that's literally what he was. The physical, actual ocean. Every wave, every current, every storm, all of it was him. And that sometimes, rarely, he'd take a human shape and walk the land. That's how he met her mother. Your grandmother. Did he love her? My grandmother? Sirius's smile was sad. Lily said gods don't love the way we do. She said it was more like, the tide loving the shore. It comes, it goes. It's constant, but it's not personal. It can't be. The ocean doesn't love one grain of sand more than another. That hurt more than Harry expected. More than it should have, given that he'd never met the entity in question and had only learned of its existence hours ago. Right, he said. Right. But Lily, Sirius said quickly, leaning forward. Lily loved you more than anything. More than magic, more than James, more than her own life. Whatever cold, ancient thing her father was, she was warm, Harry. She was the warmest person I ever knew. And she gave everything she had to make sure you'd survive. Harry's throat tightened. He nodded and looked away, and neither of them spoke for a while. The moment broke when the kitchen door banged open. Molly Weasley stood in the doorway, face flushed, wand in one hand and a dishcloth in the other. Sirius Black, are you giving that boy fire whiskey? He doesn't have a glass, Molly. I can smell it from the hall. She swept into the kitchen with the force of a small weather system, collecting the whiskey bottle and replacing it with a pot of tea so quickly that Harry suspected she'd had it ready. Harry, dear, you need sleep. You've got a hearing tomorrow and you look half dead. Charming, as always, Sirius muttered, but there was no real bite in it. Molly poured tea with the brisk efficiency of a woman who solved problems through beverages, and Harry accepted a cup because refusing Molly Weasley required more energy than he had. The tea was good. Strong, sweet, laced with something herbal that softened the edges of Harry's exhaustion. He drank it and felt the liquid enter his body and become part of his awareness, a warm current running through him, joining the greater network of water that he was still learning to navigate. Mrs. Weasley, Harry said suddenly. How much do you know about ancient magical bloodlines? Molly paused mid-pour. Her eyes flicked to Sirius, who gave an almost imperceptible shake of his head. That's a very specific question, dear. I'm having a very specific night. She studied him with the piercing maternal assessment that had raised 7 children and tolerated Fred and George. Whatever she saw made her set the teapot down carefully. I know the old families, the Blacks, the Malfoys, the Longbottoms, all claim descent from powerful magical ancestors, she said carefully. Some of those claims are more credible than others. The Blacks, for instance, believed they had Vila blood, which is almost certainly nonsense. But there are older stories. Much older. Stories about a time when the boundaries between the magical and the divine were thinner. How much thinner? Molly looked at Sirius again. This time he nodded. Thin enough that children were born, she said quietly. Children with abilities that didn't fit into any category the wizarding world recognized. Water mages. Fire shapers. People who could speak to the wind or make the earth move without a wand. The old records called them the God-touched. What happened to them? They disappeared. Over centuries. Some say they were hunted. Some say they chose to hide. Some say the divine blood simply diluted over generations until it was gone. She picked up the teapot again, her hands not quite steady. Why are you asking, Harry? Harry looked at her, then at Sirius, then at his own hands wrapped around the teacup. The tea inside it had started to swirl, gently, almost imperceptibly, moving in a slow spiral that tracked the pattern of Harry's thoughts. Molly saw it. Her eyes went wide. "Oh," she whispered. "Oh, Harry." The compassion in her voice nearly broke him. Not fear, she wasn't afraid, or if she was, it was buried under a mountain of maternal concern. She looked at him and saw a child with a burden no child should carry, and her first instinct wasn't to recoil. It was to pour more tea. "You should get some sleep," she said, and her voice was thick. "We'll sort this out. All of it. But not tonight." Sleep didn't come. Harry lay in the room he'd been given, a dark, narrow space on the third floor with wallpaper that might have been green once and was now the color of old illness, and listened to the house settle around him. He could hear the water. All of it. The ancient pipes in the walls groaning and ticking as they cooled. The moisture seeping through the foundation from the London clay beneath. Rainwater pooling on the roof. And deeper, farther away, like a bass note beneath a symphony, the Thames. The great river moving through the city like a slow pulse, and beyond it, impossibly far but still somehow audible, the North Sea. The Atlantic. The ocean. It was calling him. Not aggressively, not urgently. Just, present. A constant awareness, like background music that never stopped. The sea knew he was here. The sea was glad. Ron was asleep in the next bed, snoring with the dedication of someone who had never in his life struggled to fall asleep. Hermione had cornered Harry before bed and asked him 12 questions about the Dementor attack, each more pointed than the last, and he'd answered none of them. She'd accepted this with the particular tight-lipped expression that meant "I'll figure it out myself," and Harry had no doubt she would. He got up. Pulled on a jumper. Crept down the stairs, avoiding the creaking board on the second-floor landing and the troll-leg umbrella stand in the entrance hall, and climbed to the roof. Grimmauld Place had a small flat section on its roof, bordered by a crumbling balustrade and overlooking the square below. The night was warm and clear, the London skyline a jagged line of shadow against a sky stained orange by light pollution. And it was raining. Light rain. A summer drizzle. The kind of rain that in any other context would have been unremarkable. Harry stepped onto the roof and the rain stopped. Not gradually, not the way weather systems shifted and clouds moved on. The rain simply stopped falling within 20 feet of him. The drops hung in the air, suspended, motionless. Thousands of them. Tens of thousands. Each one a perfect sphere of water caught between the sky and the ground, waiting. Harry raised his hand. The drops trembled. He moved his fingers, a small gesture, instinctive, and the drops nearest his hand began to orbit it, spiraling in slow circles like a miniature solar system made of water. He twisted his wrist and the spiral expanded, pulling in more drops, the orbit widening until he stood at the center of a 10-foot sphere of gently rotating rainwater. He pushed. The sphere expanded. The drops moved faster, tracing complex patterns, figure eights, helixes, cascading waves that folded and reformed. Harry found that if he concentrated, he could feel each individual drop as a distinct point of awareness, a tiny node in a vast liquid network that extended in every direction. He tried something new. Instead of just moving the water, he shaped it. He pulled the drops together into a sheet, then folded the sheet into a form, crude at first, just a sphere, then a cube, then something more complex. A bird. A rough approximation of a bird, made entirely of suspended rainwater, hovering in front of him with wings that caught the city light and refracted it into tiny rainbows. Harry flicked his wrist and the bird flew. It circled him once, twice, 3 times, each pass smoother than the last as the water responded to his intent rather than his conscious direction. He was learning. Not with his mind, with something deeper than his mind. His blood was learning. He dissolved the bird and tried something harder. He pulled water from the air itself, not the falling rain but the ambient humidity, the invisible moisture suspended in every cubic meter of atmosphere. It came to him reluctantly at first, then more easily, condensing out of nothing into visible droplets that gathered around his hands like liquid gloves. He could weaponize this. The thought arrived unbidden and cold. If he could pull water from the air, he could pull it from anywhere. Create it from nothing. He would never be unarmed, never be without his element, because his element was everywhere. In every breath, every cloud, every living thing. The thought should have been exhilarating. Instead, it brought with it the memory of the Dementor attack, the reservoir erupting, the water moving with lethal purpose, the ease with which it had destroyed things that couldn't be destroyed. The absolute, terrifying ease of it. Power like this didn't come free. Harry knew that in his bones. Everything in his life had taught him that gifts came with prices, and the bigger the gift, the steeper the cost. He just didn't know what this one would cost him yet. He could feel the Thames. Not just its presence, its shape. Every bend, every bridge, every meter of ancient riverbed. He could feel the water mains running beneath London, the million miles of pipe that kept the city alive. He could feel the rain falling across the city, across the country, across the sea. He could feel everything. The scale of it should have been overwhelming. Instead, it felt like coming home. Like putting on glasses for the first time and discovering that the world had edges. He stood on the roof of Grimmauld Place with 10,000 raindrops suspended around him like a constellation, and for the first time since Cedric died, for the first time since the graveyard, for the first time in what felt like years, the rage and the grief and the guilt and the helplessness that had been eating him alive receded. Not gone, just quiet. Held at bay by the water's steady, ancient, impossibly patient presence. The water didn't care about prophecies. The water didn't care about Voldemort or the Ministry or the Daily Prophet or who believed him and who didn't. The water cared about one thing: Harry was its own, and it would answer to him, and woe to anything that stood against him. It should have been terrifying. It was, a little. But mostly it was the first thing that had felt right in a very long time. Behind him, a sound. A soft inhalation. Harry turned. Hermione stood at the roof access door, wrapped in a dressing gown, her hair enormous in the humid air. Her eyes were wide. Her mouth was open. She was staring at the suspended rain with an expression that was equal parts scientific fascination and absolute, pants-wetting astonishment. "Harry," she said very quietly. "What is this?" He looked at her. She was his best friend. She had stood by him through trolls and basilisks and time travel and dragons and a tournament designed to kill him. She deserved the truth. "I'm not sure," he said. "But I think it's who I am." He released his hold. The raindrops fell, all of them, all at once, a sudden downpour that drenched the roof and the square and Hermione's dressing gown, and the sky opened up as if nothing had happened. Hermione sputtered, wiped water from her face, and stared at him with the look of someone whose worldview had just been comprehensively remodeled. "You're going to explain this," she said. It was not a question. "Yeah," Harry said. "But not tonight. Tonight I just need," he gestured vaguely. "At the rain. At the sky. At himself." Hermione studied him for a long moment. Then she nodded. "Okay. But Harry?" "Yeah. Whatever this is, you're not alone in it. You know that, right? Whatever's happening, Ron and I are in it with you." Something tight and old and tired unwound in Harry's chest. He nodded. Hermione went back inside. The rain kept falling. Harry turned his face to the sky, closed his eyes, and let the water run over him, warm, alive, whispering in a language that was older than words. He stayed on the roof for another hour. The rain soaked the city and the water sang to him, and he practiced, small things, quiet things. Making the rain fall in patterns around his feet. Catching individual drops and holding them suspended, examining the way light moved through them. Sending a tendril of water down the side of the building and through a crack in a window 3 floors below, just to see if he could. He could. When he finally went back inside, the house was asleep except for one person. Remus Lupin was sitting on the second-floor landing, wrapped in a threadbare cardigan, a cup of tea balanced on his knee. He looked like he'd been waiting. Couldn't sleep either? Harry asked. The moon's in 3 days. Lupin smiled the tired smile of a man who measured his life in lunar cycles. It always starts early. The restlessness. He paused. I saw the rain stop from my window. Just for a moment, in a perfect circle. Very dramatic. Harry sat down next to him on the landing. The carpet was old and thin and smelled like dust. Below them, the house creaked and settled. Sirius told you? Harry asked. He didn't need to. I was there, Harry. At the order meeting when the Ministry flagged the anomaly from your Dementor encounter. I saw the data. The magical signature they recorded was unlike anything in their registry. Half wizard, half something else entirely. Something aquatic. Lupin sipped his tea. And I knew your mother. Everyone says that. Everyone says they knew Lily Potter, the brave witch who died for her son. I actually knew Lily Evans, the girl who was terrified of bathtubs and flinched every time it rained and once confided in me, after too much wine at James's birthday, that she could hear the sea from anywhere in Britain. Harry stared at him. She told you? Not the details. Not the name. Just that there was something in her blood that didn't belong in the wizarding world, and that she lived every day afraid it would pass to her children. Lupin's voice was gentle but steady. When she had you, I asked her if the fear had come true. She said she didn't know yet. She said sometimes she'd hold you during a bath and the water would move toward you like it was happy to see you, and that terrified her more than Voldemort ever had. Something in Harry's chest clenched. His mother. Holding him as a baby. The water reaching for him even then. Why didn't you tell me? Because I didn't believe it. Lupin set his tea down. Not really. The rational part of me, the part that studied defense against the dark arts and understands magical theory, said that divine bloodlines were myths. Fairy tales. The same category as the Deathly Hallows or Merlin being the son of the devil. It was easier to believe Lily had been stressed, metaphorical, maybe even a little unstable after the pregnancy. He met Harry's eyes. I was wrong. And I'm sorry. You're not the first person to be wrong about me. You won't be the last. No. But I should have been better. Your mother trusted me with something precious, and I filed it away under probably nonsense and forgot about it for 14 years. Lupin picked up his tea again. His hands were not entirely steady. For what it's worth, I think she'd be proud of you. Terrified, but proud. Terrified of what I might become. Terrified of what the world might do to you when they find out. They sat together on the landing as the house creaked around them. The water in the pipes had gone warm, Harry's influence, unconscious and ambient, turning the old house's plumbing into something gentler. Lupin noticed. He glanced at the wall where a pipe ran behind the plaster and then back at Harry, and something in his expression shifted from concern to awe. You're doing that, aren't you? Warming the water. I think so. I'm not trying to. Can you stop? Harry concentrated. The warmth receded. The pipes went back to their normal temperature. There. Remarkable. Lupin was looking at him the way Hermione looked at particularly interesting textbooks, with a hunger for understanding that transcended personal feeling. Harry, you need to be very careful about this. Not just at the hearing, at Hogwarts. If this becomes public knowledge, I know. Moody already warned me. Moody warned you about the Ministry. I'm warning you about everyone else. Voldemort will want this power. The pureblood families will fear it. The international community will have opinions. And there are other entities. Things that exist outside the wizarding world's understanding. If the Greek gods are real, if even one of them is real, then there's an entire cosmology out there that we've been ignoring, and it may not appreciate being reminded that it exists. Harry thought of the presence he'd felt in the deep water. The vast, patient, inhuman intelligence. I think they already know, he said quietly. Lupin finished his tea. He stood, joints cracking, and put a hand on Harry's shoulder. Get some sleep, Harry. Whatever comes tomorrow, you'll need your wits about you. And, he paused at the door to his room. For what it's worth, I don't think you're a monster. I think you're a boy who's been handed something enormous and hasn't dropped it yet. That takes more strength than most people have. He went inside. The door closed. Harry stayed on the landing for another minute, listening to the house, feeling the water, thinking about his mother standing over his crib and watching the bath water reach for her son. He went to the kitchen. He wanted a glass of water, which felt like a strange thing to want, given that he could apparently command an entire reservoir, but there was something grounding about the ordinary act of filling a glass from a tap and drinking from it. The kitchen was empty. Harry filled a glass and sat at the long table and drank. The water tasted different now. Not bad, just more. He could taste where it had been. The treatment plant. The iron in the pipes. The limestone of the deep aquifer where it had spent centuries in the dark. He could also taste something else. Something that wasn't in the water but was somehow communicated through it, the way a radio transmitted sound through invisible waves. A signal. Distant, faint, impossibly old. A presence. Not hostile. Not friendly. Just vast. An intelligence so large that Harry's awareness of it was like an ant perceiving the curvature of the earth, technically possible but functionally incomprehensible. It was in the deep water. In the abyssal trenches and the midnight zones and the places where sunlight had never reached. It was ancient beyond any meaningful measure of time, and it knew Harry existed, and it was, waiting. Harry set the glass down. His hand was steady. His mind was not. If Lily's father was Poseidon, if the god of the sea had actually walked the earth and fathered a daughter with a mortal woman, then the presence Harry was sensing might be the god himself. Or an echo of him. Or the sea's own consciousness, shaped by millennia of association with the divine. He didn't know which option was more frightening. A creak on the stairs. Harry's awareness snapped to it, a body, warm and familiar, moving down from the second floor. Ron appeared in the kitchen doorway, squinting and yawning. Mate? You all right? Fine. Just couldn't sleep. Ron shuffled in and collapsed into a chair. His pajamas had tiny Chudley Cannon's logos on them and his hair was flat on one side. He looked at Harry with the uncomplicated directness that was Ron's greatest gift. Something's different about you, Ron said. I can't figure out what. But something is. A lot of things are different about me. Yeah, well. Ron yawned again. Whatever it is, you're still Harry. So that's fine by me. The simplicity of it hit Harry harder than he expected. No questions. No analysis. No demand for explanation. Just you're still Harry, so that's fine by me. Thanks, Ron. Don't mention it. Literally. It's too late at night for feelings. Ron stood up. Come on. If you're not going to sleep, at least pretend. Hermione will kill us both if we're knackered at your hearing. Harry followed him upstairs. He lay in bed and listened to the water in the walls and the rain on the roof and the sea in the distance, and at some point between midnight and dawn, he slept. He dreamed of the ocean. Not the nightmare version, the dark, pressing, drowning ocean of his earlier dreams. This was different. This was the ocean as it really was, alive, immense, filled with light and motion and a fierce, protective intelligence that had been watching over him since the day he was born. In the dream, he stood on a beach that stretched to the horizon in both directions. The water was impossibly blue, blue like nothing in England, blue like the Mediterranean, like the Caribbean, like the first ocean that had ever formed on a molten planet 4 billion years ago. A figure stood in the surf. Tall, broad-shouldered, with skin the color of kelp and eyes like the deep Atlantic. It didn't speak. It didn't move. It just stood there and looked at Harry with an expression that was as far from human warmth as the Mariana Trench was from the surface. But there was something in those eyes. Something that, if you were feeling generous, you might call recognition. Acknowledgement. A god looking at its own blood walking around in a mortal body and thinking, yes. You'll do. Harry woke up. It was dawn. Light crept through the grimy window of his room, and the water in the pipes had gone quiet, genuinely quiet, not the held-breath stillness of last night but the calm of something at rest. He dressed. He ate breakfast. He answered Molly Weasley's questions about whether he'd slept and whether he wanted more toast with monosyllabic politeness. He let Hermione quiz him about defensive magic theory for the hearing. He let Ron distract him with chess. And underneath it all, constant and steady and certain, the water hummed. The hearing was tomorrow. The ministry awaited. Enemies he hadn't met yet were already moving, already planning, already afraid of what he might become. Let them be afraid. Harry Potter had spent 14 years not knowing what he was. A wizard. A celebrity. The boy who lived. A pawn in an old man's chess game. A target for a Dark Lord's obsession. He'd been defined by other people's expectations and other people's prophecies and other people's wars since the day he was born, and he was done. The sea had named him. The water had claimed him. Whatever came next, the hearing, the ministry, Voldemort, the unnamed presences in the deep that were stirring in their ancient sleep, Harry would meet it standing up, with the ocean at his back and the storm in his blood. He was the son of Lily Potter, who had loved him enough to die for him. He was the legacy of Poseidon, who had given him the sea. And he was only just getting started. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, Blood and Saltwater. The Ministry of Magic smelled like floor polish and fear. Harry noticed both the moment the telephone box deposited him into the atrium, the golden light of the enchanted ceiling washing over him like a judgment. Arthur Weasley walked beside him, radiating the forced calm of a man trying very hard to pretend this was a routine outing and failing spectacularly at it. Right then, Arthur said, adjusting his collar for the third time. The hearing's been moved. Courtroom 10. That's, well, it's in the dungeons, actually. The dungeons. It's just a name. The old courtrooms are down there because they were built during the, look, it doesn't matter. The point is, Dumbledore will be there, and the charges are straightforward. Underage magic in the presence of a muggle. Open and shut. Harry said nothing. He was busy feeling the building. The ministry was a labyrinth of water. Pipes threaded through the walls like veins through flesh, hot water, cold water, waste water, enchanted water that pulsed with containment spells and monitoring charms. The fountain of magical brethren in the center of the atrium was a nexus, its enchanted water cycling through a filtration system that was part magical, part mechanical, and entirely under Harry's awareness. He could feel every office, every corridor, every bathroom on every floor. The building mapped itself in liquid the moment he walked in. He could also feel the people. Hundreds of them. Ministry workers, visitors, maintenance staff. Each one a warm point of moisture in his awareness, each heartbeat a tiny percussion against his new sense. He tried not to think about it too hard. Harry. Arthur had stopped walking. They were at the lifts. Whatever happens in there, don't lose your temper. That's what they're hoping for. Who's they? Arthur's expression said more than his words would have. Just, keep calm. The lift rattled downward. Harry watched the floors tick past through the grate, 6, 7, 8, 9, each one darker and colder than the last. By the time they reached the dungeon level, the air had a chill to it that reminded Harry uncomfortably of Dementors. But this cold was mundane. Just stone and depth and the absence of sunlight. Courtroom 10 was a circular chamber with tiered seating rising steeply on all sides, like the inside of a well. At the top sat the Wizengamot, 50 witches and wizards in plum-colored robes, arranged in a semicircle behind a raised bench. Cornelius Fudge occupied the center seat, looking every inch the man in charge, which Harry had learned was usually the surest sign that someone wasn't. Dumbledore was already there. Standing to the side, dressed in midnight blue, his half-moon spectacles catching the torchlight. He didn't look at Harry when he entered. Deliberate, Harry realized. A strategic choice. Don't show the connection. Don't give them ammunition. And in the front row, her toad-like face arranged into an expression of demure concern, sat Dolores Umbridge. Harry had never met her. He knew that with certainty. But the moment his eyes found her, squat, pink-clad, a black velvet bough perched on her head like a fat spider, something in his gut clenched with an instinct older than reason. Danger. Not the sharp, immediate danger of a drawn wand. Something slower. More insidious. The danger of a person who destroyed lives with paperwork and called it policy. Ah, yes, Fudge said, shuffling parchment with the theatrical busyness of a man who wanted everyone to know how important he was. The accused. Harry James Potter. Resident of number 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. Charges: performing magic in the presence of a muggle in violation of, if I may, Minister. Dumbledore's voice cut through the proceedings like a blade through silk. Smooth, quiet, and absolutely impossible to ignore. The defense wishes to note that the charges, as stated, fail to account for extenuating circumstances. Specifically, that Mr. Potter was acting in self-defense against Dementors, creatures under the Ministry's own authority. The courtroom rippled. Whispers skirted along the tiers like wind through leaves. Fudge's face reddened. The Ministry has no record of Dementors being present in Little Whinging. Then perhaps the Ministry should examine its own records more carefully, Dumbledore said pleasantly. I have a witness, Mrs. Arabella Figg, a resident of the area, who will testify to the presence of the Dementors. And I believe the defendant himself can speak to the nature of the attack. Harry felt 50 pairs of eyes swing toward him. The weight of their attention was physical, a pressure against his skin that had nothing to do with water and everything to do with the particular cruelty of being 15 and on trial in front of people who had already decided what they believed. Mr. Potter, Fudge said. Describe, in your own words, what happened on the evening of August 2nd. Harry stood. The chair beneath him was iron, cold and hard, and the chains attached to its arms clinked as he shifted. They hadn't activated. Apparently even the Ministry drew the line at chaining a teenager for a misdemeanor hearing, but their presence made a statement. I was attacked by 3 Dementors near the reservoir at the edge of Little Whinging, Harry said. His voice was steady. He'd practiced this with Hermione, who had drilled him on conciseness and clarity until he could recite the events like a case study. My cousin, Dudley Dursley, was with me. The Dementors targeted both of us. I attempted to produce a Patronus charm to drive them off. Attempted? Umbridge's voice was high and girlish, laced with sugar and razors. You mean you succeeded? I mean I attempted. Harry met her eyes. They were small and dark and calculating, and they never blinked. The Patronus didn't fully form. The Dementors were, dispersed by other means. Other means. Umbridge leaned forward. The pink cardigan she wore strained at the buttons. Could you elaborate, Mr. Potter? What other means? Harry could feel the water in the pipes running beneath the courtroom floor. He could feel the moisture condensing on the cold stone walls. He could feel the enchanted water in the cooling system that kept the dungeon level habitable. All of it hummed at the edge of his awareness, ready. The water in the reservoir reacted to the magical disturbance, Harry said carefully. It surged and drove the Dementors away. Reacted. Umbridge tasted the word like it was a sweet she suspected was poisoned. Water reacted to a magical disturbance. How very unusual. It was a Dementor attack. Unusual things happen during Dementor attacks. Indeed. She folded her hands. Minister, if I may. Fudge waved a hand. Umbridge stood, and Harry noticed something, a folder on her lap. Thick, bound in dark leather, marked with a seal he didn't recognize. Not the ministry seal. Something older. Something that made the hair on the back of his neck stand up. The senior undersecretary to the minister has been investigating the anomaly detected during the incident in question, Umbridge announced. Her voice carried the particular satisfaction of someone producing a trump card. With the Wisengamot's permission, I would like to introduce testimony from an expert witness. Dumbledore's expression didn't change, but Harry felt a shift in the old man's posture, a tightening, almost imperceptible, like a bowstring being drawn. I see no reason to, Fudge began. The witness is already here, Minister. Umbridge gestured toward a side door. It opened, and a man walked in. He was tall, lean, with the kind of angular face that looked like it had been assembled from spare parts. His hair was cropped short and iron gray, his eyes were the color of wet slate, and he moved with the controlled precision of someone who had spent a career in environments where imprecision got you killed. He wore the black robes of an unspeakable, but the insignia on his chest was different, a trident crossed with a wand, encircled by a serpent. Harry had never seen that insignia before. But the water in the pipes behind the courtroom walls began to vibrate the moment the man entered, and Harry's blood ran cold for reasons he couldn't articulate. The Wisengamot recognizes Cassius Varro, Umbridge said, senior operative of the Department of Mysteries, Division 9. Division 9. Not a name Harry had encountered in any textbook, any conversation, any rumor. He looked at Dumbledore. For the first time, the headmaster's composure showed a crack, the faintest narrowing of his eyes, the smallest tightening around his mouth. He hadn't expected this. Cassius Varro took the witness stand with the ease of a man who had stood in courtrooms before. His eyes swept the chamber once, evaluating, cataloging, and settled on Harry with an intensity that was almost physical. Mr. Varro, Umbridge said sweetly. Could you please explain to the Wisengamot the nature of the anomaly detected on August 2nd? Certainly. Varro's voice was flat and precise. No accent. No inflection. A voice designed to deliver information without contaminating it with personality. At 23 minutes past 9 on August 2nd, the Ministry's Standard Magical Detection Network flagged a Class 1 discharge in the Little Whinging area, consistent with underage wand magic. Standard procedure. He paused. Harry could feel the courtroom's attention tightening like a noose. However, Varro continued, a secondary detection system, one not available to the standard improper use of magic office, simultaneously flagged an anomaly. The magical signature associated with the discharge contained elements inconsistent with any known form of wand magic. Specifically, it exhibited resonance patterns that are typically associated with, another pause, this one theatrical. Non-human magical entities. The whispers that had been circling the courtroom exploded into open conversation. Fudge banged his gavel. Harry sat perfectly still. Non-human, Umbridge repeated, loud enough to carry over the noise. Could you elaborate on that classification, Mr. Varro? The signature matches profiles in our restricted database. Profiles that have not been active in several centuries. Varro opened a folder he'd brought with him and removed a sheet of parchment covered in diagrams that looked like musical notation crossed with topographical maps. The resonance pattern is consistent with what our records classify as divine origin magic. Specifically, aquatic domain divine magic. The chamber went silent. Not the comfortable silence of a pause in conversation, the awful, suffocating silence of 50 people simultaneously realizing that the ground beneath their feet might not be solid. Harry looked at Dumbledore. The headmaster was watching Varro with an expression that had gone completely blank, the mask he wore when he was thinking faster than anyone else in the room and didn't want them to know it. Divine origin magic, Fudge said slowly. He looked like a man who had just been told his house was built on a sinkhole. You're suggesting that a 15-year-old boy produced, what, exactly? Godly magic? I'm presenting data, Minister. The interpretation is for the Wisengamot to determine. But that's absurd, said an elderly witch in the third tier. Divine magic is theoretical. There hasn't been a verified case in 312 years, Varro said. The last recorded instance was the sea blood incident of 1683, in which a witch in Cornwall demonstrated the ability to control ocean currents without a wand. She was contained by the predecessor organization to my division and her bloodline was monitored until it was believed to have diluted beyond activation threshold. His eyes found Harry again. It appears that assessment was premature. Harry's hands were clenched in his lap. The water in the pipes was singing now, a high, thin note that vibrated in his molars. He could feel it wanting to respond to his agitation, wanting to burst through the walls and sweep this cold room clean. He held it back. Barely. Dumbledore stood. Minister, I must object to this line of testimony. Mr. Potter is here to answer charges of underage magic, not to be subjected to speculative analysis of his bloodline. The question before this court is whether Mr. Potter used magic in self-defense against Dementors, creatures that were unlawfully present in a Muggle neighborhood. Everything else is irrelevant. I disagree, Umbridge said. If Mr. Potter is producing non-human magic, then the decree for the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery may not even apply. He may fall under entirely different statutes. Statutes governing the regulation of non-human magical beings. She said it with a smile. A small, pink, poisoned smile that said I've reclassified you, boy. You're not a wizard anymore. You're a creature. Harry felt the rage rise. Not human rage, something deeper, something tidal. The water in the pipes surged. A fine mist appeared in the air around him, condensing from nothing, and several members of the Wisengamot shifted uneasily in their seats. Harry. Dumbledore's voice, soft but carrying. A single word that cut through the fog of anger like sunlight through cloud. Harry looked at him, and for the first time all morning, Dumbledore looked back. His blue eyes were steady, calm, and they said very clearly, not here. Not now. Harry breathed. The mist dissipated. The pipes went quiet. The defense moves to dismiss, Dumbledore said, turning back to the court. On the grounds that Mr. Potter acted in lawful self-defense under Section 19 of the Decree for the Reasonable Restriction of Underage Sorcery, which permits the use of magic by minors in life-threatening situations. The nature of the magic used is immaterial to the charge. A wizard defending himself against Dementors is not a crime, regardless of what form that defense takes. Fudge looked at Umbridge. Umbridge looked at Varro. Varro looked at Harry. I'd recommend further evaluation, Varro said. Under controlled conditions. For the safety of the wizarding public. Noted, Dumbledore said, in a tone that communicated and disregarded. Shall we vote? They voted. It was closer than it should have been, the acquittal passed by a margin of 6 votes, and Harry watched the hands go up with a sick awareness of how easily it could have gone the other way. 6 votes between freedom and whatever cage the ministry had prepared for him. Umbridge's face as the verdict was announced was a masterpiece of controlled fury. The pink smile didn't waver, but something behind her eyes went dark and sharp and very, very patient. This wasn't over. Harry could see it in the set of her jaw, the way her fingers traced the edge of that leather folder. This was just the beginning. Who the hell is Cassius Varro? Harry cornered Dumbledore in the corridor outside the courtroom, not caring about the ministry workers hurrying past or the fact that his voice was carrying. Arthur Weasley hovered behind him, looking like he wanted to be anywhere else. A problem, Dumbledore said. He was walking quickly, his long strides eating up the corridor, and Harry had to jog to keep pace. One I did not anticipate. Division 9 has been dormant for decades. Someone reactivated it, and I suspect I know who. Umbridge? Umbridge is the instrument. The hand that wields her is more concerning. Dumbledore stopped at the lift and turned. His face was grave in the flickering torchlight. Harry, what Mr. Varro said about your magical signature, was it accurate? You're asking me if I'm part god. The old man didn't flinch. Harry had to give him that. Whatever Albus Dumbledore was, manipulative, secretive, infuriatingly opaque, he did not flinch from hard truths when they were placed directly in front of him. I'm asking you what happened at the reservoir. The water answered me, Harry said bluntly. I didn't use my wand. The water came alive and it destroyed the Dementors, not drove off, destroyed, and it did it because I asked. Because some part of me that's been sleeping since I was born finally woke up, and it recognized me, and now I can feel every drop of water within a mile in any direction. That's what happened at the reservoir. Dumbledore was quiet for a long time. The lift arrived. They got in. The doors closed. Your mother, Dumbledore said finally, was the most remarkable which I ever taught. Not the most powerful, that distinction belongs to others. But the most remarkable. She understood things about magic that I, in over a century of study, had never considered. She once asked me, during her 7th year, whether I believed that magic was a closed system. He pressed the button for the atrium. I told her I believed it was. She smiled and said nothing. I should have paid more attention to that smile. Did you know? About her blood? I suspected. Suspicion is not knowledge, Harry, and I was, perhaps culpably, reluctant to investigate. The implications were vast. If Lily Evans carried divine blood, then the protections she placed on you when she died were not purely magical. They were something else. Something older. And the prophecy, he stopped himself. Shook his head. We will speak of this at length. But not here. Not in the ministry's house. When? Soon. I promise you that. Your promises haven't been worth much this summer. Dumbledore received this the way a cliff receives a wave, absorbed it, endured it, showed no damage. But Harry saw something flicker in those blue eyes. Guilt, maybe. Or regret. No, Dumbledore agreed quietly. They haven't. I'm sorry, Harry. The lift doors opened. The atrium spread before them, golden and bustling and oblivious. Harry stepped out, and as he did, his awareness brushed against something in the crowd, a presence, familiar and unwelcome. He turned. Lucius Malfoy stood near the fountain of magical brethren, his platinum hair catching the enchanted light, his silver-headed cane resting in the crook of his arm. He was not looking at Harry. He was looking at Dumbledore. But the moment the old man turned his back, Malfoy's gaze shifted, and found Harry with a precision that was not casual. He smiled. Not the sneering superiority Harry was used to. Something else. Calculation. Interest. The look of a collector who had spotted a rare specimen and was already planning how to acquire it. Harry held his gaze. The fountain of magical brethren shuddered. The water in it, gallons of enchanted, circulating water, shifted subtly, the flow pattern breaking for just a moment as it responded to Harry's awareness. Malfoy's smile widened. He'd seen it. Harry turned away and followed Dumbledore toward the exit, and the water in the fountain settled back to normal, and neither of them acknowledged what had just passed between them. But Harry filed it away, the hunger in Lucius Malfoy's eyes, the precision of his observation, the absolute certainty that the man had been at that hearing for a reason, and the reason was Harry. Another enemy. Another front. The war was getting complicated. The Hogwarts Express left King's Cross on September 1st under a sky that couldn't decide between rain and sunshine, and Harry sat in a compartment with Ron and Hermione and watched London fall away through the window and felt the water in the engine's boiler churning with steam and the rain running down the glass and the tea in the trolley witch's samovar and the 100 tiny liquid presences of students filling the corridors, and tried to pretend he was normal. He'd told Ron and Hermione everything. The morning after the hearing, in the cramped bedroom at Grimmauld Place, with the door locked and a muffliato charm courtesy of Hermione wrapped around the walls. He told them about the reservoir. About Poseidon. About Sirius's revelation and Lily's secret and the water that lived in him now like a second heartbeat. Ron had gone very quiet. Not the bad kind of quiet, the thinking kind. Ron Weasley was not a stupid person, despite what his grades suggested, and when something mattered, he had a capacity for stillness that most people never saw. "So your granddad's a Greek god," Ron had said eventually. "Apparently. And you can control water." "Yeah. All water. Like, everywhere. As far as I can tell." Ron had nodded slowly. "Then, can you make it rain beer?" "Ron!" Hermione had smacked him. "What?" "It's a valid question." Despite everything, Harry had laughed. It was the first real laugh he'd managed in weeks, and it cracked something open inside him that needed cracking. Hermione, predictably, had reacted differently. She'd asked 47 questions, Harry counted, requested a demonstration, he'd made the water in a glass dance, which had earned him a 15-minute lecture on the thermodynamic implications of telekinetic fluid manipulation, and then disappeared for 6 hours before emerging from the Grimmauld Place library with a stack of books and a manic gleam in her eye. "There's almost nothing in print," she told him, vibrating with the particular frustration of a researcher who had hit a wall. "The wizarding world either doesn't know about divine bloodlines or has suppressed the information. But I found references, scattered, fragmented, in some of the Black family's older texts. The god-touched. Children born from unions between gods and mortals. They were feared, Harry. Hunted. The last recorded one in Britain was, 1683. The sea blood incident. I know. Cassius Varro mentioned it at the hearing." Hermione's expression had gone sharp. "Then the Ministry does have records. Which means there's a whole body of knowledge about what you are, and they're keeping it classified. Which means we need to find our own sources. Which means," Hermione had said with a grim smile, "we need the Hogwarts library." Now, on the train, she had her nose in a book titled Mythological Intersections in Magical Theory and was making notes in handwriting so small Harry would have needed a magnifying glass to read it. Ron was eating a cauldron cake and staring out the window with the contented vacancy of someone who had made peace with the situation and was now simply along for the ride. Harry watched the countryside blur past. Green fields, grey villages, the occasional flash of water, a stream, a pond, a reservoir, each one pinging his awareness like a sonar blip. He was getting better at filtering it. The constant flood of liquid information that had nearly overwhelmed him in the first days was settling into something more manageable, a background awareness that he could tune in or out depending on need. He was thinking about Lucius Malfoy when the compartment door slid open. Draco Malfoy stood in the corridor, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle. Standard formation. But there was nothing standard about the expression on Draco's face, it was sharp, searching, stripped of its usual sneering default. "Potter," Draco said. "Malfoy. Interesting summer." "Could say that." Draco stepped into the compartment. Crabbe and Goyle moved to follow, but Draco held up a hand and they stopped, filling the doorway like a pair of matching boulders. My father was at your hearing, Draco said. He wasn't being subtle about it, wasn't wrapping it in insults or posturing. Just stating a fact. I noticed. He found it very educational. Draco's grey eyes were steady on Harry's. Particularly the part about the non-standard magical signature. He's been researching it since. Going through our family library. Pulling books he hasn't touched in decades. Sounds like a fun hobby. It's not a hobby, Potter. For just a moment, the mask slipped, and what Harry saw underneath wasn't malice. It was uncertainty. Maybe even fear. He's looking for something specific. Something about you. And when my father looks for something specific, it's because someone told him to. Voldemort. He didn't say the name. Didn't have to. Why are you telling me this? Harry asked. Draco's jaw tightened. Whatever answer he had, it wasn't one he wanted to give. He straightened, reassembled his composure, and shrugged with practiced indifference. Consider it professional courtesy. Slytherin too, he looked at Harry. Whatever you are. He turned to leave. Harry spoke. Malfoy. Draco paused. Your mother. Lily Potter. They knew each other at Hogwarts, didn't they? Something shifted in Draco's face. Not much, the Malfoys were bred for emotional control the way racehorses were bred for speed, but enough. A crack in the armor. A human moment. My mother doesn't talk about Hogwarts, Draco said quietly. And then he was gone, Crabbe and Goyle lumbering after him, and the compartment door slid shut. Ron let out a breath. Well. That was bizarre. He's scared, Hermione said, looking up from her book. Did you see his hands? He was shaking. Good, Ron said. Let him shake. But Harry wasn't thinking about Draco's fear. He was thinking about Lucius Malfoy in the family library, pulling dusty books from hidden shelves, searching for information about divine bloodlines on Voldemort's orders. He was thinking about what Voldemort would do with that information once he had it. The answer, he suspected, would be nothing good. The train rattled on. Rain began to streak the windows, and every drop that hit the glass vibrated against Harry's awareness like a fingertip tapping his shoulder. I'm here, the water said. I'm here, I'm here, I'm here. Hogwarts materialized out of the Scottish evening like a fever dream, towers and turrets and impossible architecture, lit from within by 1,000 candles. Harry felt it long before he saw it, the Black Lake, vast and deep and teeming with life, reaching out to his awareness like a handshake from an old friend. The lake knew him. The lake had always known him, he realized, even before his powers had awakened. That strange, pulling sensation he'd always felt near the water during his school years hadn't been imagination. It had been recognition. The boats crossed the lake in the rain, and Harry sat in one with his face turned upward, letting the water run over him while the first years around him huddled under their robes. Hagrid, enormous at the prow of the lead boat, glanced back at him and frowned. You all right there, Harry? You'll catch your death. I'm fine, Hagrid. He was more than fine. The lake was feeding him information in a constant, dizzying stream. He could feel the giant squid, 60 feet down, its massive tentacles trailing through the deep water like the fingers of a lazy hand. He could feel the mere people in their village near the lake center, their cold-blooded bodies registering as clusters of slow, alien warmth. He could feel the Grindylows in the shallows, the fish in the depths, the sediment on the bottom that had been accumulating for 1,000 years. And deeper, far deeper than the lake should have been, deeper than any natural body of water in Scotland, he felt something else. An opening. A fissure in the lake bed where the water turned salt, where fresh met ancient and the pressure changed. A connection. The Black Lake was linked to the ocean. Not geographically, magically. A passage of enchanted water that ran beneath the highlands and joined the North Sea, and through it, every ocean in the world. Harry sat in the boat with rain running down his face and realized that anywhere there was water, he was home. Hogwarts. London. The middle of the Sahara. It didn't matter. The water connected everything, and he was connected to the water, and the implications of that were so enormous that his mind slid off them like feet on wet ice. The great hall was warm and golden and chaotic with the noise of 1,000 students finding seats and renewing friendships and arguing about summer holidays. Harry sat at the Gryffindor table between Ron and Hermione and let the noise wash over him, grateful for the ordinariness of it. Neville was across from him, sunburned and grinning, talking about a plant he'd found in his grandmother's greenhouse that ate small birds. Ginny was 3 seats down, laughing at something Dean Thomas had said. Seamus was making a Quidditch argument with the passionate incoherence that only Seamus could manage. Normal. All of it normal. And Harry clung to it like a drowning man clinging to driftwood, because he knew, with the certainty of someone who had been through 4 years of this, that the normalcy wouldn't last. It lasted approximately 45 minutes. Dumbledore's start-of-term speech was brief and typical, warnings about the Forbidden Forest, Filch's ever-expanding list of contraband, the usual reminders. But then his tone shifted. It is also my pleasure to introduce your new defense against the dark arts teacher, Professor Dolores Umbridge, who has kindly consented to fill the post. Harry's blood went cold. He wasn't the only one. Ron and Hermione both stiffened, and Hermione's hand found his arm under the table and gripped it hard. Umbridge stood from the staff table. Pink cardigan. Black bow. The same toad-like face, the same sugar razor voice. She was smiling, and the smile was the worst thing about her, because it was genuine. She was happy to be here. Thank you, Headmaster, for those kind words of welcome. She spoke for 11 minutes. Harry listened to every word with the cold focus of a soldier studying an enemy's battle plan. It was all there, if you knew how to decode it. The ministry was interfering at Hogwarts. The curriculum would be controlled. Independent thought would be discouraged. And running beneath it all, like a bass note, the implicit threat, we are watching you, Potter, and this time we've put someone in the building. Well, Hermione whispered when it was over. That's that, then. Yeah, Harry said. That's that. The feast ended. Students filed toward their common rooms. Harry hung back, watching Umbridge leave the staff table, and she must have felt his gaze because she turned and looked directly at him across the emptying hall. That smile again, pink and patient and absolutely merciless. She knew what he was. Varro had told her, or she'd read the files, or she'd been briefed by whoever pulled her strings. She was here for him. The teaching post was a cover, a foothold inside Hogwarts, a base of operations from which to study and contain and ultimately neutralize the threat that Harry Potter represented. Harry met her eyes and held them. The water in every goblet on the Gryffindor table trembled. I'm not afraid of you, he thought at her, though he knew she couldn't hear it. But something in his expression must have communicated it, because for just a moment, just a flicker, the smile faltered. Then it was back, wider than before, and she turned and walked away, heels clicking on the stone floor. The first week of term passed with the slow, grinding tension of a fuse being lit. Harry attended classes, did homework, ate meals in the Great Hall, practiced Quidditch. Ordinary things. Student things. And all the while, he was learning. Not from teachers. From the water. He discovered it on the second night, lying in his four-poster in the Gryffindor dormitory. The castle's plumbing was a three-dimensional puzzle of ancient pipes, enchanted channels, and water-based magical systems that he was slowly, methodically mapping. And as his awareness spread, he found something remarkable: Hogwarts was alive with water magic. Not his kind, not divine. But the castle's magical infrastructure used water as a medium for dozens of enchantments. The moving staircases ran on hydraulic magical hybrid systems. The house elf kitchens were connected by enchanted waterways that distributed food and supplies. Even the Sorting Hat's chamber, deep in Dumbledore's office, sat above an underground spring that the castle drew power from. Hogwarts, Harry realized, was essentially a massive water-powered magical engine. And he was plugged into it. He could feel things he shouldn't have been able to feel. Conversations near pipes, the sound traveled through the water and reached him as vibrations that his brain translated into words. The locations of every person in the castle, tracked by the moisture in their bodies. The words themselves, which pulsed through the water table beneath the foundations in rhythms he was beginning to understand. It was intoxicating. It was also terrifying, because the more he learned to use this awareness, the harder it became to turn it off. Daphne Greengrass found him on Thursday evening. He was sitting on the dock by the Black Lake, feet dangling over the water, watching the surface respond to his presence. Small ripples that moved against the wind. A gentle warmth where his feet nearly touched. The water was playing with him, he realized, sending little currents and counter-currents that lapped at the dock in patterns too complex to be natural. He heard her coming. Not her footsteps, her body. The 70% of her that was water, walking across the grass toward him, each step registering as a shift in his awareness. "You're very obvious, you know." Harry turned. She stood 10 feet away, her arms crossed over her Slytherin robes, her blonde hair pulled back in a severe braid that emphasized the sharp angles of her face. Daphne Greengrass was beautiful in the way that a knife was beautiful, precise, functional, and likely to cut you if you handled her carelessly. Obvious how? The lake. She nodded toward the water. It moves when you're near it. Subtle enough that most people wouldn't notice, but I've been watching you for 3 days, and the pattern is consistent. The water is drawn to you. It's like watching iron filings around a magnet. You've been watching me for 3 days. Don't flatter yourself. I watch everyone. It's a survival skill in Slytherin. She uncrossed her arms and took a step closer. In the fading light, her eyes were very blue, a shade that reminded Harry, uncomfortably, of the deep water. I know what you are, Potter. Harry went still. What do I look like? Don't play dumb. It doesn't suit you. She reached into her bag and produced a book, old, leather-bound, the spine cracked with age. My family's library is older than most. The Greengrasses have been politically neutral for 6 centuries, which means we've had time to accumulate knowledge instead of enemies. This book was written in 1412 by a Greengrass ancestor who documented encounters with what he called the sea blood, children of the ocean god who appeared in magical populations roughly every 3 centuries. She opened the book. The page she showed him was illustrated with a woodcut, a figure standing at the edge of the sea, arms raised, water spiraling around them in patterns that Harry recognized. Patterns he'd made on the roof of Grimmauld Place with suspended rain. The last sea blood in Britain caused a tidal wave that destroyed a magical settlement on the Cornish coast, Daphne said. Her voice was clinical, detached. A researcher presenting findings. Before her, one in the 13th century flooded the Thames and nearly exposed the wizarding world to Muggle London. Before that, one in the 10th century sank 3 Viking longships with a gesture. She closed the book. They were all female. You're the first male sea blood in recorded history, which makes you unpredictable even by the standards of a phenomenon that is already deeply unpredictable. And you're telling me this because an untrained sea blood is a natural disaster waiting to happen, and I prefer my school intact. She put the book away. Also because Draco Malfoy's been writing to his father about you since the train, and Lucius Malfoy is not the kind of man who collects information for its own sake. Whatever they're planning, you need to be ready. Harry studied her. She stood very straight, hands at her sides now, her expression giving nothing away. But there was something in the set of her jaw, a tension that spoke less of fear than of controlled urgency. She wasn't telling him this out of kindness or alliance. She was telling him because she'd calculated the risks and determined that an informed Harry Potter was less dangerous than an ignorant one. What do you want? Harry asked. I want to not die in a magical catastrophe caused by a Gryffindor who doesn't understand his own power. The ghost of a smile crossed her face. Beyond that, I want to help you train. Not out of altruism, out of self-preservation. You're a loaded weapon, Potter. Someone needs to teach you where to point. And that someone is you. I have the research. I have the neutrality. And I have the common sense not to run straight to Dumbledore or the Ministry with what I know, which is more than most people in this castle can say. It was arrogant. It was presumptuous. It was also, Harry had to admit, probably right. Fine, he said. But if you're going to train me, there's something you should see first. He turned to the lake. He raised his hand. And the Black Lake responded. A column of water, 15 feet tall, rose silently from the surface. It hung in the air, glowing faintly with the same blue-green luminescence Harry had seen in the reservoir, and then it split, fanning into a dozen tendrils that wove around each other in a complex, spiraling dance. Harry directed them with small movements of his fingers, shaping the water into forms, a shield, a blade, a wall, a sphere that compressed until the pressure made the air hum. Daphne watched. She didn't gasp, didn't step back, didn't show any of the reactions Harry had come to expect. She watched with the focused intensity of someone taking notes, and when he let the water fall back to the lake with a soft roar, she nodded once. You're stronger than the book suggested. She met his eyes. That's not reassuring. I know. We start tomorrow. After dinner. The far shore of the lake, where nobody goes. How do I know I can trust you? Daphne Greengrass looked at him with those knife-sharp blue eyes and said, You don't. But you need me more than you need certainty right now, and if I were going to betray you, I'd have done it before demonstrating that I had leverage. Fair enough. Cold, calculating, and fair enough. She walked away. Harry watched her go, a slim figure retreating into the twilight, her braids swinging with each step, and then turned back to the lake. The water was still again, its surface reflecting the first stars. You trust her? The water seemed to ask, in its language of pressure and current. No, Harry thought back. But she's right. I need to learn. The water accepted this without comment. It lapped against the dock, warm and patient, and waited. Umbridge's first defense against the dark arts class was on Friday afternoon, and Harry walked into it the way a soldier walks into an ambush he's already spotted, eyes open, guard up, ready for the trap. The classroom had been redecorated. Gone were the dark creature specimens and defensive ward diagrams of previous years. In their place were neat rows of desks, a blackboard wiped clean of anything interesting, and motivational posters featuring kittens with bows. A ministry-approved classroom is a safe classroom, read the one nearest the door. Good afternoon, class. Umbridge stood at the front, smiling, her hands folded over a copy of Defensive Magical Theory by Wilbert Slinkard. Wands away, please. The class exchanged glances. Wands away in defense against the dark arts was like telling a swimming class to stay dry. We will be following a ministry-approved curriculum this year, Umbridge continued. A theoretical approach that focuses on understanding defensive principles without the need for practical application. After all, I can't imagine any situation in which a child would need to use defensive magic in this classroom. Harry felt the temperature in his blood drop. Practical application. She was eliminating practical defense training. In a year when Voldemort had returned, when Death Eaters were regrouping, when a war was coming, she was taking away the one class that might give these students a chance of surviving it. He should have kept quiet. He knew that. Moody's warning, Dumbledore's caution, Daphne's cold logic, they all pointed toward silence, patience, playing the long game. What about when we're outside the classroom? Harry said. Every head turned. Umbridge's smile didn't change, but her eyes found him with the speed of a striking snake. I'm sorry, Mr. Potter. Did you have a question? You said you can't imagine a situation where we'd need defensive magic in this classroom. But what about outside it? What about when we graduate? Are you expecting to be attacked, Mr. Potter? I've been attacked every year since I started at this school. So yeah. I'm expecting it. A nervous laugh rippled through the class. Umbridge's smile tightened. The Ministry's position is that a theoretical understanding of defensive principles is sufficient for what? Standing still while someone kills you? Mr. Potter. The sugar had left her voice. What remained was steel, thin, cold, and sharp. I think you'll find that the Ministry knows best when it comes to, the Ministry sent Dementors to my neighborhood. Harry's voice was flat and hard. 2 weeks ago. 3 of them. They nearly killed my cousin. So forgive me if I don't trust the Ministry's judgment on what constitutes adequate defense. The classroom held its breath. Umbridge stared at Harry. Harry stared back. And on her desk, unnoticed by everyone except Harry, the water in her teacup began to move. It rose slowly. Not dramatically, just a centimeter, then 2, the surface tension breaking as the liquid lifted itself upward in defiance of gravity. It shaped itself. A simple form. 3 prongs. A trident. The teacup trembled. Umbridge glanced down. Saw the water. Saw the shape. Her face went white. Not anger white, recognition white. The white of someone who has read a classified file and is now seeing the contents of that file manifest on her desk. The class couldn't see what had happened. The angle was wrong. But Umbridge saw it, and Harry saw her see it, and between them passed a communication as clear as speech. I know what you are. And you know that I know. Detention, Mr. Potter, Umbridge said. Her voice was steady but her hand, reaching out to lower the teacup, trembled. My office. 7 o'clock tonight. For asking a question. For disrupting my class. The smile came back, but it was different now. Harder. The smile of someone who had recalculated the threat level and adjusted accordingly. We'll have a nice long chat about your unique circumstances. Harry held her gaze for one more beat. Then he nodded, sat back, and let the water in the teacup go flat. The rest of the class passed in suffocating silence. Umbridge lectured. No one spoke. And beneath the classroom, in the pipes and channels that threaded through the castle's bones, the water whispered to Harry in its wordless language, and what it said was, careful. She is more dangerous than she looks. He knew. God help him, he knew. He didn't go to the detention. Instead, he went to the lake. Daphne was already there, sitting on a flat rock at the far shore, her robes exchanged for practical clothing, the ancient greengrass book open on her knee. She looked up when Harry approached and raised an eyebrow. You're supposed to be in Umbridge's office. Umbridge can wait. This can't. Brave. Stupid, but brave. She closed the book and stood. Fine. Let's see what you can actually do. What followed was 2 hours of the most grueling, frustrating, and illuminating training Harry had ever experienced. Daphne was a relentless instructor, not cruel, but absolutely unwilling to accept anything less than control. She started with basics, pulling water from the lake, holding it in shapes, releasing it cleanly without splash or spray. You're muscling it, she said, watching him hold a sphere of water the size of a basketball in the air. I can see the effort in your shoulders. The water doesn't need to be forced, it wants to obey you. You're its kin. Stop fighting it and let it work. Easy for you to say. You're not the one holding 50 pounds of water in the air with your mind. 50 pounds? That's nothing. The book says the 13th century sea blood could redirect rivers. You're playing with a puddle. Relax and let the water do the work. He tried. It was harder than it sounded, his instinct was to grip, to control, to dominate the water the way he'd dominate a spell. But water wasn't a spell. It wasn't something to be commanded. It was something to be partnered with. When he stopped pushing and started asking, the sphere stabilized, smooth, still, perfect. Better, Daphne said. Now shape it. Not into something, into nothing. Flatten it. Make it two-dimensional. I want to see if you can create a water shield thin enough to see through. He could. It took 6 attempts and produced a lot of splashing, but eventually he managed to spread the sphere into a flat disk of water, paper-thin and surprisingly rigid, that hung in the air between them like a window made of liquid. Looking through it was like looking through very clean glass. The world on the other side was slightly distorted but perfectly visible. That could block a spell, Daphne said, and there was something in her voice that wasn't quite respect but was adjacent to it. Water absorbs magical energy. A shield like that, if you could maintain it under pressure, would be more effective than a protego against most curses. Most unforgivables would punch through it. And fire magic would turn it to steam. But for standard dueling spells, stunners, hexes, jinxes, yes. This could work. They practiced until the moon was high and Harry's concentration was fraying at the edges. Daphne was methodical in her approach. She worked from the book, adapting historical accounts of sea blood abilities into practical exercises. Water blades. Pressure waves. Mist screens that could obscure vision. The ability to sense living beings through the moisture in their bodies, which Harry had already discovered but which Daphne refined, teaching him to distinguish between individuals by their unique water signatures, the way a bloodhound distinguished between scents. Every person's body water has a different composition, she explained. Different mineral content, different temperature, different flow patterns. Once you learn to read those signatures, you'll never be surprised by anyone within your range. What's my range? Based on what you've shown me tonight. She did some mental calculation. Roughly half a mile on land. Farther near large bodies of water. Near the ocean, it could be miles. Maybe more. Harry let that sink in. Half a mile. Every person, every creature, every living thing within half a mile, mapped in liquid. It was the most powerful surveillance tool he could imagine, and one that no one could detect, because you couldn't ward against someone sensing water. Water was everywhere. It was the one thing you couldn't eliminate from any environment. This changes everything, he said quietly. Yes, Daphne agreed. Which is exactly why you need to be very careful about who knows. They walked back to the castle together in silence. At the entrance hall, where the path forked toward Gryffindor and Slytherin territories, Daphne stopped. Same time tomorrow? Yeah. Good. And Potter? Yeah. Go to the detention. Whatever Umbridge has planned, avoiding it makes you look guilty. Take the punishment, keep your mouth shut, and give her nothing. You can endure one evening of misery. What you can't endure is giving her grounds to escalate. She was right. Again. It was an annoying habit. Greengrass? What? Why are you really helping me? She looked at him for a long moment. The torchlight caught her eyes and made them look like deep water. Because my family has been neutral for 6 centuries, she said. And I've read enough history to know that neutrality only survives when both sides of a conflict are roughly equal. Right now, they're not. The Dark Lord is rising, the Ministry is corrupt, and Dumbledore is playing a game only he understands. You're the only variable that might actually change the equation. A pause. Also, watching you work is the most fascinating thing I've seen in 16 years of life, and I'm not ready for it to be cut short by your own incompetence. She walked away. Harry stood in the entrance hall, half smiling despite himself, and then went to find Umbridge's office. The following Saturday, Hogsmeade. Harry walked through the village with Ron and Hermione, the October air crisp and bright, the streets crowded with students spending pocket money on sweets and joke products and butterbeer. It should have been peaceful. It should have been ordinary. He felt them before anyone else did. 3 presences. Cold. Wrong. Not like Dementors, these were warm-blooded, human-shaped, but their magical signatures were dark and heavy, like oil in clean water. They were moving through the village in a triangle formation, converging from 3 directions, and they were warded against detection by every standard magical countermeasure. But not against water. Ron. Hermione. Harry's voice changed, flat, hard, stripped of everything except urgency. There are Death Eaters in Hogsmeade. 3 of them. Approaching from the north, east, and south. Ron's cauldron cake froze halfway to his mouth. What? How do you? I can feel them. Don't ask how. We need to move. Hermione didn't question it. She drew her wand and fell into step beside him with the automatic trust of someone who had learned long ago that when Harry said danger, you moved first and asked questions later. Where are they? She asked. North one is near the Shrieking Shack. East is in the alley behind Honeyduke's. South is, Harry concentrated. The water in the village well, in the pub drains, in the rain gutters, all of it feeding him data. South is in the 3 broomsticks. Sitting at the bar. Disguised. How many students are in the village? Maybe 100. Spread across the main street and the shops. We need to evacuate them, Hermione said. No time. They're moving. The North Death Eater struck first. A curse lit the sky over the Shrieking Shack, green-edged, vicious, blasting a hole in the fence that bordered the path. Students screamed. The crowd on the main street froze for one horrible second, then erupted into panicked motion, running, shouting, pushing toward any door that would open. Harry broke into a run. Not away from the attack, toward it. He heard Ron shout something behind him, but the words were lost in the chaos. The village well was 30 feet to his left. The horse trough outside the 3 broomsticks was 20 feet to his right. The rain gutters on every building in the street were full from last night's storm. He had water. He had plenty of water. The North Death Eater came around the corner of the Shrieking Shack, masked, robed, wand out. Harry recognized the body language, aggressive, confident, expecting terrified children and finding one teenager standing in the middle of the street looking at him with flat green eyes. The Death Eater raised his wand. Avada, Harry pulled. The village well erupted. A geyser of water blasted from the stone rim and hit the Death Eater from the side like a battering ram, smashing him off his feet and driving him into the wall of the Shrieking Shack hard enough to crack the timbers. His wand flew from his hand. The water followed, pinning him to the wall in a pressurized cocoon that crushed the air from his lungs. The East Death Eater emerged from the Honeyduke's alley, firing curses at the fleeing students. A cutting curse caught a 3rd year on the shoulder and she went down screaming. Harry spun, rage spiking, and the rain gutters on both sides of the street ripped free in a shower of metal and water. The water coalesced, a wave, low and fast and dense, that swept down the street and hit the 2nd Death Eater at knee height. He went down. The water surged over him, filling his nose, his mouth, and Harry held him there, held the water over his face with a grip that was half intention and half fury, and the Death Eater thrashed and clawed at liquid that wouldn't move, that was as rigid as stone, that was being held in place by a will that was older than magic. Harry. Hermione's voice cut through the red. Harry, stop. He blinked. The Death Eater had stopped thrashing. Not dead, unconscious. Harry released the water and it splashed away, and the man lay in the street with water pooling around him, breathing but broken. The South Death Eater came out of the 3 broomsticks with a hostage, Madame Rosmerta, one to her throat, using her as a shield. Smart. Calculated. This one was thinking. Drop whatever you're doing, boy. The voice behind the mask was smooth, educated. Familiar. Or the woman dies. Harry turned. The street was a mess, water everywhere, gutters torn free, the village well still fountaining. Students were pressed against walls and crouched behind overturned carts, faces white with terror. Ron stood in front of 3 first-years, his wand out, shielding them with his body. Hermione had her wand trained on the Death Eater but couldn't fire without hitting Rosmerta. Harry looked at the Death Eater. At Rosmerta's terrified face. At the wand pressing into her neck. He reached for the water behind the Death Eater. A stream from the broken gutter, trickling down the wall of the 3 broomsticks. Silent. Small. Nothing threatening. The stream moved. It climbed the wall, crossed the lintel of the door, and dropped, a single, precise stream of water, no wider than a finger, directly onto the Death Eater's wand hand. The water was cold. Ice cold. Harry had compressed it, chilled it, driven its temperature down to just above freezing. The Death Eater's hand spasmed. His grip on Rosmerta loosened for half a second. Hermione fired. Stupefy. The red bolt hit the Death Eater in the chest and he crumpled, Rosmerta stumbling free, and it was over. 3 Death Eaters. 3 minutes. The street of Hogsmeade running with water and littered with debris and ringing with the echoes of spells. Harry stood in the middle of it. He was breathing hard. His hands were shaking. The water on the ground was still responding to him, twitching, stirring, wanting more, and he forced it to stop. Forced himself to stop. Hermione was beside him. Harry. Look at me. He looked. Her face was pale but steady, and she was gripping his arm hard enough to bruise. You need to calm down. Right now. Before the Aurors arrive. She was right. The Ministry would be here within minutes. Whatever he'd done, the well, the gutters, the water moving with a mind of its own, there would be witnesses. Dozens of them. Students who had seen water behave in ways that water didn't behave. But as the adrenaline began to fade, something else replaced it. Something cold. The second Death Eater. The one Harry had pinned to the ground with water over his face. He'd held it there. Deliberately. He drowned the man, not all the way, not to death, but he drowned him, and the drowning had been intentional, and the only reason it hadn't been fatal was because Hermione had shouted his name. Harry looked at the unconscious Death Eater, lying in the street with water still pooled around his head, and felt something inside him that should have been horror but was something else entirely. It was ease. It had been easy. Holding a man underwater until he stopped moving, it had been the easiest thing Harry had ever done. Easier than a Patronus, easier than a shield charm, easier than any spell he'd ever cast. The water wanted to do it. And some part of Harry, the part that was not entirely human, the part that was the sea, had wanted it too. Daphne's voice, from a few feet away. He hadn't noticed her approach. She was standing at the edge of the street, her face expressionless, her wand at her side. She'd been here. She'd seen everything. She looked at the second Death Eater. Then at Harry. Then at the water. Come with me, she said quietly. Now. Before people start asking questions you can't answer. Harry followed her. They left the main street through a side alley, Hermione and Ron falling in behind them, and as they went, Harry heard the crack of apparition, Aurors arriving, too late as always, and the rising babble of voices as the students began to process what they'd seen. Daphne led them to the far side of the shrieking shack, where the fence met the tree line and no one could see them. She turned on Harry with an expression that was not anger, exactly, but was adjacent to it. The second one, she said. You nearly killed him. I know. You held water over a man's face until he stopped breathing. In front of 100 witnesses. I know. Do you? She stepped closer. Because from where I was standing, it didn't look like you knew. It looked like you'd forgotten he was a person. It looked like the water had you, not the other way around. He was attacking children. He hit a third year with a cutting curse. And that justifies drowning him in 6 inches of water on a public street? Daphne's voice was low and fierce. Think, Potter. You're not just a wizard anymore. You're a force of nature. Forces of nature don't get the luxury of losing control, because when they lose control, people die. Harry's jaw clenched. The rage was still there, banked, smoldering, fed by the memory of that third-year student crumpling with blood on her shoulder. He wanted to argue. He wanted to tell Daphne that the Death Eater deserved it, that they all deserved it, that he had the power to end this, and the only thing stopping him was what? Morality? Fear? The promise he'd made to Sirius? You're right, he said. The words tasted like ash. I lost control. You didn't lose control. That's the problem. Daphne met his eyes. You were in perfect control the entire time. You chose to hold that man underwater. You chose to keep him there. And the only reason you stopped was because Granger screamed your name. Silence. Ron and Hermione stood behind Harry, close but not interfering. Ron's face was unreadable, not frightened, but watchful. Hermione's hand was still on Harry's arm. Harry. Hermione's voice was gentle but firm. She's right. He knew. God, he knew. And the knowledge sat in his stomach like a stone. It was easy, he said quietly. Not to anyone in particular. Just saying it aloud, because keeping it inside was worse. It was the easiest thing I've ever done. And that scares me more than Voldemort. Daphne's expression softened, not much, but enough. Good. Hold on to that fear. It's the only thing standing between you and becoming exactly what the Ministry is afraid you are. Harry nodded. He looked at his hands. They were steady. Everything about him was steady, calm, controlled. The battle rage had passed, and what remained was a cold clarity that was, if anything, more frightening than the anger had been. He was going to have to be very, very careful. The aftermath unfolded exactly as Harry had feared. The Daily Prophet ran the story the next morning: Death Eaters attack Hogsmeade, students defend village. Buried in the article, between quotes from terrified third years and demands for increased aura presence, was a paragraph that made Harry's blood run cold. Witnesses report that the water in the village well and surrounding structures behaved in an apparently directed manner during the attack, moving against gravity and with unusual force. Several students attributed this to Harry Potter, 15, who was present during the incident. The Ministry declined to comment on the nature of the anomaly. The Ministry declined to comment. Which meant they were commenting, internally, furiously, in classified memos and closed-door meetings. Harry read the article at the Gryffindor table and then set it aside and ate his toast and felt, through the water in the ancient pipes, Umbridge sitting in her office 3 floors above, reading the same article and smiling. Dumbledore found him at lunch. Not directly, the headmaster simply appeared at the end of the table where Harry was sitting, conjured a chair, sat down, and began eating a bowl of soup with the casual air of a man who hadn't a care in the world. Leek and potato, Dumbledore said, sipping. Excellent. The house elves outdid themselves. You want to talk about the attack? I want to eat soup. We can talk about the attack while I eat soup. Harry waited. 3 Death Eaters, Dumbledore said between spoonfuls. Low-ranking. Expendable. They were not sent to cause serious damage, they were sent to provoke a response. Specifically, your response. The realization hit Harry like cold water. It was a test. Lucius Malfoy's fingerprints are all over it. The Death Eaters were from his personal retinue, men he could afford to lose. He wanted to see what you could do in a combat situation, and you showed him. Comprehensively. Harry stared at his plate. The eggs on it had gone cold. I played right into it. You saved lives. That is never the wrong choice. But yes, You also revealed your capabilities to an enemy who was specifically trying to catalog them. Malfoy will report to Voldemort. Voldemort will adjust his strategies accordingly. Dumbledore set down his spoon. Harry, I need you to understand something. The threat you face is not just physical. Voldemort doesn't just want to kill you anymore. After what Malfoy will tell him, after what the Ministry already knows, Voldemort will want to acquire you. Your power. Your bloodline. The divine essence in your blood. He will find a way to take it from you, and he will not be subtle about it. How? How can he take it? There are rituals. Old ones. Older than Hogwarts, older than the Ministry, older than the wizarding world itself. Rituals designed to transfer divine power from one vessel to another. Dumbledore's blue eyes were grave. I've spent the summer researching them. I do not yet have a complete picture. But what I've found is, concerning. Concerning. Deeply concerning. The headmaster stood. We will speak more. Soon. In the meantime, train. Whatever you're doing to develop your abilities, do more of it. But be careful, Harry. The power in your blood is immense, and immense power attracts immense attention. From the Ministry. From Voldemort. And from entities far older and more dangerous than either. He walked away. Harry sat at the Gryffindor table, surrounded by the noise and warmth of an ordinary school lunch, and felt the water in every glass and pitcher and pipe in the great hall humming with a tension that had nothing to do with plumbing and everything to do with the storm that was gathering around him. From the Slytherin table, Daphne Greengrass caught his eye. She held his gaze for a moment, then looked away, but not before Harry read the message in her expression. We need to talk. From the staff table, Umbridge watched him with her sugar smile and her dark eyes and her folder of classified files. From outside the castle, somewhere beyond the wards, Lucius Malfoy was already composing his report to the Dark Lord. And from the deep water, the ocean, the vast and ancient and terrifyingly patient ocean, something stirred. Something that had been watching Harry since the reservoir, watching with the cold, enormous attention of a god who had given his blood to a mortal line and was now seeing what that blood could do. Harry finished his lunch. He went to class. He smiled at his friends and answered his professor's questions and pretended that he was just another student in just another school year. But underneath it all, underneath the pretense and the politics and the gathering storm, the water hummed. And Harry hummed with it. And the world, though it didn't know it yet, had begun to change. Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, The Tide Rises. The room of requirement smelled like salt. Harry noticed at the moment the door materialized on the 7th floor corridor, a heavy oak door that hadn't been there a second ago, with iron hinges and a handle worn smooth by centuries of hands that needed something badly enough to find it. He'd walked past the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy 3 times, thinking I need a place to train, I need a place no one can find, I need a place where the water will come to me, and the castle had answered. He pushed the door open and stopped. The room was enormous. Far larger than any classroom, larger even than the Great Hall. The floor was dark stone, polished to a mirror shine, and running through it, cut into the stone itself like veins through flesh, were channels. Narrow channels, no wider than a hand, branching and converging in a pattern that reminded Harry of a nervous system. And flowing through them, silent and luminous, was water. Not ordinary water. This was the same blue-green glow he'd seen in the reservoir, the same light that lived in the deepest parts of the Black Lake. Enchanted water, divine water, water that recognized him and began to sing the moment he crossed the threshold. The room had given him a training arena built for a sea blood. Impressive, Daphne said behind him. She stepped through the door and surveyed the space with the clinical appreciation of someone who understood exactly what they were looking at. The room of requirement adapts to need. It must have read your magical signature and generated something appropriate. She crouched and touched one of the channels. The water rose to meet her fingers, then retreated when it registered that she wasn't Harry. It's connected to the lake. I can feel the current. This room has direct access to the largest body of water on the grounds. Unlimited supply, Harry said. Unlimited supply. She stood and brushed her hands on her trousers. Which means we can stop holding back. They'd been training for 2 weeks, every evening after dinner, on the far shore of the Black Lake or in abandoned classrooms warded against detection. Daphne was a demanding teacher, precise and unforgiving, and Harry had progressed faster than either of them expected. He could hold water constructs indefinitely now, shields, blades, walls, complex shapes that responded to his will with the fluidity of extensions of his own body. He could sense every living thing within a half-mile radius through moisture alone. He could draw water from the air, from stone, from the condensation on cold surfaces, meaning he was never truly unarmed. But they'd been limited by supply and secrecy. The lake shore was exposed. The classrooms had finite water. And the constant threat of discovery, Filch, Umbridge, curious students, had forced them to work small and quiet. Not anymore. Show me the full range, Daphne said. She brought the greengrass book, she always brought it, and she set it on a conjured stand near the wall and opened it to a section Harry hadn't seen before. The illustrations were darker here. The woodcuts showed sea blood figures in combat, not the gentle water shaping of the earlier chapters but violent, devastating applications. Tidal waves. Pressure lances. Water moving fast enough to cut stone. According to the 1412 account, Daphne said, a fully awakened sea blood could exert precise control over approximately 12,000 gallons of water simultaneously. That's roughly the volume of a small swimming pool. You've been working with maybe 50 gallons at most. I want to see you push the limit. Harry turned to the channels in the floor. He could feel the water in them, connected to the lake, to the castle's water systems, to the rain falling on the roof 7 floors above. An ocean of potential, waiting to be called. He called it. The channels erupted. Water surged upward in a dozen simultaneous columns, each as thick as Harry's torso, rising 10 feet, 15, 20 into the vaulted ceiling. The room filled with the roar of moving water, a sound like standing inside a waterfall, and Harry stood at the center of it, arms at his sides, directing the columns with nothing more than intention. He split them. 12 columns became 24, each one thinner but faster, spiraling around each other in helical patterns that wove a cage of liquid around the entire room. He compressed the water in one column until the pressure made the air hum, then released it in a lance, a horizontal jet that crossed the room in a heartbeat and hit the far wall with enough force to crack the stone. Daphne didn't flinch. She watched, she measured, she noted. The lance is too wide, she called over the noise. Narrow it. The thinner the stream, the higher the pressure at the point of impact. You want to punch through shields, not splash them. Harry adjusted. The next lance was pencil-thin and hit the wall with a sound like a gunshot. It punched a hole clean through 12 inches of enchanted stone. Better. Now defensive forms. Shield wall, full body coverage, front and back. He pulled the spiraling columns together, flattened them, shaped them into a curved wall of water that wrapped around his body like armor. Looking through it, the world was tinted blue-green but perfectly visible. He could feel spells impacting it. Daphne fired 3 stunners in rapid succession, and the water absorbed them, the red light dispersing into the liquid like food coloring, harmless. Standard spells can't penetrate, Daphne confirmed. The water dissipates the magical energy before it reaches you. But, she cast something else. Nonverbal, a sharp slash of her wand, and the spell that hit Harry's water shield was different, hotter, more aggressive, carrying a signature that made the water recoil. Fire. A basic incendio, amplified. The shield hissed. Steam erupted where the fire hit, and the water wall thinned dangerously, a hole opening that would have let a follow-up curse through. Fire, Harry said, reinforcing the shield. That's the weakness. Fire is a weakness. Heat-based magic evaporates your constructs. A sufficiently powerful fire spell could neutralize your defenses entirely. She lowered her wand. Which means you need to learn to fight without water when someone takes it away from you. Wand magic. Pure, traditional, no-frills wand magic. How's yours? Harry grimaced. The honest answer was, rusty. He'd been so focused on his water abilities for the past month that his wand work had atrophied. Not fatally, he was still a competent wizard, but the edge he'd once had was dulled. That's what I thought, Daphne said. From now on, we split sessions. First hour, water. Second hour, wand. You need to be dangerous with both, because anyone who's done their homework will bring fire to fight you, and if your wand work is mediocre, you'll die. You're very cheerful about my potential death. I'm realistic about your potential death. There's a difference. But there was the faintest ghost of a smile at the corners of her mouth. Again. From the top. They trained for 3 hours. By the end, Harry was physically exhausted. Water magic drained him differently than wand magic, pulling energy from somewhere deeper than his magical core, somewhere in the blood itself, but his control had improved dramatically. He could now maintain complex water constructs while simultaneously casting wand spells, weaving the two forms of magic together in ways that felt instinctive. A water shield on his left, a stunner from his wand on his right. A pressure lance from the floor channels while he cast a protego against incoming fire. Hybrid combat. Nobody had ever done it before, because nobody had ever been what Harry was before. Tomorrow we work on offense against fire users, Daphne said, packing up the Greengrass book. If Bellatrix Lestrange is out there, and the rumors say she's escaped Azkaban, she'll be the most dangerous opponent you face. She's obsessive, brilliant in combat, and she favors dark fire magic. How do you know what Bellatrix favors? My aunt was in the same year as her at Hogwarts. She said Bellatrix could make fire dance. Daphne's expression was unreadable. That was before she went mad. After she went mad, the fire stopped dancing and started eating people. Harry nodded. He was too tired for the appropriate level of alarm. They left the room of requirement together, as they'd taken to doing, walking in silence through the 7th-floor corridor, the castle quiet around them in the post-curfew hush. It had become routine, train, walk, part ways at the staircase where Gryffindor went up and Slytherin went down. Tonight, Daphne stopped. You held back, she said. What? In the room. You were holding back. I could feel it, the channels had more water available than you were using. A lot more. Harry said nothing for a moment. The last time I didn't hold back, I nearly killed a man in Hogsmeade. That was different. That was loss of control in a combat situation. This is training. It doesn't feel different. He leaned against the wall. The stone was cool and damp, and the moisture in it hummed against his skin. When I pull too much water, something changes. It's like, the water has its own agenda. Its own instincts. And those instincts are not gentle. The ocean doesn't negotiate, Daphne. It doesn't wound. It drowns. She studied him. In the torchlight, her face was half shadow, half gold. That's exactly why you need to train at full power, she said. If you only practice control at 50%, you'll only have control at 50%. You need to learn where the line is by going to the line, not by staying safe on this side of it. And if I cross it? If I lose control and someone gets hurt? Then we'll deal with it. That's why I'm here. She paused. You don't have to do this alone, Potter. I know that's your default, the heroic loner carrying the weight of the world. But it's a stupid default and it'll get you killed. Has anyone ever told you your bedside manner needs work? Frequently. I ignore them. She turned to go. Tomorrow. Full power. No holding back. She walked down the stairs toward the dungeons, her footsteps fading into the dark. Harry watched her go and felt something he hadn't expected, not attraction, not yet, but something adjacent to it. Trust, maybe. Or the surprise of finding someone who looked at what he was and felt neither fear nor worship, just practical determination. It was a good feeling. He wasn't used to it. Umbridge struck on Monday. She'd been building toward it all month, educational decrees stacking on top of each other like layers of bureaucratic sediment, each one narrower, more restrictive, more precisely aimed. Decree 23 established the Hogwarts High Inquisitor position and gave her authority to inspect teachers. Decree 24 banned student organizations without her approval. Decree 25 gave her the power to alter the curriculum of any class she deemed non-compliant. But Decree 26 was the one that had Harry's name on it, even though his name appeared nowhere in the text. All students are hereby prohibited from the practice of non-standard magical techniques without explicit ministry authorization. Any student observed performing magic that falls outside the Hogwarts-approved curriculum will be subject to disciplinary action up to and including expulsion. It was posted on every notice board in the castle by breakfast. Harry read it standing in the Gryffindor common room, the parchment pinned to the cork with a ministry seal, and felt the familiar cold fury settle into his bones. Non-standard magical techniques, Hermione said beside him, her voice vibrating with outrage. She's targeting you. Specifically you. I know. She can't do this. It's a violation of the Hogwarts Charter. Students have the right to develop their magical abilities without, she can do it because the minister signed it. Harry turned away from the notice board. She doesn't need it to be legal. She needs it to be enforceable. And with the inquisitorial squad, the what? Didn't you hear? She's recruiting students to act as enforcement. Slytherins, mostly. Malfoy's already signed up. Of course he has. Ron appeared at Harry's elbow, still chewing toast. Draco Bloody Malfoy, hall monitor. It's like Christmas for him. It's not a joke, Ron. Harry's voice was harder than he intended. This decree gives Umbridge legal justification to arrest me if she catches me using water magic. And with the inquisitorial squad patrolling the corridors, then we train somewhere she can't find us. Ron shrugged. The room of requirement. She doesn't know it exists. Harry looked at Ron. Ron looked back with the steady, uncomplicated certainty that had carried Harry through 4 years of chaos. Actually, Hermione said slowly, that gives me an idea. A bigger one. She told them over breakfast, at a corner of the Gryffindor table where no one could overhear. Her plan was elegant in its simplicity. If Umbridge was going to strip the defense against the dark arts curriculum to theoretical nonsense, then they would build their own. A secret defense group, meeting in the room of requirement, taught by Harry, not just water magic but practical defense. Spells, techniques, combat training. Everything Umbridge refused to teach. You want me to teach? Harry said. You're the most qualified person in this school. You faced Voldemort 4 times and survived. You fought Death Eaters in Hogsmeade 3 weeks ago. And now you have abilities that nobody else has. Hermione leaned forward. Harry, these students need to know how to defend themselves. The war is coming whether the ministry admits it or not, and Umbridge is deliberately leaving them unprepared. It's illegal. Decree 24 is an unjust law. And unjust laws deserve to be broken. Hermione's eyes blazed. Are you in? He looked at Ron. Ron nodded. He looked at the notice board, at Decree 26, at the ministry seal that represented everything cowardly and corrupt about the people who were supposed to protect them. Yeah, Harry said. I'm in. They called it Dumbledore's army. Hermione's idea, partly ironic, partly strategic, entirely effective as a recruitment tool. Within a week, they had 30 members, Gryffindors, Hufflepuffs, Ravenclaws, and 1 Slytherin. Daphne Greengrass walked into the room of requirement on the first training night with the particular set to her jaw that said I know I'm not welcome and I don't care. She was right to be cautious. The room went quiet when she entered, 30 students in various states of wand readiness suddenly very aware that a snake had entered the lion's den. "She's with us," Harry said. That was all. No explanation, no justification. Just a statement of fact delivered in a tone that didn't invite debate. It worked. Mostly. There were mutters, sidelong glances, the natural suspicion that Hogwarts bred into anyone who wore green and silver. But Harry had earned enough trust, through the Triwizard Tournament, through the Hogsmeade attack, through being Harry Bloody Potter, that his word carried weight. Daphne took a position at the back of the room and said nothing for the entire first session. She watched Harry teach. She watched the students practice. She took mental notes with the intensity of someone studying a new species. And when the session ended and the students filed out, she approached Harry with a single sentence: "Your shield charm instruction is wrong." "Excuse me?" "You're teaching them to cast Protego as a reactive measure, block the curse after it's fired. That works against slow casters, but any decent duelist fires in combinations. By the time they block the first spell, the second one is already past the shield." She demonstrated, wand up, a flick, a twist. Teach them to cast Protego as an ambient field. Persistent, not momentary. It drains more magic, but it provides continuous coverage. Harry stared at her. She stared back. "Okay," he said. "Show me." She showed him. Her shield charm was different from anything he'd seen, not the momentary barrier he'd been taught but a shimmering, sustained field that wrapped around her body like a second skin. It was more expensive, magically speaking, but it was also dramatically more effective. A curse fired at it from any angle would be deflected without the caster needing to react. "Where did you learn this?" "My family's private tutors." The greengrass defense methodology has been refined over 6 centuries of political neutrality. We don't fight wars. We survive them. That requires a different approach to defensive magic than what Hogwarts teaches. Harry adjusted the next session's lesson plan accordingly. By the 3rd week, the DA's shield charms were noticeably superior to anything taught in standard classes, and Daphne had, quietly, without fanfare, become Harry's co-instructor for defensive technique. The inner circle solidified naturally. Harry, Ron, Hermione, Daphne, Neville, Ginny, and Luna. 7 people who, through various combinations of loyalty, skill, and sheer stubbornness, formed the core around which the DA orbited. Neville surprised everyone. He'd always been the clumsy one, the nervous one, the boy who melted cauldrons and forgot passwords. But put a wand in his hand and tell him to fight, and something changed. Some inner steel that had been waiting for the right moment to emerge. He couldn't match Harry or Daphne in pure technique, but he had something neither of them could teach, an absolute, bone-deep refusal to stay down. Harry hit him with 3 consecutive stunners during a practice duel, and Neville got up after each one with the dogged persistence of someone who had been underestimated his entire life and was thoroughly done with it. "Where does that come from?" Harry asked him after one particularly brutal session. Neville had a bruise on his jaw and a split lip and was grinning like he'd won the lottery. "My parents," Neville said simply. "They fought until they couldn't fight anymore. The least I can do is get back up." Luna was different. She didn't duel, she observed. She'd sit in the corner of the room of requirement during training sessions, watching the water respond to Harry's commands, and occasionally make comments that sounded like nonsense but turned out to be startlingly insightful. "The water likes you," she told Harry one evening, her enormous eyes tracking a tendril of water that was spiraling lazily around his wrist. "But it's not tame. People think water is gentle because it flows around obstacles, but that's not gentleness. That's patience. Water is the most patient destroyer in the world. It wore down the Grand Canyon." Harry looked at the tendril. It caught the light, shimmered, and tightened around his wrist, just slightly. An embrace or a warning? He honestly couldn't tell. "Be careful it doesn't wear you down too," Luna said, and drifted away to practice stunning spells on a practice dummy with dreamy precision. Cassius Varro returned to Hogwarts on a Tuesday in late October, and Harry felt him coming. Not through the water, though that was how he detected most things now. Varro announced his presence the way a stone announces itself when dropped into still water, by the disturbance he created. The castle's wards rippled. The water in the pipes shivered. Even the Black Lake stirred, a deep tremor running through its waters as if something large and unpleasant had been dropped into it from a great height. Harry was in transfiguration when it happened. McGonagall was mid-lecture on vanishing spells when a note arrived, carried not by owl but by one of the enchanted paper airplanes the Ministry used for interdepartmental memos. It circled the classroom once, landed on McGonagall's desk, and unfolded itself. McGonagall read it. Her mouth became a thin line. Mr. Potter. You are excused from class. Professor Umbridge requests your presence in her office immediately. May I ask why? You may ask. I doubt you'll receive an answer. She held his gaze for a moment, and in that moment, something passed between them, not quite defiance, not quite encouragement. Just the particular brand of Scottish stubbornness that said give them hell, Potter. Harry packed his bag and left. He could feel Varro, a cold, dense presence in the castle's water network, located on the 5th floor, in Umbridge's office. There was a second presence with him. Unfamiliar. Magically inert in a way that was subtly wrong, as if the person had been specifically warded against detection. He took the long way. Not out of fear, out of strategy. The extra minutes gave him time to extend his awareness through the castle's pipes, mapping the 5th floor in detail. Umbridge's office was at the end of a corridor. One door in, no windows. Varro and the unknown presence were inside, along with Umbridge herself. No one else on the floor, she'd cleared it. Deliberately. Harry knocked. Come in. Umbridge's voice, saccharine sweet. The office was an assault on the senses. Pink. Everything was pink, the walls, the carpet, the curtains, the doilies on every available surface. Decorative plates featuring kittens with bows lined the walls, and the overall effect was like being inside a bottle of Pepto-Bismol that had been decorated by a serial killer. Umbridge sat behind her desk. To her left, standing with his arms clasped behind his back, was Cassius Varro. He looked exactly as he had at the hearing, angular, precise, grey. His trident and wand insignia glinted on his chest. To his right was someone new. A woman. Mid-40s, thin, with prematurely white hair cropped close to her skull and eyes the color of pewter. She wore no insignia, no robe, just a plain black suit that could have belonged to a Muggle businesswoman or a professional assassin. She held no wand that Harry could see. Mr. Potter, Umbridge said. Thank you for joining us. Please, sit. Harry sat. The chair was deliberately low, a trick to make him look up at the adults in the room. He ignored the ergonomic manipulation and kept his spine straight. You know Mr. Varro, Umbridge continued. And this is Dr. Serena Aldworth, a specialist in non-standard magical assessment. She's here at the Ministry's request to conduct a brief evaluation. Evaluation of what? Of you, dear. The smile. The horrible, patient smile. As you know, your hearing raised questions about certain anomalies in your magical profile. The Ministry has a duty to ensure the safety of the student body, and Dr. Aldworth has developed a methodology for assessing. No. The word dropped into the pink room like a stone into honey. Umbridge blinked. I'm sorry. No evaluation. No assessment. No testing. Harry kept his voice level. I came here because a professor summoned me. If you want to test me, you'll need to go through the headmaster, the board of governors, and my legal guardian. Until then, this conversation is over. He stood. Sit down, Mr. Potter. Varro's voice. Not loud, quiet, controlled, carrying the particular authority of someone accustomed to being obeyed. This isn't a request. Harry looked at him. Varro's grey eyes were steady, flat, giving nothing away. But Harry could feel his body through the water, elevated heart rate, controlled breathing, the particular muscular tension of a man who was ready for violence. Varro was afraid. Not of Harry personally, of what Harry represented. Everything is a request, Harry said. Some requests just come with consequences. The consequence of non-compliance, Varro said, is that the Ministry will be forced to pursue its assessment through less cooperative channels. Your file has been escalated to Category Omega. Do you know what that means? Enlighten me. It means you've been classified as a divine tier threat. The same classification we apply to dragons, dementors, and uncontrolled obscurials. Varro took a step forward. It means that if you refuse to submit to evaluation, the Ministry has the legal authority to remove you from Hogwarts and place you in a containment facility for the protection of the public. The water in Umbridge's teapot began to rattle. Try it, Harry said softly. The room changed. Not physically, the pink walls and kitten plates didn't move. But the atmosphere shifted, the way the atmosphere shifts before a thunderstorm, a drop in pressure that you feel in your sinuses and your bones. The water in the teapot wasn't just rattling now, it was rising, the lid lifting, steam coiling upward in tendrils that moved against the natural flow of hot air. Every pipe in the wall began to hum. The water in Umbridge's flower vase trembled. The moisture on the windows condensed and ran in rivulets that, if you looked closely, formed patterns. Tridents. Varro's hand moved toward his wand. The woman, Aldworth, didn't move at all. She just watched Harry with those pewter eyes, cataloging, measuring, and Harry realized with a chill that she was the real danger in this room. Umbridge was political. Varro was military. But Aldworth was something else, a scientist, and Harry was her specimen. Mr. Potter. Dumbledore's voice came from the doorway. The headmaster stood at the threshold of Umbridge's office, and Harry had no idea how he'd gotten there. He hadn't felt him approaching through the water, which meant Dumbledore had used a method of movement that bypassed Harry's detection entirely. That was both reassuring and deeply concerning. Albus, Umbridge said, the sugar in her voice crystallizing into something harder. This is a ministry matter, this is a student matter, Dolores, and students at Hogwarts fall under my authority. Dumbledore stepped into the office. He did not sit. He did not smile. He simply stood, tall and ancient and radiating a quiet power that made the pink walls seem to shrink. Harry, please return to class. I'll handle this. Harry hesitated. Every instinct told him to stay, to face Varro and Aldworth and Umbridge on his own terms, to stop relying on Dumbledore to fight his battles. But there was something in the headmaster's eyes, not a request. A command. One of the very few Dumbledore had ever given him directly. We're not done, Varro said. We are for today, Dumbledore replied. Harry. Harry left. He walked out of the pink office and down the 5th-floor corridor and didn't stop until he reached the staircase, where he leaned against the banister and breathed. The water in the pipes was still humming. The entire 5th floor was vibrating with it, his agitation, transmitted through the castle's liquid infrastructure like a shout through a tunnel. He forced himself to calm down. The humming faded. But the encounter had crystallized something. Umbridge wasn't just a political annoyance, she was the tip of a spear aimed at his chest, and behind her stood the full weight of the Ministry's fear. Varro wanted to study him. Aldworth wanted to contain him. And if they couldn't do either, they'd cage him. He needed to be stronger. Faster. Smarter. He needed to stop training like a student and start training like a soldier. He went to find Daphne. The duel was Draco Malfoy's idea. It happened on a Friday evening, 3 days after the Varro encounter, in the Great Hall after dinner. The tables had been cleared for what was ostensibly a study period, one of Umbridge's innovations, designed to keep students under supervision during their free hours. In practice, it was a chance for 300 bored teenagers to pretend to read while actually gossiping, flirting, and plotting. Draco walked up to the Gryffindor table where Harry sat with Ron and Hermione. He was flanked by Crabbe and Goyle, but there was something different about his posture, looser, almost casual, but with an underlying tension that Harry's water sense read as controlled anxiety. Elevated heart rate. Shallow breathing. Whatever Draco was about to do, he'd been rehearsing it. Potter. Harry looked up from his potions textbook. Malfoy. I'm challenging you to a formal wizard's duel. Here. Now. In front of the school. The study period noise dropped to 0. 300 heads turned. Draco's voice carried across the silent hall with the practiced projection of someone raised to command attention. Standard rules. Wands only. No dark magic. First to disarm or incapacitate wins. His grey eyes were locked on Harry's, and buried beneath the Malfoy bravado was something real, not malice, not hatred, but a desperate need to prove something. To himself, to his father, to the watchful school. Why? Harry asked. Because you've been prancing around this school like you own it, doing your freak water tricks in front of everyone, and someone needs to remind people that a proper wizard can still beat whatever you are. Murmurs from the watching students. Ron's hand moved toward his wand. Harry stopped him with a look. He could refuse. It was the smart play. Daphne would tell him to refuse, to avoid the spectacle, to deny Malfoy the platform. But Harry could feel the room. 300 students, most of whom had heard about Hogsmeade, most of whom had seen the water move in subtle ways they couldn't explain, most of whom were afraid of him without knowing exactly why. A duel, a fair, public duel, was a chance to show them that he was still a wizard. Still one of them. Still someone who played by the rules. And there was something else. Draco's water signature was wrong. Not dark, not cursed, but altered. His blood was running hotter than normal, his body chemistry shifted in ways that suggested he'd consumed something, a potion, maybe, that had changed his baseline. Lucius. Lucius had given his son something. A weapon. An edge. Harry stood. Fine. Let's go. The great hall rearranged itself with the speed of a school that had been starving for entertainment. Tables shoved aside, students forming a rough circle, teachers appearing at the edges, McGonagall with her lips pressed thin, Flitwick practically vibrating with professional interest, Snape with his arms crossed and his face unreadable. Umbridge sat in a conjured chair near the staff table, watching with her toad smile. She'd known this was coming. She'd probably orchestrated it. Harry and Draco faced each other across 20 feet of empty floor. Draco drew his wand. Harry drew his. Wands only, Draco repeated. His voice was steady but his grip on his wand was too tight, Harry could see the white of his knuckles. No water. Wands only, Harry agreed. They bowed. Turned. Walked to their marks. Flitwick, who had somehow appointed himself referee, raised his hand. On my count. 3. 2. 1, Draco fired first. Fast, faster than Harry expected. A disarming charm followed immediately by a leglocker curse, the two spells nearly overlapping, a combination that would have caught most students off guard. Harry sidestepped the disarmer and batted the leglocker aside with a shield charm. Standard opening. Textbook. But Draco wasn't done. He pressed forward, 3 more spells in rapid succession, Stunner Impediment Reducto, each aimed at a different part of Harry's body, and Harry realized with a jolt that Draco Malfoy had been training. Not the lazy, aristocratic dueling of previous years. This was sharp, aggressive, precise. Someone had been coaching him. Harry responded in kind. They traded spells across the great hall, the crack and flash of magic echoing off the stone walls, and for 3 minutes it was a genuine contest, two talented wizards pushing each other, probing for weaknesses, testing defenses. Then Draco pulled his surprise. He reached into his robe and drew a second item, not a wand but a blade. Short, black, made of a metal that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. Runes crawled along its edge, glowing faintly red. What? Harry started. Draco slashed the blade through the air. It didn't touch Harry, it didn't need to. The runes flared and a wave of heat erupted from the blade, a shimmering wall of thermal energy that crossed the distance between them in a heartbeat and hit Harry like opening an oven door. Water. Every instinct screamed at Harry to pull water, from the pipes, from the air, from the glasses stacked at the edge of the hall. But Draco had said wands only, and Harry had agreed, and 300 students were watching and so was Umbridge, and if Harry broke the rules, the heat hit him again. Draco advanced, slashing with the blade, and each slash sent another thermal wave. Harry's skin reddened. The air around him shimmered. The moisture in his immediate vicinity evaporated, and with it went his passive awareness, the water sense that had become his constant companion, his early warning system, his connection to everything liquid in the world. It just vanished. Burned away by the cursed blade's heat. Harry was blind. Magically blind, at least. The sensation was like having his ears stuffed with cotton, a sudden, disorienting silence where there had been constant sound. And Draco knew it. The smirk on his face said he knew exactly what the blade did, and he pressed the advantage, advancing with the blade in one hand and his wand in the other, forcing Harry backward, driving him toward the wall. Like that, Potter. Draco's voice was low enough that only Harry could hear. Father had it made special. Boils water on contact. Including the water in the air around you. Including the water you feel things with. Harry's back hit the wall. Draco raised his wand. But Harry wasn't a weapon that could be reduced to a single tool. He was a wizard before he was a sea blood, and he'd been a wizard for a lot longer. He cast a fog spell. Not a water spell, a thermal manipulation. Third-year charms, modified. He dropped the temperature around himself by 30 degrees in half a second, and the clash between Draco's heat wave and Harry's cold front produced exactly what he wanted, a thick, opaque bank of fog that filled the center of the great hall. Draco slashed blindly. Harry was already moving, low, fast, circling to the left. The fog was his. He couldn't feel water in it, the blade's thermal effect was still suppressing his sense, but he didn't need water sense for this. He needed the instincts that had kept him alive through 4 years of people trying to kill him. He heard Draco's footstep. 1 degree to the right. 3 meters away. Harry fired. Expelliarmus. The red bolt punched through the fog and hit Draco's wand hand. His wand flew free. But Draco still had the blade, and he swung it in a wild arc, stupefy. The stunner caught Draco in the chest. He staggered. Didn't fall, the blade's magic seemed to be feeding him energy, keeping him upright through sheer thermal force. Harry didn't give him time to recover. He fired 3 more spells in rapid succession, Impedimenta, Incarcerus, Stupefy again, the same combination approach Draco had used at the start, turned back against him. The Impedimenta slowed him. The Incarcerus wrapped ropes around his arms. The second Stupefy dropped him. Draco hit the floor. The blade clattered away, its runes dimming. The fog began to dissipate. Harry stood over him, wand leveled, breathing hard. The great hall was absolutely silent. Then he lowered his wand. Banished the ropes with a flick. Extended his hand. Good duel, Harry said. 300 students watched Draco Malfoy lie on the floor of the great hall, disarmed and beaten, with Harry Potter's hand extended above him. The moment stretched. Harry could feel his water sense returning as the blade's heat faded, the moisture in the air creeping back, the familiar hum of liquid awareness rebuilding itself. Draco looked at the hand. His face was a battlefield, pride, humiliation, confusion, and something else. Something he probably didn't recognize because he'd never felt it before. Respect. He slapped the hand away. Stood on his own. Picked up his wand and the blade. "This isn't over," Draco said. But the words were hollow. They both knew it. Harry watched Draco walk away, past Crabbe and Goyle, past the Slytherin students who parted for him like water around a stone, past Snape who said nothing. And as he went, something in the set of his shoulders changed. A loosening. A crack in the armor that Lucius Malfoy had spent 16 years building around his son. Draco had fought his best fight with a weapon specifically designed to neutralize Harry's greatest advantage, and he'd still lost. And he'd lost not to the sea blood, not to the divine power, but to the wizard. To Harry Potter, the boy who'd been casting spells since he was 11 and surviving since before that. It was, Harry thought, exactly the message Draco needed to receive. Not I'm more powerful than you. But I'm more than what you think I am. From the staff table, Umbridge watched with narrowed eyes. She'd seen the blade. She'd seen its effect. She was already calculating how to acquire one. Harry ignored her. He walked back to the Gryffindor table, where Ron clapped him on the back and Hermione said, "That fog spell was third-year charms, wasn't it?" Brilliant adaptation, and Neville grinned like Christmas had come early. From across the hall, Daphne caught his eye. She tilted her head, the faintest gesture of acknowledgement. "Not bad, Potter." He almost smiled. The note arrived at midnight, slipped under the door of the Gryffindor sixth-year dormitory while everyone slept. Harry found it when he got up to use the bathroom. His water sense had been prickling at something small and out of place near the door, and when he investigated, he found a folded square of parchment sealed with black wax stamped with the trident and wand insignia. He opened it by the light of his wand. "Mr. Potter. We understand your reluctance to submit to formal evaluation. We propose an alternative, a private demonstration. Tomorrow evening. The 7th floor corridor. You will not be harmed. This is not optional. If you do not attend, we will be forced to pursue other avenues. CV. Other avenues." The phrase was deliberately vague, deliberately threatening. Harry considered his options. He could ignore it, but Varro had the ministry behind him and other avenues might mean anything from surveillance to forced extraction. He could tell Dumbledore, but Dumbledore's protection had limits, and the headmaster was already fighting on multiple fronts. He could go and see what happened. He found Daphne before breakfast. She read the note with her expression carefully neutral. "It's a trap," she said. "Obviously. You're going to go anyway. I need to know what they want. What they can do. If I avoid them, they'll escalate. If I face them on my terms, their terms, Potter. The 7th floor corridor is their choice of ground. But the 7th floor has the room of requirement. And the room of requirement has access to the lake." Daphne finished. She looked at him with something that was almost admiration. "You're going to lure them into your arena. I'm going to show up for a private demonstration. If it happens to take place in a room that's connected to the largest body of water on the grounds, that's just lucky timing." Daphne almost smiled. It was the closest to genuine warmth he'd seen from her. "I'm coming with you. Daphne, non-negotiable. You need a witness who isn't a Gryffindor, isn't in the Order, and has the political standing to testify if this goes wrong. The Greengrass name still carries weight with the Wizengamot. If Varro does something illegal, I'm your evidence." He wanted to argue. He looked at her face and saw the set of her jaw and the steel in her eyes and realized that arguing with Daphne Greengrass when she'd made up her mind was roughly as productive as arguing with the tide. "Fine. Stay behind me. I'll stay wherever I'm most useful. Don't confuse protection with positioning." They went to their separate classes. Harry spent the day distracted, running scenarios, mapping the 7th floor through the castle's water systems, identifying every pipe and channel and water source within 100 meters of where the encounter would take place. By evening, he had a complete liquid map of the battlefield and 6 contingency plans. At 8 o'clock, he walked to the 7th floor corridor. Daphne was already there, standing in the shadows near the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy, her wand drawn and held at her side. Varro arrived from the opposite end of the corridor. Alone, no Aldworth, no Umbridge. Just the lean, angular operative in his black robes, his grey eyes scanning the hallway with professional thoroughness. "Potter." His gaze flicked to Daphne. "I said private. Miss Greengrass is my legal observer. The Greengrass family has Wisengamot proxy rights. She stays." Varro's jaw tightened. But he didn't argue. "Fine. Shall we?" "Not here." Harry turned to the wall where the room of requirement lived. He walked past it 3 times, and the door materialized, the same oak door, the same iron hinges, the same salt smell emanating from within. Varro looked at the door with the expression of someone who understood exactly what it represented and didn't like it one bit. But he followed Harry inside, because refusing would mean losing access to his subject. The room of requirement had changed. It was still the training arena, the channels and the floor, the blue-green water, the connection to the lake, but it had added something new. A raised platform in the center of the room, surrounded by the water channels on all sides. A dueling ring. The castle had read the situation and prepared accordingly. "Impressive," Varro said, surveying the room. "The room of requirement. I've read about it, but seeing it is something else." His eyes tracked the water in the channels. "You chose this place deliberately. You chose the 7th floor. I chose the room. Seems fair." "Fair." Varro stepped onto the platform. "I'm going to be direct, Potter. The Ministry doesn't want to fight you. We want to understand you. Division 9 has been dormant for 3 centuries because there hasn't been a divine blood manifestation in 3 centuries. We have protocols, old ones, written by people who encountered your predecessors, and those protocols are clear: a sea blood is either an asset or a threat. There is no middle ground. And you want to determine which I am. I want to determine what you're capable of. The Hogsmeade incident gave us combat data, but it was uncontrolled, a crisis response, not a demonstration of full capabilities. I need to see what you can do under measured conditions. And if I refuse? Then my report to the Minister will state that the subject is non-cooperative and potentially hostile, and the Ministry will act accordingly." Varro's voice was clinical, devoid of emotion. "Potter, I'm not your enemy. I'm a researcher. I study things that fall outside the normal parameters of magical understanding. You are the most extraordinary thing I've encountered in 20 years of doing this work. Help me understand you, and I can protect you from the people who want to lock you away." Harry studied him through the water. Varro's body betrayed him, the elevated heart rate, the micro-shifts in posture that spoke of readiness, the fact that his hand was 3 inches from his wand. He was sincere about his curiosity. He was not sincere about his intentions. The 2 things coexisted without contradiction. "One test," Harry said. "I choose the parameters. You observe. Then you leave and you don't come back. I can't promise, 1 test. Those are my terms." Varro weighed it. Nodded. Harry stepped onto the platform. He closed his eyes. The water in the channels sang to him, connected to the lake, connected to the rain, connected to the ocean through the deep passage beneath the highlands. An unlimited supply, waiting. He opened his eyes. "Watch," he said. He raised both hands and the room erupted. Water surged from every channel simultaneously, not the careful, controlled streams of his training sessions but the full, unrestricted force of his power unleashed without holding back for the first time since the reservoir. The columns were enormous, 30 feet tall, thick as pillars, roaring with the sound of a waterfall compressed into an enclosed space. They twisted around each other, forming structures of impossible complexity, arches, spirals, geometric shapes that would have made an architect weep. Harry shaped the water into a wall. Dense, pressurized, 12 feet tall and 3 feet thick. He hardened it, forced the molecules closer together until the wall was nearly solid, a barrier of compressed water that could stop a car. Then he released it, let it explode outward in a controlled detonation that stopped precisely 2 inches from Varro's face. The operative didn't flinch. Harry gave him credit for that. Next, precision. Harry drew a single thread of water from the channels, no wider than a human hair, and accelerated it to lethal velocity. It crossed the room in a blur and punched through a conjured wooden target on the far wall, leaving a hole as clean as a laser cut. Next, sensing. Harry closed his eyes and described the room in perfect detail, every person's exact position, Varro's heart rate, Daphne's breathing pattern, the mouse in the wall behind the tapestry, the owl on the roof 3 floors above. Next, healing. Harry drew a small blade across his own palm, a shallow cut that welled with blood, and pressed his hand to the water in the nearest channel. The water glowed. The cut sealed. In 15 seconds, there was no mark. He could have done more. He could have pulled the lake itself into the room, felt the urge to, felt the water begging for it, the vast body of water beneath the castle straining upward toward its master like a dog pulling at a leash. But he remembered Daphne's words, show enough to satisfy, not enough to terrify. The line between the two was razor thin. He let the water fall. The room settled. Silence. Varro stood on the platform with water pooling around his shoes, his face unreadable. But his hands were trembling. Just slightly, a fine tremor in the fingers that said more than any expression could. Satisfied? Harry asked. Varro was quiet for a long time. You could kill everyone in this castle, he said finally. Not accusatory. Not frightened. Just stating a fact, the way you'd state the yield of a nuclear weapon. The water in the pipes, the lake, the rain. You could drown every person in Hogwarts without moving from this spot. Yes. But you won't. No. Why not? Harry looked at him. Because I'm not a weapon. I'm a person. And I get to choose what I do with what I am. Varro nodded slowly. He pulled a small notebook from his robe, wrote something in it, and put it away. Thank you, Potter. That was illuminating. He walked toward the door. At the threshold, he stopped. For what it's worth, I'll do what I can to keep the Category Omega classification from triggering intervention protocols. But my influence has limits, and there are people above me who are very, very afraid of what you just showed me. Let them be afraid. That, Varro said quietly, is exactly what they're afraid of. He left. The door closed. The room of requirement settled into quiet, the water in the channels glowing softly, patiently, waiting. Daphne stepped out of the shadows where she'd been watching. You held back, she said. I know. You held back a lot. I know. Good. She put her wand away. Because if you'd shown him everything, he wouldn't have walked out of this room. Not because you'd have hurt him, because the Ministry would have ordered this castle surrounded by mourning. She was right. Harry knew she was right. And the knowledge sat in his gut like a stone, the constant, grinding awareness that every display of power, every moment of strength, was also a beacon drawing enemies closer. They stood together in the room of requirement, surrounded by water and silence. And something shifted between them, not dramatic, not sudden. Just a quiet realignment. Two people who understood each other in a way that went beyond alliance or strategy. Two people standing in the eye of a gathering storm, choosing to stand together. You did well tonight, Daphne said. It was the first unconditional compliment she'd given him. Thanks. You were right about the positioning. I would have shown too much if you hadn't been there. That's why I was there. A pause. Potter? Yeah. The mouse in the wall. You really felt that? And the owl on the roof. She shook her head. Remarkable. Terrifying, but remarkable. They left the room of requirement together. At the staircase, they paused, the fork where their paths diverged, Gryffindor up, Slytherin down. It had become a ritual, this pause. A moment of transition between the shared space of their training and the separate worlds they occupied during the day. Same time tomorrow? Harry asked. Tomorrow we work on full power, Daphne said. No more holding back. Not with me. You sure? She looked at him. The torchlight caught her eyes and for a moment they looked like the sea, deep, blue, full of things that lived beneath the surface. I'm sure, she said. Good night, Potter. Good night, Greengrass. She walked down the stairs. Harry walked up. And in the room of requirement, the water in the channels glowed softly in the empty room, and through the deep passage that connected the lake to the sea, a current stirred, ancient, patient, impossibly powerful, carrying a message that might have been approval or might have been warning. From across the ocean, from the deep places where sunlight never reached, something was watching. Something vast and old and divine, connected to Harry by blood and water and the unbreakable bond between a god and its legacy. And somewhere in a manor in Wiltshire, Lucius Malfoy unsealed a letter bearing the dark mark and read its contents, and his hands shook, and he walked to his study and opened a book he had not opened in 20 years, a book bound in black leather with a title in a language older than Latin, and began to read about the right of divine consumption. And in a cell in a ruined house on a windswept island, Bellatrix Lestrange sat in the dark and held a gold coin stamped with a boar's head that had appeared in her cell 3 days ago, and she could feel the heat in it, a fire that burned without consuming, a gift from something that was not human, and she smiled with all her teeth. The pieces were moving. The board was set. And the tide was rising. Chapter 3 and Chapter 4, Gods and Monsters. The news came at breakfast on a Tuesday, and it came the way all terrible news comes, not with a bang but with silence. The great hall went quiet in sections, like a wave moving backward. It started at the Hufflepuff table, where a 7th year opened the Daily Prophet and made a sound that wasn't quite a word. It spread to Ravenclaw, then Gryffindor, then Slytherin, until 300 students sat in a hush broken only by the flutter of owl wings and the rustle of parchment. The headline was 3 words tall, Bellatrix Lestrange free. Harry didn't need to read the article. He could feel the fear in the room, not through the water, though that too. Through the faces around him, the held breath, the way Neville Longbottom's hands went white around his fork and didn't release. Neville, Hermione said softly. I'm fine. Neville's voice was flat. Empty. The voice of someone who had spent his entire life living in the shadow of what Bellatrix Lestrange had done to his parents and had just learned that the shadow had teeth again. Harry read the article because he had to. The details were sparse. The ministry was either incompetent or covering something up, probably both. Bellatrix had escaped from Azkaban sometime in the previous 48 hours. Her cell was found empty, the wards intact, no sign of forced exit. It was as if she had simply ceased to exist in one place and begun existing in another. That's impossible, Hermione said, reading over his shoulder. Azkaban's wards are layered, anti-apparition, anti-portkey, physical barriers, detection charms. You can't just walk out. You can if someone from the outside weakened the wards first, Harry said. Who could? Voldemort. Or something else. Harry thought of the gold coin with the boar's head. He didn't know about the coin specifically, not yet, but he could feel the shape of something larger at work. Bellatrix's escape wasn't a jailbreak. It was a deployment. The staff table was a study in controlled panic. McGonagall and Flitwick were in urgent conference. Snape sat rigid, his face the color of old parchment. Harry wondered what memories Bellatrix's name stirred in the former Death Eater. Dumbledore was absent. He'd been absent increasingly often, disappearing for days at a time, returning with new lines on his face and no explanations. Umbridge sat at her customary spot, sipping tea. If she was concerned about an escaped mass murderer, her face didn't show it. She looked, if anything, satisfied, another crisis to leverage, another excuse to tighten control. Harry pushed his plate away. He'd lost his appetite. "We need a meeting," he said to Ron and Hermione. "Tonight." The full inner circle. Ron nodded. Hermione was already composing a message on enchanted parchment, the DA's communication system, coins charmed with a protean charm that showed the date and time of the next meeting. Elegant. Untraceable. Hermione at her best. Harry looked across the hall at Daphne. She was reading the prophet with her expression carefully blank, the Slytherin mask she wore like armor. But when she felt his gaze, she looked up, and her eyes said everything her face wouldn't. "This changes things." It changed everything. The inner circle met in the room of requirement at 9 o'clock. Harry, Ron, Hermione, Daphne, Neville, Ginny, Luna. 7 people sitting in a circle on conjured chairs, the water channels in the floor glowing softly, the room providing the privacy they needed. "Here's what we know," Harry said. He didn't sit. He paced, and the water in the channels paced with him, flowing in the direction he moved, responding to his agitation. Bellatrix escaped from Azkaban without triggering any wards. That means either the wards were compromised from outside, or she had help from something powerful enough to bypass them entirely. "Voldemort," Ron said. "Maybe. But Voldemort's been rebuilding his forces, he's not at full strength yet. Breaking Azkaban's wards requires enormous power, even for him." Harry stopped pacing. There might be another player. He told them about the boar's head coin. Not the specific artifact, he didn't know about that yet, but the theory. What Dumbledore had hinted about entities beyond the wizarding world. What Lupin had warned about a cosmology they'd been ignoring. "Ares," Daphne said. She'd been quiet until now, listening with the focused intensity that meant she was processing. "The god of war. You know about him? The Greengrass Library has references. If Poseidon is real, if your bloodline is genuine, then the entire Greek pantheon has to be considered. And Ares has particular reason to hate Poseidon's line." She opened the family book, which she'd started carrying everywhere. According to historical accounts, Ares and Poseidon have been in conflict since the division of the cosmos. Ares feeds on war. Poseidon's domain, the sea, represents chaos that Ares can't control. A sea blood walking around with divine power is, from Ares' perspective, both an insult and a threat. "So a war god might be helping Bellatrix," Ron said. "Because that's exactly what we needed. A war god." "He can't help directly," Daphne continued. "Divine law, the same laws that keep Poseidon from intervening openly. But he can work through agents. Empower them. Give them tools they shouldn't have. Like fire magic," Harry said. Daphne nodded. "The book mentions it. Ares' domain includes destructive fire, not Hephaestus's creative forge fire, but the fire that burns cities and consumes armies. If he's empowered Bellatrix, given her access to divine fire, then she wouldn't just be a dangerous witch. She'd be something else entirely." Silence settled over the group. The water in the channels slowed, sensing the weight of the moment. "I saw something," Harry said quietly. "A vision. Through the connection with Voldemort." Every head snapped toward him. "Last night. I was dreaming, the ocean dream, the one I always have, and it shifted. Suddenly I was looking through Voldemort's eyes. He was happy. Excited. He was watching Bellatrix through a mirror, and she was standing in a circle of stones, and there was fire everywhere, but not normal fire. This fire was wrong. It moved like it was alive. Like it had a mind of its own. A ritual," Hermione breathed. She was binding herself to something. Drawing fire into her body, into her blood. And she was laughing. That's the part one can't get out of my head, the laughter. It wasn't sane. Harry rubbed his scar. It hadn't hurt during the vision, another change from the old days. The water in his blood seemed to buffer the connection, filtering out the pain while preserving the information. The circle of stones was on a cliff. By the sea. I could smell the salt. Wales, Daphne said immediately. The Welsh coast has the highest concentration of pre-magical ritual sites in Britain. Druids use them for elemental workings, fire, water, earth, air. If Bellatrix is performing a fire-binding ritual, she'd need a site with residual elemental energy. Can you narrow it down? Daphne was already flipping through the book. There are 7 major druidic sites on the Welsh coast. 3 are underwater, irrelevant for fire work. 2 have been built over by Muggles. That leaves 2 possibilities, Castell Henleys in Pembrokeshire and Barclodiad y Gors on Anglesey. Barclodiad y Gors, Luna said. Everyone looked at her. She was examining one of her radish earrings with the distracted air of someone whose brain was on a different frequency than the rest of the room. It means, the giantess's apronful. The stones there are arranged in a pattern that channels fire energy from the Earth's core. The Quibbler did an article about it. Daddy said it was the most dangerous ritual site in Britain. Nobody laughed. They'd learned not to laugh at Luna. Anglesey, Harry said. That's where she is. You can't know that for certain, Hermione said carefully. The vision, Harry, the connection with Voldemort has been unreliable before. He could be feeding you false information deliberately. He could be. But I don't think he was. He didn't know I was watching. The connection goes both ways, and I don't think he's figured that out yet. Harry looked around the circle. If Bellatrix completes that ritual, if she binds divine fire to her blood, she becomes the most dangerous Death Eater alive. More dangerous than Voldemort himself in direct combat. She could burn through my water constructs. She could kill anyone in this school. Then we stop her, Neville said. The words were simple. The voice behind them was not. Neville sat forward in his chair, his round face set in lines that made him look 10 years older, and his wand hand was steady at his side. Bellatrix Lestrange tortured my parents until they forgot my name, Neville said. She's not getting stronger. Not while I can do something about it. Harry looked at him, really looked. The boy who'd melted cauldrons and forgotten passwords, who'd spent 4 years being the punchline of Slytherin jokes, who'd gotten back up after 3 consecutive stunners because his parents had fought until they couldn't fight anymore. Neville Longbottom was done being underestimated. We go tonight, Harry said. Before she completes the ritual. Tonight? Hermione's voice climbed half an octave. Harry, we can't just leave Hogwarts in the middle of the night and travel to Wales to fight Bellatrix Lestrange and however many Death Eaters she has with her, we can. The room of requirement connects to the lake. The lake connects to the ocean. I can feel it, there's a passage, underwater, that runs from the lake to the North Sea. From the North Sea, every coastline in Britain is accessible. You want to swim to Wales. I want the water to take us to Wales. It's different. Hermione stared at him. Ron stared at him. Daphne tilted her head, considering. Could you do that? Daphne asked. Move 5 people through underwater passages over that distance. I can breathe underwater. I can make the water carry us. And I can create air pockets for the rest of you, bubbles of breathable atmosphere inside the current. He paused. I've never done it at this scale. But the water wants to help. I can feel it. The water wants to help, Ron repeated. Mate, I love you, but sometimes you say things that are absolutely mental. Is it more mental than flying an invisible car to school? Or following spiders into a giant's lair? Or using a time turner to save a hippogriff? Ron considered this. Fair point. I'm coming, Neville said. Non-negotiable. So am I, Daphne said. You'll need someone who can identify the ritual components and disrupt them. And us, Hermione said, looking at Ron with the expression of someone who had already accepted the insanity and was now moving to logistics. Obviously. Harry looked at Ginny and Luna. Someone needs to stay, he said carefully. If we're not back by morning, someone needs to tell Dumbledore what happened and where we went. Ginny's face said she'd rather eat a blast-ended script than stay behind, but she nodded. Luna simply smiled her distant smile and said, I'll make sure the Nargles don't get into your things while you're gone. It was decided. Harry turned to the water channels in the floor, to the connection that ran deep beneath the castle, through the lake, to the sea. Give us an hour to prepare, he said. Then we go. They gathered at the edge of the Black Lake at midnight, 5 figures in the dark. The night was clear and cold, the stars hard and bright above the Scottish Highlands, the lake flat and black and enormous. Harry stood at the water's edge. He could feel the lake's entire volume, every gallon, every fish, every current. And deeper, the passage. An underwater tunnel, ancient and enchanted, that connected the lake to the North Sea through miles of subterranean waterway. It had been there since before Hogwarts was built, a natural conduit between fresh and salt water, widened and maintained by magical forces Harry didn't fully understand. I need you to trust me, he told the others. When we go under, I'll create individual air pockets around each of you. You'll be able to breathe normally. The water will carry us, faster than broomsticks. Don't fight the current. Don't panic. Just let it take you. And if something goes wrong? Hermione asked. Her voice was steady but her hands were gripping her bag straps with white-knuckle force. Then I'll feel it through the water and I'll fix it. Harry held her gaze. I won't let anything happen to you. Any of you. Neville nodded. Daphne nodded. Ron took a deep breath and said, right then. Into the murder lake. Harry stepped into the water. It was warm. Of course it was, the lake always warmed for him, responding to his blood the way a dog responded to its master's voice. He waded out until the water reached his chest, then turned and extended his hands. Hold on to each other. Form a chain. Keep contact. They linked up, Ron gripping Harry's shoulder, Hermione gripping Ron's, Daphne behind Hermione, Neville at the rear. A human chain, connected by touch and trust. Harry submerged. The water closed over them, and Harry felt the moment of panic from each of them, the primal, mammalian terror of going under. He answered it immediately, wrapping each person in a cocoon of captured air, a bubble of breathable atmosphere that clung to their heads and shoulders like invisible helmets. The bubbles were stable, self-replenishing. Harry was pulling oxygen from the dissolved gases in the water itself, a trick he discovered during his lake training. Can you hear me? Harry's voice traveled through the water, transmitted as vibration, received by each air bubble as sound. Yes, came 4 trembling replies. Good. Here we go. He called the current. The lake responded with enthusiasm bordering on joy. A current formed around them, powerful, directed, warm, and swept them downward and forward with the irresistible force of a river in flood. The lake bed dropped away. The light from the surface faded. They were in the passage now, the underground tunnel, and the water here was different, salt and fresh mixing in equal measure, glowing with the same blue-green luminescence Harry had seen in the reservoir. They were moving fast. Impossibly fast. The tunnel walls blurred past, rock and clay and ancient magical stonework, and the current accelerated, 60 miles per hour, 80, 100. The water was carrying them with a purpose and precision that no broomstick could match, finding the path through the underground maze with the instinct of something that had been traveling it for millennia. Harry could feel everything. The passage branching and converging, splitting around obstacles and reuniting. The pressure of the rock above. The temperature shifts as they moved from highland granite to coastal sediment. Fish darting out of their path. Ancient enchantments carved into the tunnel walls, so old that their purpose had been forgotten, glowing faintly as Harry's divine blood activated them in passing. Hermione's voice, breathless with wonder, "This is incredible." Ron's voice, breathless with terror, "This is insane." Daphne's voice, calm as always, "Focus, Potter." How far? 200 miles. At this speed, 30 minutes. They shot through the underground waterway like a bullet through a barrel. Harry guided them at every junction, choosing paths by instinct and the water's subtle suggestions. Left here. Down there. Through the narrow passage where the current doubled in speed and the pressure crushed air bubbles flat before Harry reinforced them with a thought. They emerged into the North Sea like being born, sudden, violent, the tunnel opening into the vast darkness of the ocean floor, and for a moment all five of them hung suspended in black water 700 feet deep, the weight of the sea pressing down on them. Harry felt the ocean. Not the lake. Not the reservoir. The actual, no kidding, ancient beyond comprehension ocean, and it was, everything. He could feel the entire North Sea. Every current, every fish, every ship on the surface, every storm system building in the atmosphere above. The continental shelf dropping away to the west. The mid-Atlantic ridge, thousands of miles away but audible in the deep water like a heartbeat. The connection to every other ocean, every river, every raindrop, a liquid network that wrapped the entire planet in a web of water that Harry could, if he reached far enough, touch. The scale of it nearly broke him. For one terrifying second, he lost himself, not physically, but mentally, his identity dissolving into the vastness of the sea like a drop of ink in the Atlantic. He was the ocean. He was every wave and every current and every molecule of H2O on Earth, and he was infinite, and he was nothing, and, Harry. The voice was not the ocean's. It was inside the ocean, a presence using the water as a medium, the way a radio station used airwaves. It was vast and cold and impersonal, and it said his name with the weight of a continent shifting. Not yet. You are not ready for this. Go smaller. The presence receded. Harry snapped back into himself with a gasp that the water absorbed. He was shaking. The others couldn't see it, the water hid everything, but his body was trembling with the aftershock of touching something divine. Poseidon. Or the ocean's consciousness. Or whatever lived in the deep water that was connected to the blood running through his veins. It had pulled him back. Saved him from drowning in his own power. Harry. Daphne's voice, tight with concern. She'd felt his tremor through the water, the bubble around her had flickered for a microsecond, and she was perceptive enough to know what that meant. Talk to me. I'm fine. Got too big for a second. I'm back. How much farther? Harry oriented himself. The Welsh coast was southwest, 120 miles through open sea. He could feel Anglesey, a knot of land in the Irish Sea, its coastline singing with the crash of surf. An hour. Follow me. He called a new current, an ocean current this time, vast and warm and powerful, and let it carry them southwest through the dark water. Faster now, riding the body of the sea itself, the five of them wrapped in air and warmth and the protective fury of water that recognized one of its own. They surfaced off the Anglesey coast at 2 a.m, rising from the waves like myths born from the foam. The night was dark, the stars obscured by cloud, and the Welsh coast was a black line against a blacker sky. The sound of surf hitting rock was constant, rhythmic, and Harry could feel the ritual sight, a concentration of heat on the cliffside, fire burning where fire shouldn't burn, magical energy churning in patterns that made the water recoil. There, Harry said, pointing toward the cliffs. A faint red glow was visible at the top, flickering, pulsing, alive. That's the fire. They came ashore in a small cove half a mile south of the glow. The rocks were slippery with spray and the wind was sharp with salt, and all five of them were soaking wet except Harry, who was dry the moment he left the water. He remedied this with a thought, pulling the water from his friend's clothes and hair and sending it back to the sea, leaving them warm and dry in seconds. "I'll never get used to that," Ron muttered, patting his suddenly dry jumper. "Defensive formation," Harry said. "Hermione, you and Ron anchor the rear. Neville, you're with me in front. Daphne, center, you're our ritual expert. If Bellatrix is mid-ceremony, you tell me how to disrupt it. And if she's already finished? Then we're going to find out what divine fire looks like up close." They climbed the cliff path in darkness, 5 shadows moving through the Welsh night. Harry's water sense mapped the terrain ahead, the ancient stones of Barclodiad Wygors sitting atop the cliff like broken teeth, and within the circle, heat. So much heat. The air temperature inside the stone ring was 3 times the ambient, a furnace burning in the open air. And people. Harry counted them through the moisture in their bodies. 7, no, 8. 7 Death Eaters in a ring around the stones, acting as guards or participants in the ritual. And in the center, Bellatrix. Her body was wrong. The water in her blood was boiling, not metaphorically but literally, her internal temperature far above what should have been fatal, and yet she was alive. More than alive. She was burning from within, her blood replaced or augmented by something that ran hotter than human biology could sustain. Divine fire, flowing through her veins where blood should be. "She's almost done," Harry whispered. "The ritual's nearly complete. The fire's already inside her." Daphne closed her eyes. She was holding a detection charm on her wand, reading the magical signatures from the ritual site. The binding requires 3 phases. Invocation, consumption, integration. If she's in the integration phase, the fire is settling into her magical core. Once it's fully integrated, it becomes permanent. She'll have fire magic that rivals a dragon's. How long? Minutes. Maybe less. Then we go now. They moved. Harry took point, Neville at his right shoulder, the others behind. The cliff path wound upward through scrub grass and loose rock, and with every step the heat grew, a wall of thermal energy that pressed against Harry's water sense like a hand against his chest. The water in the air was evaporating. His range was shrinking. By the time they reached the stone circle, he'd lost awareness of anything beyond 50 feet. The Death Eaters saw them first. A shout, "Intruders!" And 7 wands came up and the night erupted into spellfire. Harry pulled the sea. The ocean responded from the cliff's edge, a wave, not massive but precise, that crested the cliff and crashed into the stone circle from the east. It hit 3 Death Eaters before they could fire a second spell, sweeping them off their feet and slamming them into the standing stones with bone-breaking force. The other 4 scattered. Spells flew, green, red, purple. Ron deflected a killing curse with a conjured stone slab that exploded on impact, sending shrapnel in every direction. Hermione dueled 2 at once, her wand moving in patterns that were more geometry than combat, shield charms and stunners and binding hexes deployed with mathematical precision. Neville charged the nearest Death Eater like a bull. No finesse, pure aggression. He took a cutting curse on the shoulder, blood spraying, and didn't slow down. His stunner hit the Death Eater in the chest at point-blank range and dropped him like a sack of potatoes. Neville's face was grim, set, utterly focused. This was what he'd been training for. Not to be elegant. To be unstoppable. Daphne didn't fight. She ran for the center of the circle, where the ritual was happening, and Harry covered her, pulling wave after wave from the cliff edge, each one targeted, surgical, knocking Death Eaters away from her path without flooding the ritual site itself. Bellatrix was in the center. And she was, Harry's stomach dropped. She was standing in a column of fire that reached 30 feet into the night sky. The flames were not orange, not red. They were white, with veins of blue and gold running through them, and they moved with purpose, spiraling around her body, diving into her skin, emerging from her eyes and mouth like breath made visible. She was mid-scream, but it wasn't pain. It was ecstasy. The sound of someone being filled with something vast and terrible and wonderful. The fires almost integrated. Daphne shouted over the roar. She was on her knees at the edge of the ritual circle, her wand tracing the binding runes carved into the ground. I can see the anchor points, there are 6 of them, connecting the fire to her magical core. If we can break even too, a curse hit the ground beside her. Daphne rolled, came up firing, dropped a Death Eater with a precisely aimed impedimenta. She was good, better than good. Her dueling style was economical, efficient, wasting nothing, every spell aimed with surgical precision. Cover me. She went back to the anchor points, her wand working frantically. Harry pulled more water. The ocean was right there, 100 feet below the cliff, infinite and willing. He drew it up in sheets, in columns, in walls, surrounding the ritual circle with a barricade of pressurized seawater. The remaining Death Eaters hammered against it, their spells absorbed by the liquid barrier. Harry. Daphne's voice was strained. The fire, I can't break the anchors from outside. The runes are protected by the fire itself. Someone needs to get inside the column and disrupt the binding from within. Inside the fire column. Yes. The fire that's hot enough to boil blood. Yes. Harry looked at the column of white fire with Bellatrix at its center. The heat was staggering, even from 30 feet away, his skin reddened and the water in his constructs began to steam. Walking into that fire would be like walking into the sun. Unless the water came with him. He'd never tried anything like this. The closest analogy was the water armor he'd practiced in the Room of Requirement, a shell of pressurized water around his body that could stop spells. But stopping fire was different. Fire didn't impact and dissipate. Fire consumed. It would boil his armor away in seconds unless he could replenish it faster than it evaporated. The ocean. He needed the ocean. Harry reached down through the cliff, through the rock, into the sea below. He found the current, the cold, deep, Atlantic current that ran along the Welsh coast, and he pulled. Not a wave. Not a column. A river. A vertical river of ocean water, drawn up through the porous cliff rock, pressurized to impossible density, cold as the deep trenches where sunlight had never reached. The water answered with the force of a living thing. It erupted from the ground beneath Harry's feet, a geyser of frigid seawater that wrapped around his body in a spinning shell, layer upon layer of compressed liquid, revolving at speed, a suit of water armor that was 3 feet thick and replenishing itself from an infinite source. He walked into the fire. The collision was apocalyptic. Steam exploded outward in a shockwave that flattened everyone within 50 feet. The fire column screamed, an actual sound, like metal tearing, as the water hit it. The divine flames fought back with terrible intelligence, boring into Harry's armor, boiling layers away, reaching for his skin. But the ocean was deeper than any fire, and for every inch of water that evaporated, 3 more took its place. Harry advanced. Step by step, through a hell of steam and flame and elemental warfare. His water armor shrank, expanded, shrank again, a constant battle between consumption and replenishment. The heat was beyond anything he'd experienced. Even through 3 feet of water, it burned. His vision blurred. His blood sang, the divine part of him responding to the proximity of another divine force, recognizing it, fighting it. Bellatrix saw him through the fire. Her eyes were open, no longer human eyes but burning pits of white flame, and she laughed. Potter. Her voice crackled with thermal distortion. The Sea Prince comes to fight. How lovely, how perfect, how wonderfully stupid. She raised her hands. The fire column concentrated, focused, became a lance of white flame aimed directly at Harry's chest. It hit his water armor like a welding torch hitting an ice cube. Steam erupted. 3 layers of water vaporized instantly. Harry staggered. He pulled harder. The ocean surged. More water, colder water, water from the deep places where the temperature was barely above freezing. It replaced the lost layers in a heartbeat, and Harry pushed forward, close enough now to see the ritual anchors on the ground, 6 runes glowing red gold, pulsing with the rhythm of Bellatrix's heartbeat. He stamped on the nearest one. His foot, sheathed in pressurized seawater, hit the rune and the water flooded it, cold, dense, charged with Harry's divine essence. The rune cracked. The fire column shuddered. Bellatrix screamed. Not ecstasy this time, pain. The broken anchor disrupted the binding, and the divine fire inside her convulsed, fighting against the containment that was suddenly incomplete. Harry moved to the second rune. Stamped. Flooded. Cracked. The fire column began to collapse. The flames pulled inward, retreating into Bellatrix's body, and she doubled over, hands on knees, fire pouring from her mouth like vomit, the ritual unraveling. No. She straightened with a roar that shook the standing stones. Fire erupted from her entire body in a sphere of white gold flame, expanding outward in every direction. It hit Harry's water armor, and this time the armor didn't hold, it evaporated completely, all 3 feet of it, in the space of a single heartbeat. For 1 second, Harry stood in the fire with no protection. His blood saved him. The divine water in his veins, Poseidon's legacy, the sea running through his cells, responded to the threat by doing something Harry hadn't known was possible. It healed him from inside. The burns that formed on his skin sealed as quickly as they appeared. The boiling in his blood was countered by an internal cooling that turned his body into a battleground between fire and water, neither gaining advantage, both fighting to a standstill. But the pain. God, the pain. Harry screamed. He couldn't help it. Every nerve was on fire, literally, and the healing only meant that the nerves regenerated fast enough to feel the burning all over again. It was infinite pain, recursive, a loop of damage and repair that should have driven him mad. He pulled water from the air. Not the ocean, there was no time for the ocean. He pulled moisture from the atmosphere itself, ripping it from the humidity, from the steam, from the breath of every person on that cliff. He condensed it into a torrent of rain, localized, targeted, a downpour of impossible intensity centered on the ritual circle. The rain hit the fire. The fire hit the rain. The cliff top became a war zone of elemental forces, steam geysers erupting from the ground, visibility dropping to 0, the sound of water fighting fire filling the air like the scream of a dying god. Bellatrix's fire faltered. The rain was relentless, not just water but divine water, charged with Poseidon's bloodline, falling with the weight of the ocean behind it. Each drop that hit Bellatrix's flames carried a piece of Harry's will, and his will was simple: stop. The fire died. Not gradually, it collapsed. The white gold flames guttered, shrank, and extinguished, and Bellatrix fell to her knees in the center of the broken ritual circle, soaked and shaking and diminished but not destroyed. The fire was still in her, Harry could feel it, a banked ember in her core that the incomplete ritual had planted but hadn't fully nourished. She was weaker than she would have been. But she was not powerless. She looked up at Harry through the rain. Her face was gaunt, savage, beautiful in the way that a wildfire was beautiful, destructive and alive and utterly without mercy. "The war god promised me more," she hissed. "He said you'd burn. He promised." Ares. There it was. The confirmation Harry had needed and dreaded. "The war god lied," Harry said. Bellatrix laughed, a broken, jagged sound, and disapparated. The crack of her departure echoed off the standing stones, and she was gone. The Death Eaters followed. Those who were conscious grabbed those who weren't and vanished in a series of sharp pops, leaving behind the ruined ritual circle, the broken runes, and the 5 Hogwarts students standing in the rain on a Welsh clifftop at 3 in the morning. Harry let the rain stop. The clouds began to clear. The ocean murmured far below. He looked at his hands. They were shaking. Not from cold, from the memory of fire inside his blood, of pain beyond description, of the realization that his divine heritage had saved him but had not made him invulnerable. "Harry." Hermione's voice, close. "Your arms." He looked down. The burns were healing, the skin knitting itself together in real time, pink and new, but the process was slower now, his internal reserves depleted from the battle. Several patches of raw, angry red remained. They hurt in a distant, throbbing way, like pain heard through a wall. "I'm fine." "You're not fine. You walked into divine fire." Hermione's voice was steady but her eyes were bright with unshed tears. "You absolute idiot, you walked into fire that was burning at the temperature of a star, and I'm still standing." Harry met her eyes. "I broke the ritual. She didn't get the full binding. She's weaker than she would have been. But not weak." Daphne appeared at his side, her face smudged with ash and her braid half undone. "I counted the integration runes before you broke them. She absorbed approximately 40% of the divine fire before the ritual collapsed. That's enough to give her significant fire magic, not the dragon-level power a complete binding would have provided, but enough to be dangerous. Extremely dangerous." "Neville," Harry said suddenly. "Where's, here?" Neville stepped forward from the darkness. His shoulder was bleeding from the cutting curse, and his face was drawn with pain, but he was upright and his eyes were clear. "I'm okay. One of them got past me, I'm sorry, Harry, I should have, you were brilliant." Harry gripped Neville's good shoulder. "You took on Death Eaters and held your ground. Don't apologize for a damn thing." Neville's jaw trembled for a moment. Then he nodded, and something in his posture straightened, a fundamental realignment, like a bone being set. Ron appeared from behind a standing stone, supporting a limping Hermione. She'd twisted her ankle on the wet rock during the fight. "Everyone alive?" Ron asked. His voice was hoarse and his wand hand was red from spell recoil, but he was grinning the wild grin of someone who'd survived something that should have killed them. "Good. Brilliant. Can we never do that again?" They made the return journey in silence. The ocean carried them back through the underground waterway with the gentleness of a parent carrying a sleeping child, slower this time, warmer, as if the water understood that its charges were hurt and exhausted and needed care more than speed. Harry floated in the current and let his mind go blank. The burns on his arms throbbed. The memory of the fire pulsed behind his eyes. And underneath it all, the constant, unavoidable awareness of what had happened on that cliff. He'd walked into fire. He'd broken a divine ritual. He'd driven Bellatrix Lestrange to retreat. By any measure, it was a victory. But the Death Eaters they'd left on the cliff, the ones his water had slammed into the standing stones. 2 of them hadn't been breathing when the others collected them. Harry had felt it through the water, the stillness in their bodies, the absence of heartbeat, the transition from warm to cooling. Dead. He'd killed them. Not with his hands, not with malice aforethought, but with the same casual, devastating force that the sea used to kill anyone unlucky enough to be in the wrong place when the waves came. He'd felt nothing when it happened. That was the part that haunted him. In the heat of combat, with fire everywhere and his friends in danger, the deaths of 2 men had registered as nothing more than data points in his liquid awareness. Problems solved. Threats eliminated. The water had crushed them against stone and Harry had moved on without a flicker of emotion. What kind of person did that make him? They emerged from the lake at 4 in the morning. The Hogwarts grounds were dark and silent, the castle a looming shadow against the pre-dawn sky. They staggered up the bank, 5 wet, exhausted, bruised students who had just fought a battle that should have been fought by adults. Ginny and Luna were waiting at the castle door. Ginny took one look at Neville's shoulder and went pale. Luna handed out chocolate, for the spiritual fatigue, she explained, and Harry ate his mechanically, tasting nothing. They parted ways in the entrance hall. Hermione to the hospital wing with her ankle, Ron escorting her. Neville to Gryffindor Tower, his shoulder wrapped in a makeshift bandage. Daphne to the dungeons, her face unreadable. Harry didn't go to bed. He went to the room of requirement. The room was empty. The water channels glowed softly. Harry walked to the center of the platform and sat down, and the water rose around him, gently, slowly, wrapping his body in a warm cocoon that began to heal the remaining burns. He sat in the water and stared at nothing and thought about the 2 men he'd killed. He didn't cry. The sea didn't cry. But something inside him cracked, a fault line running through the foundation of who he believed himself to be, and through the crack seeped a cold, dark certainty that would never fully go away. He was capable of killing without feeling it. The power in his blood made death easy, effortless, almost accidental. And the only thing standing between that power and catastrophe was Harry's choice not to use it. Choice. That was all he had. Not a safeguard, not a failsafe, not a rule carved in stone. Just choice. Every day, every battle, every moment of rage or fear or grief, he would have to choose not to drown the world. And the margin for error was 0. The door opened. Daphne. She walked across the room without speaking and sat down on the platform next to him, close but not touching. The water parted for her, not welcoming, as it did for Harry, but tolerant. Permissive. They sat in silence for a long time. 2 of them died, Harry said finally. I know. I didn't even notice until afterward. They were alive and then they weren't and I just moved on. Like it didn't matter. It mattered. Did it? Because it didn't feel like it mattered. It felt like nothing. It felt like brushing a fly off my arm. Daphne was quiet for a moment. When she spoke, her voice was stripped of its usual clinical detachment. It was just her, the person underneath the Slytherin mask, the greengrass armor, the Ice Queen facade. The sea doesn't care about morality, Harry. It was the first time she'd used his first name. The ocean kills without malice, without thought, without remorse. That's its nature. But you're not the ocean. You carry the ocean inside you, but you are still a person. A person who is sitting here at 4 a.m, in pain, unable to sleep, because 2 men died and you're afraid of what it means that you didn't feel it. She turned to look at him. Monsters don't have that fear. Monsters don't sit in the dark wondering if they've become what everyone's afraid they are. Then what am I? You're a boy with the power of a god and the conscience of a human. That's the hardest thing to be. And that's why it has to be you, because anyone else with this power would have stopped caring a long time ago. Harry looked at her. She looked back. The water around them was warm and still, glowing with soft blue-green light, and in that light Daphne Greengrass's eyes were the color of the deep ocean, not cold, not distant, but vast. Full of things that lived below the surface. He took her hand. Not a grand gesture, just his hand finding hers in the water, fingers lacing together. A point of contact. An anchor. She let him. She didn't pull away, didn't stiffen, didn't make a comment about emotional vulnerability being a tactical weakness. She just held his hand in the water and let the silence do the work that words couldn't. They sat together until the dawn light crept through the room of requirement's enchanted windows, and the water healed Harry's burns, and somewhere in the castle the first students began to stir. We should go, Daphne said eventually. Yeah. Neither of them moved for another minute. Daphne? Yes. Thank you. For coming tonight. For staying now. She squeezed his hand once. Then she stood, let go, and walked toward the door. At the threshold, she paused. Don't lose the fear, Harry. It's the only thing keeping you human. She left. The door closed. Harry sat alone in the room of requirement with the water glowing around him, and he made a decision. He was going to end this. All of it. Voldemort, the Ministry, the gods playing chess with mortal lives. He was going to find a way to end it, and he was going to do it without becoming the thing everyone feared. Or he was going to die trying. Dumbledore was in his office when Harry arrived at 7 in the morning, looking like he hadn't slept in days. The headmaster was behind his desk, surrounded by books that were older than some civilizations, his silver instruments clicking and whirring on their shelves. He looked up when Harry entered. His blue eyes traveled over the fading burn marks on Harry's arms, the exhaustion carved into his face, the something that had changed behind his eyes overnight. "Sit down, Harry." Harry sat. "I know about Wales," Dumbledore said. Severus received word from his contacts within the Death Eaters. "The ritual. The fire. Your intervention." He paused. "I should be furious with you for leaving the castle. I should lecture you about recklessness and the chain of command and the importance of letting adults handle dangerous situations. But you did what I could not. I've been searching for Bellatrix for 2 weeks. You found her in an evening and disrupted a ritual that would have made her one of the most dangerous beings on Earth." Dumbledore removed his glasses and rubbed his eyes. He looked old. Not the strategic, timeless old of his usual persona, genuinely aged, worn down by the weight of too many wars and too many children sent to fight them. "You're not a student anymore, Harry." "Not really. Not after last night." "No," Harry agreed. "I'm not." "Then we should talk as equals. Or as close to equals as the gap between a 150-year-old wizard and a 15-year-old demigod allows." The ghost of a smile. "Tell me everything." Harry told him. The vision, the journey, the battle. The divine fire and the boar's head coin that Bellatrix had mentioned. The name Ares, spoken in the rain on a Welsh cliff. Dumbledore listened without interrupting. When Harry finished, the old man stood and walked to the window, looking out over the grounds toward the Black Lake. "Ares," Dumbledore said softly. "The god of war. Working through agents to empower Voldemort's followers and destabilize the wizarding world." He turned. "Do you understand what this means? It means we're not just fighting a dark wizard. We're fighting a god who wants a war. More than that. Ares doesn't just want a war between Voldemort and the Order. He wants a war between the magical world and the divine world. Your existence, a divine blood wizard, wielding both forms of power, is the spark he needs. Every time you use your abilities publicly, every time the wizarding world sees what you can do, the division deepens. Those who fear you push for containment. Those who support you push for militarization. And in the gap between them, Ares pours gasoline. So I should stop using my powers? Hide? No. Dumbledore returned to his desk. Hiding won't stop Ares. He'll simply find another way to ignite the conflict. You are not the cause, Harry, you are the response. The antidote. But only if you learn to wield your power with wisdom, not just strength. I'm trying. I know. And you're doing better than anyone has a right to expect. Dumbledore opened one of the ancient books on his desk. Now. There's something else we need to discuss. Something I learned during my recent absences. He turned the book to face Harry. The page was handwritten in ink that had faded to brown, in a language Harry didn't recognize, but the illustration was clear. A human figure on a stone altar, surrounded by symbols. And pouring into the figure from above, drawn in red ink that still looked wet after centuries, blood. Divine blood. A stream of it, flowing from a chalice held by a second figure whose face was deliberately obscured. The rite of divine consumption, Dumbledore said. An ancient ritual designed to transfer divine essence from one vessel to another. It requires the blood of a divine line individual, extracted during the peak of their power. It requires a prepared vessel, a body altered through dark magic to accept and integrate the divine essence. And it requires, he pointed to the obscured figure. A facilitator. Someone or something with the authority to sanction the transfer. Voldemort, Harry said. He wants to steal my power. He wants to become a god. The Horcruxes made him immortal in the crudest possible sense, his soul fragmented, his mortality cheated. But the right of divine consumption offers something greater, true divinity. If he could absorb Poseidon's essence from your blood, he would become unstoppable. Worse. He would become eternal. Not just undying, eternal. Beyond the reach of any magic, any weapon, any force in the mortal world. A dark god, walking the earth, with no predator and no equal. The room was very quiet. Fawkes, on his perch, ruffled his feathers and made a low, mournful sound. Lucius Malfoy has already found the ritual texts, Dumbledore continued. My sources confirm he's been researching the rite for weeks. The Hogsmeade attack wasn't just reconnaissance, it was a collection attempt. They wanted your blood, Harry. The Death Eaters were carrying enchanted vials designed to capture and preserve divine line blood. Harry felt cold. Not the water kind of cold, the human kind. The cold of a prey animal realizing the trap. How do I stop it? You grow stronger. You learn control. You master the power in your blood so completely that no one, not Voldemort, not Ares, not the Ministry, can take it from you. Dumbledore closed the book. And you trust the people around you. You are powerful, Harry, but you are not alone. Never forget that. Harry stood. He was exhausted, bone deep, soul deep, the kind of tired that sleep couldn't fix. But underneath the exhaustion, something new was burning. Not fire. Not anger. Purpose. I want to fight, Harry said. Not react. Not defend. I want to take this war to them before they bring it to us. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. Then he nodded. Then we'd better get to work. Harry left the office and descended the spiral staircase. The gargoyle sealed behind him. The castle hummed with morning noise, students heading to breakfast, portraits gossiping, the distant clatter of Peeves appending a suit of armor. Harry walked through it all with his awareness spread wide, feeling every person, every pipe, every drop of water in the ancient building. He felt Daphne in the Slytherin common room, her heartbeat steady and calm. He felt Ron and Hermione at the Gryffindor table, sitting close, saving him a seat. He felt Neville in the hospital wing, getting his shoulder properly healed, his heartbeat strong and stubborn. He felt the lake. The ocean. The rain building in the clouds to the west. And far away, so far that it was less a presence than a tremor in the deep water, he felt Voldemort. Not the man himself but the dark imprint he left on the world, a stain in the water that tasted like rot and ambition and the cold, calculating hunger of a mortal who wanted to become a god. You can't have it, Harry thought. Not at Voldemort. At the universe. At the gods and monsters and ministry bureaucrats and everyone else who wanted a piece of what he was. It's mine. The sea is mine. And I'm not giving it up. The water in every pipe in Hogwarts surged once, a single pulse, like a heartbeat, and settled. Harry went to breakfast. He had a war to plan. Chapter 4 and Chapter 5, The storm before 6 weeks changed everything. Harry trained like the war was already at his doorstep, because it was. Every morning before dawn, he ran the perimeter of the Black Lake, not for exercise but for range. Each lap extended his water sense further, pushing the boundaries of his awareness until he could feel every living thing within a mile of Hogwarts. The giant squid, lazy and ancient in the deep water. The centaur herds in the Forbidden Forest, their bodies registering as clusters of warm moisture moving through the trees. The thestrals, cold-blooded and strange, barely visible even to his liquid perception. Every evening, the room of requirement. 2 hours of water combat with Daphne, followed by an hour of wand dueling, followed by 30 minutes of the thing that scared him most, integration. Weaving wand magic and water magic together into a single, unified combat system that no one in the history of either world had ever attempted. He'd developed techniques that had no names because no one had ever needed to name them before. Water lash, a tendril of pressurized water, razor thin, that could cut through a shield charm from 30 feet. Tide shield, a full-body water barrier that absorbed magical energy and redirected it as kinetic force. Fog shroud, a cloud of superfine mist that obscured vision, dampened sound, and gave Harry perfect awareness of everything within it through the suspended water droplets. Pressure lance, a needle of compressed water accelerated to 3 times the speed of sound, capable of punching through a stone wall. And the one he practiced most but hoped he'd never use, blood sense. The ability to feel the water inside a living body with such precision that he could track individual heartbeats, detect lies through changes in blood pressure, and, theoretically, stop a heart with a thought. He'd promised Sirius he wouldn't control the water in living things. He kept that promise. But he learned to sense it, because knowledge was not the same as use, and ignorance in war was a luxury he couldn't afford. Daphne pushed him harder than anyone else would have dared. Again, she said for the 14th time one Thursday evening, after Harry's tide shield had collapsed under the force of her fire simulation spell. She'd developed a charm that mimicked the thermal output of Bellatrix's divine fire, not the real thing, not even close, but hot enough to stress test his defenses. The shield's not holding against sustained heat, Harry said, wiping sweat from his face. I can replenish the water, but the evaporation rate, then stop replenishing and start redirecting. You're thinking of the shield as a wall. Think of it as a current. Let the fire hit, let the water absorb the heat, then cycle the hot water out and cold water in. Continuous flow, not static barrier. He tried it. The shield became a spinning vortex instead of a flat surface, water flowing inward at the bottom, absorbing heat, flowing outward at the top as steam. The fire simulation hit it and the shield held. Not perfectly, there was a weak point at the rotation axis where the hot and cold water met, but it held. Better, Daphne said. Now do it while casting a Patronus. While, Bellatrix won't attack alone. She'll have Dementors, Death Eaters, maybe worse. You need to defend against fire and dark creatures simultaneously while maintaining offensive capability. If you can only do one thing at a time, you're dead. Harry gritted his teeth. He spun the water vortex with his left hand, raised his wand with his right, and summoned the happiest memory he had, not the old ones, not the Patronus-approved memories of flying or friendship. A new one. Sitting in the room of requirement at 4 a.m, Daphne's hand in his, the water glowing around them. Safety. Trust. The feeling of not being alone. Expecto Patronum. The stag erupted from his wand, silver white, enormous, antlers like branches of lightning. It charged across the room, passed through the spinning water vortex without disrupting it, and slammed into the target dummy hard enough to knock it off its stand. Harry stood there, water vortex spinning on his left, Patronus glowing on his right, sweat running down his face and his heart hammering. 2 forms of magic, operating simultaneously, each drawing from a different source, divine blood and wizard's core, ocean and wand, Poseidon's legacy and Lily Potter's sacrifice. Daphne stared. For exactly 3 seconds, the mask slipped and Harry saw something raw underneath, awe, maybe. Or fear. Or both. That shouldn't be possible, she said quietly. Lot of things about me shouldn't be possible. No. I mean that literally shouldn't be possible. The Patronus charm draws on emotional energy channeled through the magical core. Your water magic draws on divine blood channeled through your circulatory system. They use different pathways, different fuel sources, different everything. Running them simultaneously should be like running a car engine and a jet turbine off the same fuel tank. The systems should interfere with each other. But they don't. But they don't. She walked closer, examining the water vortex with narrowed eyes. Harry, I think your mother did something. The protection she gave you, the love sacrifice. I think it didn't just protect you from Voldemort. I think it bridged the gap between your wizard magic and your divine magic. Made them compatible. Turned two separate systems into one. Harry let that sink in. His mother, dying on the nursery floor, pouring her love into a protection that had saved him as a baby. He'd always understood it as a shield. A barrier against Voldemort's curse. But what if it was more than that? What if Lily Potter, who had spent her life hiding her divine blood, had used her death to do the opposite, to unlock it? To fuse the two halves of her son's heritage into something whole? She gave me everything, Harry murmured. Not just protection. Potential. She gave you the ability to be both things at once. Wizard and demigod. Wand and wave. Daphne's voice was soft with something Harry had never heard from her before, reverence. Your mother was a genius, Harry. A terrified, desperate genius who used her dying breath to turn her son into something the world had never seen. The Patronus faded. The water vortex settled. Harry stood in the room of requirement and felt the full weight of what his mother had done for him pressed down on his chest like a hand. He didn't cry. But he came close. The DA had grown. Not in numbers, they'd capped membership at 30 for security reasons, but in capability. 6 weeks of Harry's training had transformed a group of nervous students into something that resembled a fighting unit. Not soldiers, Harry refused to think of them that way, but people who could defend themselves and each other when the time came. Ron had become the tactical mind. He couldn't match Harry's power or Hermione's knowledge, but he had something neither of them could replicate, an instinct for battle that was almost preternatural. He saw patterns. Formations. Weaknesses. During practice duels, he'd stand at the edge of the room and call adjustments, left flanks exposed, Seamus. Dean, you're telegraphing, fake the stunner, go impedimenta. And the DA listened because Ron was always, infuriatingly, right. Hermione was the researcher. She'd broken into the restricted section 17 times in 6 weeks, Harry had lost count of the excuses she'd invented for Madame Pants, and had compiled a dossier on every known Death Eater, their combat preferences, their weaknesses, their personal histories. She'd also developed a set of tactical enchantments for the DA's equipment, self-repairing shield charm amulets, communication mirrors that worked within Hogwarts even through ward interference, and a modified protean charm on their coins that could transmit not just meeting times but short messages. Neville was the heart. His shoulder had healed, but the experience on the Welsh cliffs had changed him in ways that went beyond physical. He trained with a ferocity that startled people who'd known him as the pudgy, forgetful boy who couldn't cast a proper Lumos. He still wasn't the most talented duelist in the DA, but he was the most determined, and in a fight, determination counted for more than talent. Ginny was the surprise. She'd spent the 6 weeks since Wales practicing on her own, hexes, jinxes, combat charms, and the first time she stepped into a practice duel, she dismantled a 7th-year Ravenclaw in 40 seconds flat. She fought the way she flew, fast, aggressive, with a reckless brilliance that bordered on dangerous. Luna was the enigma. She still didn't duel, still sat in the corner during most sessions watching with her enormous eyes, still said things that sounded like nonsense. But twice she'd made observations that had fundamentally changed Harry's understanding of his own abilities, once about the nature of water's patience, and once about the resonance between divine magic and emotional states, and Harry had learned to listen when Luna spoke, no matter how strange the words. And Daphne. Daphne was everything. Not romantically, not yet, not entirely, though the line between alliance and something deeper had blurred beyond recognition. She was his strategist, his trainer, his reality check. The person who told him hard truths when everyone else was too awed or too afraid. The person who had held his hand in the dark and hadn't let go when she learned what that hand could do. They hadn't kissed. They hadn't talked about what was building between them. There was an unspoken agreement that whatever this was, it would wait until after the war, after the gods, after the world stopped trying to use Harry as a weapon or a sacrifice. But the waiting itself was a kind of promise, and both of them felt it. Harry was thinking about her, about the way she'd said your mother was a genius with reverence in her voice, when Sirius's mirror flared to life. He was in the Gryffindor dormitory, alone. Ron was at Quidditch practice. The two-way mirror that Sirius had given him lay on his bedside table, and it blazed with light, and his godfather's face appeared in its surface, drawn and urgent. "Harry. We need to talk. Now." "What's happened?" "Poseidon." Sirius's voice cracked on the name. "He's been sighted. Not here, in Greece. An ancient sea temple near Saunion. The local magical community detected a divine manifestation, a physical manifestation, Harry. He's walking the earth." Harry's blood went cold and hot simultaneously. The water in every pipe in Gryffindor Tower surged. "Why?" "We don't know. The Order's contacts in the Greek ministry say the manifestation lasted 6 minutes. He appeared in the temple, stood at the altar, and left something. A message, carved in the stone in a language nobody can read." Sirius paused. "Dumbledore's gone to see it. He left 2 hours ago. He didn't tell me. He thought it was better, he thought wrong." Harry's jaw clenched. "What else?" "The manifestation triggered something. The moment Poseidon appeared, every magical detection system in Europe registered a spike. The ICW is meeting in emergency session. The Ministry's Olympian Protocols Division has gone to full activation. And, Harry, this is the bad part, Cassius Varro has been given authorization to form a strike team. Official designation, Task Force Neptune. Their mandate is the identification, containment, and if necessary, neutralization of divine blood entities on British soil." The words landed like stones in still water. "Neutralization," Harry repeated. "The legal framework was already in place. Varro's been building toward this since your hearing. The Hogsmeade incident gave him the combat data. Wales gave him the threat assessment. And now Poseidon's manifestation has given him the political cover." Sirius's face was grim. "They're coming for you, Harry. Not today, maybe not this week. But soon. Let them come. This isn't bravado time. These are trained hit wizards with anti-divine countermeasures, backed by ministry authority. Umbridge has been feeding them intelligence from inside Hogwarts, your schedule, your routines, the layout of the castle. They know about the Room of Requirement." Harry went still. "How?" "I don't know. Someone talked. Or someone was followed. But Varro knows about your training sessions, and he knows about the DA. The betrayal wasn't personal, Harry understood that intellectually. The inquisitorial squad had been watching, Umbridge had been probing, and eventually, statistically, someone would have slipped. But the knowledge that his sanctuary had been compromised, that the Room of Requirement was known, shifted the ground beneath his feet. "Sirius. I need you to do something for me. Anything. Come to Hogwarts." Not through official channels, Umbridge would block it. Through the tunnel from Hogsmeade. The one in the Shrieking Shack. "Come tonight." Sirius hesitated. Dumbledore said, "Dumbledore isn't here. He's in Greece, looking at a message from a god, and meanwhile the ministry is assembling a hit squad to bag his student. I need my godfather. Can you come?" The hesitation dissolved. "I'll be there by midnight." The mirror went dark. Harry sat on his bed, staring at the ceiling with its familiar cracks, and felt the world narrowing. The ministry on one side. Voldemort on the other. Ares pulling strings from the shadows. And now Poseidon himself, stirring from whatever divine slumber had kept him absent from Harry's life, choosing this moment, this exact, worst possible moment, to remind everyone that gods were real. He picked up the mirror again. Tapped it twice. Daphne. Her face appeared. She was in the Slytherin common room, green light playing across her features. "Harry. We have a problem." Several problems. Come to the room of requirement in 20 minutes. How many problems? All of them. He told the inner circle everything. Poseidon's manifestation. Task Force Neptune. The compromised room of requirement. The strike team with anti-divine countermeasures and orders to neutralize. They sat in a circle on the familiar platform, the water channels glowing around them, and the knowledge that this safe place had been discovered made the glow feel less like comfort and more like a spotlight. "We need to move the DA," Hermione said immediately. "New location, new schedule, new communication protocols. If Vero knows about the room of requirement, we can't assume our coin system is secure either." "Already on it," Daphne said. She'd been making notes on a piece of parchment since Harry started talking. "I have 3 potential locations. The first is the Hogwarts dungeons. There's a series of disused chambers beneath the Slytherin common room that haven't been mapped by the Marauders map. I've checked." "You know about the map?" Ron asked, surprised. "I know about most things that matter in this castle." Daphne didn't look up from her notes. "Second option, the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid's shown me a clearing about a mile and that's warded against casual detection. Third option, off-site. We move training to a location outside Hogwarts entirely. We can't leave the castle every night," Hermione said. "The logistics, we can if Harry takes us through the lake." Daphne looked up. "The underwater passage. He's already proven he can transport a group through it. We train at a coastal location, I know a property my family owns on the Scottish coast, and return before dawn." It was bold. It was risky. It was also, Harry had to admit, probably necessary. The forest clearing, Harry decided. For now. Less exposure than the underwater route, and the centaurs owe me a favor. He paused, remembering the herd in the Forbidden Forest, the way Firenze had spoken to him before the first task of the Triwizard Tournament. "I think." "What about the strike team?" Neville asked. His voice was calm in the way it had been since Wales, not the calm of someone who wasn't afraid but the calm of someone who'd learned to fight through the fear. "We prepare for them," Harry said. "But we don't provoke them. Vero isn't the enemy, he's a tool being wielded by people who are afraid. If we attack the Ministry's people, we become exactly what they say we are." "And if they attack us?" Ginny asked. "Then we defend ourselves. Non-lethally." Harry met each of their eyes in turn. "I mean that. Non-lethally. No drowning, no crushing, no permanent damage. We are not at war with the Ministry." "Not yet." "Not yet," Daphne echoed quietly, and the 2 words carried a weight that made everyone in the room shift uncomfortably in their chairs. The meeting broke up at 11. Most of the inner circle headed to their dormitories, but Harry stayed behind, pacing the room of requirement, waiting for midnight and Sirius. Daphne stayed too. She didn't say why. She just sat on the platform with the Greengrass book open on her lap and read while Harry paced, and the fact that she was there, solid, constant, unwilling to leave him alone in the gathering dark, meant more than any words she could have offered. "You're worried," she said at 11:30. "I'm always worried. More than usual. Your water patterns are agitated, the channels are running faster and the temperature's dropped 3 degrees since the meeting ended." Harry stopped pacing. He hadn't realized he was affecting the room's water systems. The ambient influence was getting stronger, his emotional state bleeding into the liquid environment around him without conscious direction. "Vero's strike team doesn't scare me," Harry said. "Neither does Voldemort, really. I've faced him before. I know what he is." "Then what scares you?" Harry was quiet for a long moment. "Poseidon." Daphne closed her book. "He showed up," Harry continued. "After 15 years of nothing, no contact, no message, no sign that he knew or cared that I existed, he walked into a temple in Greece and left a message I can't read. Why now? What changed?" You awakened. His bloodline activated in a way it hasn't in centuries. That would draw attention, even from a god. But he didn't come to me. He went to a temple. Left a carved message in a dead language. That's not, Harry struggled for words. That's not what a father does. That's what an institution does. A bureaucracy. He's treating this like paperwork. Daphne looked at him with an expression that was achingly gentle for someone who usually wielded gentleness like a foreign language. Harry. He's a god. Not a father. Whatever Poseidon is, he's not going to show up with birthday presents and an apology. He's the ocean. The ocean doesn't do personal. I know that. I know that intellectually. But, he sat down on the platform, hard, like his legs had given out. Lily's letter. The one Sirius gave me. She wrote to Poseidon before she died. She begged him to protect me. To watch over me. And he, what? Filed it? Noted it for the record? Carved something on a rock in Greece and called it parenting? You don't know what the message says. I know what it doesn't say. It doesn't say I'm sorry I left you with the Dursleys for 10 years. I'm sorry I let Voldemort kill your mother. I'm sorry I did nothing while the entire wizarding world took turns making your life miserable. His voice cracked on the last word. Not much, just a hairline fracture in the control he'd been maintaining for weeks. But Daphne heard it. She always heard the things he tried to hide. She moved closer. Not touching, just present. Close enough that he could feel the warmth of her body through the cool air of the room of requirement. I had a letter from my mother, Harry said. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a folded piece of parchment, old, yellowed, the creases soft from repeated handling. Sirius gave it to me before I left for Hogwarts. He'd been carrying it since before Azkaban. Lily wrote it the night before the Fidelius charm. He unfolded it. The handwriting was small, neat, slanting slightly to the right. The ink had faded to brown in places but the words were still clear. Harry read it aloud. Not all of it, it was a long letter, rambling in places, the words of a woman who knew she might die and was trying to compress an entire lifetime of love and fear and hope into ink on parchment. But the end. He read the end. I don't know if you'll ever read this, Harry. I don't know if you'll ever need to. Maybe the war will end and Voldemort will fall and you'll grow up in a house full of love and broomsticks and your father's terrible jokes, and this letter will be nothing but a curiosity, something your mum wrote when she was scared and couldn't sleep. But if you're reading this, then things went wrong. And if things went wrong, then you need to know something. You are not what they'll call you. Not the boy who lived, not the chosen one, not whatever label they'll hang around your neck to make their own fear manageable. You are my son. James's son. And you carry something in your blood that is older than magic, older than gods, older than the sea itself. I spent my whole life afraid of it. Afraid of what it would mean for you. Afraid that the world would see the ocean in you and try to cage it, or worse, use it. But I'm not afraid anymore. Not tonight. Tonight, with your father asleep in the next room and you breathing softly in your crib and the rain falling outside like the world's gentlest lullaby, I am at peace. Because I know something the world doesn't. The sea cannot be caged. The tide cannot be stopped. And my son, my beautiful, impossible, divine son, cannot be broken. I love you. I love you. I love you. Whatever happens, remember that. Mum, Harry folded the letter. His hands were steady. His eyes were not. The room of requirement was absolutely silent. The water in the channels had stopped moving, frozen, still, as if the room itself was holding its breath. Daphne sat beside him with tears running silently down her face. She made no move to wipe them. She made no move to speak. She just sat there, crying without sound or shame, and Harry understood that she was crying not for herself but for the woman who had written that letter knowing she might die, and for the boy who had spent 14 years not knowing it existed, and for the impossible, terrible love that had driven Lily Potter to carve a bridge between two kinds of magic with her own death so that her son would be whole. She knew, Harry whispered. She knew exactly what I would become. And she made it possible. Daphne reached over and took his hand. Not the tentative, careful grip of that first night after Wales. This was firm, certain, deliberate, the grip of someone who had made a decision and was not going to unmake it. She'd be proud of you, Daphne said. Terrified and furious and probably shouting at Dumbledore, but proud. Harry almost laughed. It came out as something closer to a sob, which he swallowed before it could fully form. I need to see the message, he said. Poseidon's message. Whatever he carved in that temple, I need to see it. Dumbledore will bring it back. Dumbledore will bring back his interpretation. I need to see it myself. Feel it through the water. If it's carved in divine language, maybe the water can translate it. Daphne nodded slowly. That's actually not unreasonable. Divine messages encoded in stone would carry residual moisture from the carving process. If you could touch the original, or touch water that has touched the original. Greece has a coastline. The temple is on a promontory above the Aegean Sea. If the message has any connection to the water, I'd feel it from here. Harry closed his eyes. He reached, not physically but through the water, through the underground passage to the North Sea, through the ocean itself. The Aegean was 4,000 miles away. The connection was tenuous, like trying to hear a conversation through a wall. But it was there. A faint tremor in the deep water. Not words, impressions. Cold stone. Ancient authority. A presence that had pressed itself into rock the way a seal pressed into wax, leaving a mark that the water remembered. Harry concentrated. The tremor resolved into something clearer, still not language, but meaning. The ocean carried the message the way it carried everything, dissolved, distributed, patient. The boy hears the sea. Good. The sea will need him when the war god breaks the chains. Prepare. The old world and the new world will collide, and the blood of the sea must stand at the junction or all is lost. Harry opened his eyes. He knows about Ares. He's warning us. What did he say? Harry repeated the message. Daphne's face went white. When the war god breaks the chains, she repeated. That's a reference to divine law. The laws that prevent gods from directly intervening in mortal affairs. If Ares is planning to break those laws, to manifest physically, the way Poseidon just did, then it's not just Death Eaters we're fighting. It's a god walking the earth. They looked at each other in the blue-green glow of the room of requirement, and the enormity of it settled over them like a wave. Sirius arrived at midnight, stepping out of the tunnel behind the Whomping Willow with his wand drawn and his hair wild and looking more alive than Harry had seen him since Azkaban. Being needed suited Sirius. It burned the depression out of him, replaced the listless captivity of Grimmauld Place with purpose and motion. They met in the Shrieking Shack, Harry, Sirius, and Daphne, because Harry had stopped pretending he could operate without her strategic input. Sirius looked at Daphne for a long moment. Greengrass. Mr. Black. Sirius told me about your family's neutrality. He glanced at Harry. I also hear you've been training my godson. Someone had to. Sirius's mouth twitched. Fair enough. They talked for 2 hours. Strategy, logistics, contingencies. Sirius brought intelligence from the Order. Voldemort's forces were consolidating in the south, Death Eater recruitment was accelerating, and the Dark Lord himself had gone quiet in a way that Snape's contacts found deeply alarming. Quiet Voldemort was planning Voldemort. He's preparing for the ritual, Harry said. The divine consumption. He needs my blood, drawn during the peak of my power. He's waiting for the right moment. Then we don't give him the moment, Sirius said. We hit first. With what? We're 30 students and a handful of Order members against a dark wizard with an army and a war god backing him. We're 30 students, an Order, and the kid who can command the ocean. Sirius leaned forward. Harry, I've been watching you through the mirror for weeks. You're not the boy I pulled out of the Dursleys' house. You're something else now. Something that Voldemort has never faced and doesn't know how to fight. He has Bellatrix. She can counter my water magic. Bellatrix got 40% of a fire binding. You have 100% of Poseidon's blood. The math is on your side. Math doesn't win wars, Sirius. No. People win wars. And you've got good people. He looked at Daphne, then back at Harry. The best, from what I can see. They parted at 2 in the morning. Sirius returned through the tunnel to Hogsmeade. Harry and Daphne walked back to the castle through the grounds, the night cold and clear around them, the lake flat and silver under the stars. They stopped at the edge of the water. Habit, now. The lake was their meeting point, their dividing line, the place where their two worlds, Gryffindor and Slytherin, divine and mortal, war and peace, touched. The letter, Daphne said. Your mother's letter. Have you shown it to anyone else? Sirius. He's the one who gave it to me. Not Hermione. Not Ron. No. She was quiet for a moment. Why did you show it to me? Harry considered the question. The honest answer was complicated, a knot of trust and instinct and the particular gravity that pulled him toward Daphne in moments of vulnerability, as if her presence was the only thing that could anchor him when the tide of his own power threatened to pull him under. Because you're the only person who understands what it cost her, he said. Everyone else sees the sacrifice, the love, the protection, the magic. You see the science. The architecture. She didn't just die for me, Daphne. She engineered something. She built a bridge between two kinds of power, using her death as the foundation. You're the only person I know who can appreciate how brilliant that was and how terrifying it must have been. Daphne was silent for a long time. I'm not going to kiss you, she said. I didn't, not because I don't want to. Because the timing is wrong and we're about to go to war and I refuse to have our first kiss be a goodbye. She looked at him. The moonlight caught her eyes and turned them silver. When this is over, when Voldemort is stopped and the Ministry is dealt with and the gods go back to doing whatever it is gods do when they're not ruining our lives, I am going to kiss you, Harry Potter. And it's going to be because we survived, not because we might not. Harry looked at her. Daphne Greengrass, cold, calculating, brilliant, terrifying Daphne Greengrass, standing by the black lake in the moonlight, telling him that she wanted to kiss him but not yet, because she had standards about these things, and among those standards was the requirement that they both be alive and victorious first. That's very Slytherin of you, he said. I know. She almost smiled. Good night, Harry. Good night, Daphne. She walked toward the castle. Harry stood by the lake and let the water lap at his feet, warm and patient and humming with the particular vibration that meant home. He looked up at the stars. Somewhere out there, on Olympus, or in the deep sea, or in whatever dimension gods occupied when they weren't carving messages in ancient temples, Poseidon was watching. And somewhere in the dark, Voldemort was planning. And somewhere between them, a war god was smiling. Harry took a deep breath. The water in the lake stirred. I'm ready, he thought. And this time, he meant it. The betrayal came 3 days later, and it came from the direction Harry least expected. He was in the Forbidden Forest clearing, running a DA training session for the Inner Circle. The new location was working, the centaurs had grudgingly agreed to ignore their presence, and the forest's natural magical interference made detection by the inquisitorial squad nearly impossible. Hermione's coin buzzed. She checked it, and her face went white. Harry. The castle. Something's happening. Harry reached through the water. The forest was dry, less moisture to work with than the castle, but he could still feel Hogwarts, a mile away, its plumbing system a familiar map of liquid pathways. He extended his awareness and ministry. Dozens of them. At the gates. Not Aurors, hit wizards. The heavy operators, the ones sent for dragons and Dark Lord arrests and Category Omega containments. They were pouring through the castle gates in formation, and at their head, Harry felt a presence he recognized, Cassius Varro. Task Force Neptune, Harry said. They're here. Now. How many? Daphne asked sharply. At least 40. Fully armed. They're entering through the main gate. Umbridge must have lowered the anti-ministry wards. She can do that. She's High Inquisitor. She has override authority on non-structural wards. Hermione's voice was tight with fury. Harry, they're heading for Gryffindor Tower. They must think you're there. They'll find out I'm not. Then they'll search the grounds. Ron stepped forward. We need to get back inside. If they catch us out here, if we go inside, we're trapped. Harry was thinking fast, the water feeding him a constant stream of information about the strike team's movements. 20 in the main corridor, spreading to cover exits. 10 heading up toward Gryffindor. 5 circling toward the lake. 5 more moving toward the Forbidden Forest. They're coming here, Harry said. The forest team. 5 minutes. Then we move. Daphne was already on her feet. Now. Not to the castle, to the lake. The lake is their secondary containment point. There'll be operatives, there are 5 of them at the lake. There are 40 in the castle. I'd rather face 5. She looked at him with absolute certainty. And at the lake, you're at full power. She was right. In the forest, surrounded by dry wood and thin air, Harry's capabilities were limited. At the lake, with millions of gallons of water at his disposal, he was everything. They ran. Through the forest, branches whipping past, the sound of pursuit somewhere behind them, the forest team, crashing through the underbrush with the subtlety of a herd of hippogriffs. Harry led them by instinct, following the water table beneath the forest floor, reading the moisture in the earth like a map. They burst from the tree line and the lake spread before them, black and vast and humming with welcome. Harry's feet hit the shore and his power came alive like a switch being thrown. Every drop, every gallon, every cubic meter of the black lake connected to him in an instant, and the scale of it was staggering. 32 million gallons. Enough water to flood London. The 5 ministry operatives at the lake saw them and raised wands. Halt. Ministry of Magic. You are ordered to submit to. Harry raised his hand and the lake stood up. Not a wave. Not a column. The entire surface of the black lake lifted vertically, a wall of water 40 feet tall and a quarter-mile wide, rising behind Harry like the hand of God. It hung there, suspended, impassable, blocking out the stars and casting a shadow across the grounds that reached the castle walls. Every wand dropped. Not from disarming spells, from shock. 5 trained ministry hit wizards looked at a 15-year-old boy standing at the shore of a lake he'd just lifted into the sky, and their hands simply opened and their wands fell because the human mind had a circuit breaker for situations that exceeded its capacity for comprehension. I'm going to say this once, Harry said. His voice was calm. Quiet. It didn't need to be loud, the water amplified it, carried it across the grounds in vibrations that reached every ear within a mile. I am not your enemy. I am not a threat to contain. I am a student at this school, and I am under the protection of its headmaster. You have no authority here. Potter, one of them started. The wall of water shifted. Not threatening, just present. A reminder of what stood behind the boy on the shore. Go back to the ministry, Harry said. Tell Fudge. Tell Umbridge. Tell Varro. Tell whoever sent you that Harry Potter is not coming quietly. Not today. Not ever. Silence. The 5 operatives looked at each other. Looked at the wall of water. Looked at the 15-year-old demigod standing in front of it with green eyes that glowed faintly in the dark. They left. Quietly. Quickly. Without looking back. Harry held the water for another 10 seconds. Then he let it fall, gently, carefully, lowering 32 million gallons back into the lake basin without creating a single wave. The surface settled. The lake was still. The stars reappeared. Ron let out a breath that he'd apparently been holding for the entire encounter. Mate. You just picked up a lake. Part of a lake. You picked up a lake and made 40 hit wizards run away. 5 hit wizards. The other 35 are going to hear about it and also run away. Ron was grinning, the wild, terrified, exhilarated grin of someone who had just witnessed something that rewrote his understanding of what was possible. Harry, that was the most mental thing I've ever seen, and I once watched you fight a dragon. Hermione was less exhilarated. They'll be back. With more people. With countermeasures. Harry, you just demonstrated exactly the kind of power they're afraid of. I demonstrated restraint. Harry's voice was firm. I could have drowned them. I could have crushed the entire strike team with water pressure. I lifted the lake and told them to leave, and they left. No one got hurt. This time, Daphne said. She was beside him, her face pale but composed. But you've escalated. The Ministry can't back down now without losing face. The next time they come, it won't be a strike team. It'll be an army. Harry looked at the castle. Lights were blazing in every window, students and staff alerted by the commotion, faces pressed against glass, trying to understand what had happened on the grounds. Then we'd better be ready, he said. They weren't ready. Not nearly. But they had 3 days. That was Dumbledore's estimate when he returned from Greece the following morning, grim-faced and radiating a controlled fury that made the air around him crackle. Fudge is mobilizing, the headmaster told Harry in his office. The full might of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, plus Varro's expanded task force, plus, and this is the part that concerns me most, private security contractors provided by Lucius Malfoy. Malfoy's people at a Ministry operation. The Ministry is compromised. Lucius has been placing his people in key positions for months. When the assault on Hogwarts comes, and it will come, it won't be purely Ministry. Death Eaters will be embedded in the Force. Their objective won't be containment. It will be capture. My blood. Your blood. For the ritual. Dumbledore's face was carved from granite. But there's a complication that neither the Ministry nor Voldemort has anticipated. I received intelligence from Severus this morning. Voldemort plans to launch his own assault on Hogwarts simultaneously, using the Ministry's attack as cover. While the Ministry forces engage the castle's defenders from the front, Death Eaters will strike from the Forbidden Forest. 2 armies. Hitting Hogwarts at the same time from different directions. That's exactly what Ares wants, Harry said. Yes. Maximum chaos. Maximum casualties. Maximum war. Dumbledore stood and walked to the window. And there's a third element. Hagrid has reported sightings in the Forbidden Forest. Creatures that shouldn't be in Britain, fire salamanders the size of horses, shadowhounds that dissolve when you look directly at them. And something larger. Something the centaurs won't name but that has them terrified enough to move their herds to the deepest part of the forest. What is it? A hydra. A genuine Greek hydra, pulled through a divine rift in reality by power that exceeds anything in the wizarding world's experience. Dumbledore turned from the window. Ares is seeding the battlefield. Placing his pieces. When the battle begins, his creatures will add to the chaos, unpredictable, uncontrollable, designed to ensure that the conflict escalates beyond anyone's ability to contain it. Harry felt the weight of it, the converging forces, the multiple fronts, the god-level manipulation that turned every human actor into a chess piece on a board they couldn't see. Ministry from the front. Death Eaters from the forest. Ares monsters from the shadows. And somewhere in the chaos, Voldemort himself, waiting for the moment when Harry's power peaked, when the battle forced him to draw fully on his divine blood, to swoop in and perform the rite of divine consumption. "We need allies," Harry said. "The Order isn't enough. The DA isn't enough. We need everyone. I've sent messages. Kingsley is bringing every loyal Auror he can muster. The Order will be here in full strength." And, Dumbledore hesitated. "I've contacted certain parties through channels that predate the Ministry. Old alliances. Ancient pacts. The Mare people. Among others. The Black Lake's Mare people have no love for surface conflicts, but they have less love for fire monsters poisoning their waters. And the giant squid, Harry, the giant squid is not what people think it is. It is very old and very powerful, and it has a contract with the founders of Hogwarts that predates the Ministry by 7 centuries. Harry almost smiled. A war council that included Mare people and a giant squid. His life had officially left the realm of the merely unusual. 3 days, Harry said. 3 days. Then let's use them. He left the headmaster's office and went to the room of requirement one last time. The room was empty, evacuated on his orders, the DA relocated to the forest clearing. But the water channels still glowed, still hummed, still connected to the lake and through the lake to the sea. Harry stood on the platform and called a war council of his own. They came. All of them. Ron and Hermione, Neville and Ginny and Luna, Daphne. Sirius, who had refused to leave and was hiding in the shrieking shack under a disillusionment charm. Even Draco Malfoy. Draco appeared at the door of the room of requirement at 11 at night, looking like he hadn't slept in days. He was pale, thinner than Harry remembered, and his usual sneer was nowhere in evidence. In its place was something raw and frightened and, underneath the fear, furiously determined. "My father's told me the plan," Draco said without preamble. "The Ministry attack. The Death Eaters in the forest. The ritual." He swallowed. "He told me to stay out of the way. To hide in the dungeons and wait for it to be over. He said Voldemort would reward the loyal and punish the weak. And you're here instead," Harry said. "I'm here because my father also told me something else. He told me that Voldemort plans to sacrifice the lesser servants during the ritual, use their life force to power the divine consumption. He said it casually, Potter. Like it was nothing. Like the people who'd fought for him, bled for him, were just fuel." Draco's voice cracked. "I'm not fuel. And I'm not going to sit in a dungeon while a monster burns through his own people to become a god." Harry studied him. Through the water, he could feel Draco's body, racing heart, elevated cortisol, the particular cocktail of hormones that indicated genuine terror layered over genuine conviction. No deception. No hidden agenda. Just a boy who had looked into the abyss his father served and decided he'd rather stand in the light. "Welcome to the DA," Harry said. Daphne stepped forward. "I'll vouch for him." "You don't need to," Harry said. "I can feel it." The others accepted it with varying degrees of grace. Ron looked like he'd swallowed a lemon. Hermione was cautiously analytical. Neville just nodded. Ginny glared. Luna smiled and said, "The Raxperts have left you, Draco. That's a good sign." Harry laid out the battle plan on a conjured table, using water constructs to model the terrain, Hogwarts, the grounds, the forest, the lake. Blue water for friendlies. Red for enemies. Gold for unknowns. "The Ministry will hit from the front gate at dawn," he said, moving the red constructs into position. 40 to 60 operatives, mixed-hit wizards and Malfoy's private security. Varro will lead. Their primary objective is my capture. The Death Eaters will hit from the forest simultaneously. More red constructs. 20 to 30, led by Bellatrix. Their objective is also my capture, but they'll have to fight through the Ministry forces to get to me, which creates confusion. Ares creatures are wild cards. Gold constructs scattered through the forest. The Hydra is the biggest threat. Fire salamanders and shadowhounds are dangerous but manageable. Our forces. Blue constructs. The Order holds the castle interior. The DA holds the grounds. The Mare people defend the lake and anything that tries to cross it. And he placed a single blue construct at the shore of the Black Lake. I hold the water. Daphne leaned forward. What about the Hydra? Neville, Harry said. Everyone looked at Neville. He blinked. Me. You and a squad. The Hydra's heading for the eastern wall, I can feel it through the water in the forest soil. You intercept it before it reaches the castle. Harry, it's a Hydra. Cut off one head, 2 grow back. How am I supposed to, the Whomping Willow? Harry grinned. It was the first time he'd grinned in days. Lead it to the Whomping Willow. The willow regrows its branches faster than anything in the Forbidden Forest. It'll match the Hydra head for head. Infinite regeneration versus infinite regeneration. They'll keep each other busy forever. Neville stared at him. Then a slow, disbelieving smile spread across his face. That's either brilliant or completely insane. It's both, Ron said. That's Harry's specialty. They planned until 2 in the morning. Every position, every contingency, every fallback. By the time they finished, the table was covered in water constructs, a 3-dimensional model of the coming battle, glowing blue and red and gold. Harry dismissed the constructs. The water returned to the channels. The room was quiet. Get some sleep, he said. All of you. The day after tomorrow, this ends. They filed out. Daphne was last. She stopped at the door. Harry. Yeah. When the battle comes, when you're at the lake with the entire ocean behind you, don't hold back. Not for the Ministry. Not for anyone. Her voice was fierce. You've been restraining yourself since the day your powers woke up. You've been afraid of what you are. Stop being afraid. Be the sea. She held his gaze for a long moment. Then she was gone. Harry stood alone in the room of requirement. The water in the channels pulsed, slow, rhythmic, like a heartbeat. He walked to the center of the platform and sat down. He closed his eyes. He reached through the water, through the lake, through the underground passage, through the North Sea and the Atlantic and every connected body of water on Earth. He felt the scope of his power, truly felt it, for the first time without flinching. The ocean. All of it. Every wave, every current, every drop of rain falling on every continent. Connected to him by blood and birth and the sacrifice of a mother who had turned her death into a bridge between mortal and divine. He was Harry Potter. He was the legacy of Poseidon. He was the boy who lived and the tide that could not be turned. And tomorrow, the war would come to Hogwarts. Harry opened his eyes. The Black Lake, far below the castle, began to glow. Chapter 5 and Chapter 6, The Drowned Throne. Dawn came to Hogwarts like a blade. The sky split along the eastern horizon, not the gentle pink of a Scottish sunrise but a hard, metallic light that turned the clouds to hammered copper and threw long shadows across the grounds. Harry stood at the top of the astronomy tower and watched it happen, and the water in every pipe and lake and raindrop within a mile told him that the day had a weight to it. A finality. The air pressure was dropping, storm systems building to the west, and the Black Lake was restless in a way that had nothing to do with wind. He'd been awake since 4. Not from anxiety, from readiness. The distinction mattered. Anxiety was what you felt when you didn't know what was coming. Harry knew exactly what was coming. He'd spent 3 days planning for it, mapping it, wargaming every possible scenario with Daphne and Ron and Hermione until the battle existed in his mind as a three-dimensional model that he could rotate and examine from every angle. Ministry from the front. Death Eaters from the forest. Ares monsters from the shadows. Voldemort, somewhere in the chaos, waiting for the moment to strike. Harry breathed. The morning air was cold and tasted like rain. They're moving. Hermione's voice came from the stairwell behind him. She climbed the last steps and joined him at the parapet, her face pale in the early light but her eyes sharp and clear. She held one of the communication mirrors, the one she'd enchanted for the DA, and its surface flickered with images, the Hogwarts gates, viewed from a concealed observation point. Harry looked. Figures in the pre-dawn murk. Dozens of them, materializing out of the morning mist in a disciplined column, wands drawn, moving in formation toward the castle gates. Ministry robes, but mixed in with them, the black-clad operatives of Task Force Neptune, and behind those, figures in civilian clothing who moved with the particular looseness of people accustomed to violence for pay. Malfoy's private security. The Ministry and the Death Eaters' money, walking side by side without either knowing it. 63 by my count, Hermione said. Varro's at the front. Umbridge is with him, she's got some kind of document, probably the authorization to override the castle wards. Cassius Varro leading a dawn assault on a school. Harry's voice was flat. And they call me the threat. Harry. Hermione put her hand on his arm. Everyone's in position. Ron's got the DA on the grounds, south and west approach, covering the main gate. The Order is holding the castle interior. Neville's team is in the forest, watching for the Hydra. The Mare people are in the lake. And Daphne, where's Daphne? She's at the lake. She said she'd be your eyes on the ground while you're at the water's edge. Of course she was. Harry almost smiled. He looked out over the grounds one more time. The lawn stretching green and perfect toward the tree line. The Quidditch pitch, its hoops catching the first light. The forbidden forest, dark and massive and full of things that wanted to kill them. And the lake, the Black Lake, vast and deep and humming with a power that reached down through the earth and connected to every ocean on the planet. His domain. His inheritance. His weapon. Harry descended the tower. The battle started with paperwork. Umbridge stood at the castle gates with a rolled parchment in one hand and her wand in the other, her pink cardigan incongruous among the ranks of armored-hit wizards. She read the authorization in her girlish voice, the words carrying across the empty grounds with enchanted amplification, by order of the Minister for Magic, pursuant to Emergency Decree 47, this force is authorized to enter Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry for the purpose of detaining the individual known as Harry James Potter, classified Category Omega, pending evaluation and containment under the provisions of the Magical Creatures Regulation Act of, Dolores. Dumbledore's voice cut through hers like a hot knife through butter. The headmaster stood at the top of the castle steps, flanked by McGonagall, Flitwick, Sprout, and Snape. He was dressed not in his usual colorful robes but in something older, darker, simpler, the kind of robes a wizard wore when he expected to fight. "You are not welcome here," Dumbledore said. "This is a school. These are children. Whatever authority you believe you have, I assure you it does not extend to a military assault on an educational institution. The authorization is signed by the minister himself. The minister's authority has limits. This castle predates the ministry by 7 centuries. Its charter is protected by ancient magic that no minister's signature can override." Dumbledore's voice was calm, but the air around him shimmered, a visible manifestation of magical power that made the front line of hit wizards take an involuntary step backward. "Leave now, Dolores. While you still can." Umbridge's face twisted. The sugar drained out of it, leaving something hard and ugly and afraid. She looked at Varro. Varro raised his wand. "We have our orders," he said. "Advance." The hit wizards moved. 63 wands came up in unison, and the first volley of spells hit the castle's outer wards with a sound like a thunderclap. The wards held, blazing white, ancient, reinforced by 1,000 years of magical accumulation, but they shuddered. Cracks appeared. The ministry had come prepared. Specialized ward-breaking teams worked the flanks, pouring disruptive energy into the weak points while the main force maintained pressure on the front. Harry wasn't at the front. He was at the lake. He walked across the grounds alone, moving parallel to the battle, and every step he took toward the water amplified his power exponentially. The sounds of combat faded as his awareness expanded, the clash of spells at the gate becoming distant, abstract, a series of pressure changes in the water vapor that he processed without conscious effort. The DA was in position. Ron had them arranged in a defensive semicircle on the south lawn, wands ready, faces set. They were kids, most of them were kids, 15 and 16 and 17 years old, standing in a battle line because the adults in their world had failed them. Harry felt a surge of pride and rage and grief so intense that the lake behind him swelled 3 feet. He reached the shore. Daphne was there, standing at the water's edge with the greengrass book tucked under one arm and her wand in the other. "The wards are holding but they won't last," she said without preamble. "Varro's ward breakers are using a rotation technique, sustained pressure from multiple angles. They'll breach within 20 minutes. Then we have 20 minutes to prepare the ground." Harry turned to the lake. He raised his hands, palms down, and felt the water respond, 32 million gallons of ancient, enchanted, divine connected water, every molecule vibrating with readiness. He pulled. The water rose. Not a wall this time, something more complex. Channels, carved from the lake itself, spreading across the Hogwarts grounds like the fingers of a reaching hand. Each channel was 4 feet wide and 2 feet deep, running from the lake to the castle in a network that covered the entire southern and eastern approaches. The water flowed through them silently, filling them with liquid that glowed faintly blue-green, turning the grounds into a grid of waterways that Harry could feel with absolute precision. "What are you doing?" Daphne asked. "Wiring the battlefield." Harry's voice was distant, most of his concentration on the water. "Every channel is connected to me. Anything that steps into or near a channel, I'll feel it. And if I need to," he flexed. Every channel erupted simultaneously, geysers shooting 10 feet into the air, the entire network activating in a single explosive pulse that lasted half a second before the water settled back. "I can hit anything, anywhere, on the entire grounds. From here." Daphne stared at the network of channels. Then she stared at Harry. "You just turned Hogwarts into a weapon," she said. "I turned Hogwarts into my weapon. There's a difference." A scream from the front gate. The wards cracked, a visible fissure running up the shimmering barrier, light pouring through it. The ministry was breaking through. "It's starting," Harry said. "Get to Ron. Coordinate the DA. I'll handle the water." Daphne hesitated. Just for a moment, a fraction of a second in which something crossed her face that was too complex for a single name. Fear and trust and something fiercer than both. "Don't die," she said. "Not planning on it." She ran. Harry turned to the lake. He closed his eyes and became the water. The wards fell at 6:47 in the morning. The sound was like glass shattering, a crystalline explosion that echoed off the castle walls and sent a shockwave rippling across the grounds. The ministry forces poured through the breach with professional efficiency, hit wizards in the lead, ward breakers peeling off to secure the flanks. They hit the DA's line 30 seconds later. Ron had positioned them perfectly, a curved defensive formation that funneled the ministry advance toward the center, where the concentration of water channels was densest. The DA opened fire with a coordinated volley of shield charms and stunners that dropped the first wave of hit wizards before they knew what they'd walked into. "Hold the line." Ron's voice carried across the grounds with a clarity that belied his age. He was everywhere, moving behind the DA's formation, adjusting positions, redirecting fire. "Seamus, cover left. Dean, fall back 2 steps. Ginny, on it. Ginny Weasley stepped forward and unleashed a bat-bogey hex of such ferocity that 3 hit wizards went down clawing at their faces. The Ministry regrouped. Varro's voice cut through the chaos, second rank, advance. Shield formation. And the hit wizards moved forward behind linked shield charms, a wall of magical energy that deflected the DA's spells with mechanical efficiency. Harry felt them approaching the water channels. He waited. Counted heartbeats. 5, 4, 3. The first Ministry boot touched a water channel. Harry detonated the entire southern network. Water erupted from the ground in a coordinated explosion that hit the Ministry formation from below, geysers lifting hit wizards off their feet and hurling them backward, pressurized streams breaking their shield formation apart, the entire southern approach becoming a chaos of water and displaced bodies. Harry controlled every drop with surgical precision, no lethal force, no crushing pressure. Just enough to knock them down, disorient them, and drive them back from the DA's line. The hit wizards scrambled to regroup. Several were firing spells into the water channels, but it was like attacking a river, the water absorbed the magical energy and kept coming. Retreat to secondary positions. Varro shouted, and Harry felt a grudging respect for the man. He was adapting instantly, pulling his forces back to dry ground, reconfiguring his approach. A professional. Dangerous because he was competent. But while the Ministry retreated, something else arrived. Harry felt it through the water in the forest soil, a massive disturbance, moving fast, displacing earth and moisture in its wake. Multiple heat sources, moving in a tight formation. And at the center of them, a body burning so hot that the water in the ground around her was evaporating before it could reach Harry's awareness. Bellatrix. The Death Eaters hit the eastern approach at 7:03, 16 minutes after the Ministry breached the wards. They came from the Forbidden Forest in a wedge formation, 28 of them, robes black, masks white, wands blazing with dark magic. Bellatrix was at their point, and she was on fire. Not metaphorically. The 40% of divine fire she'd absorbed from the incomplete ritual burned visibly around her, a sheath of white gold flame that clung to her body like a second skin, making her glow in the morning light like a fallen star. Spells bounced off her. The fire consumed them before they reached her body. She hit the eastern wall of the castle with a blast of flame that blew a hole in the ancient stone wide enough to drive a car through. Students screamed. Rubble flew. And through the breach, the Death Eaters poured into the castle grounds. 2 fronts. Ministry from the south, Death Eaters from the east. Exactly as planned. Exactly as feared. Harry split his attention. The southern water network held the Ministry at bay, automated now, the channels erupting whenever a boot touched them, requiring only a fraction of his concentration. The rest he directed east, pulling water from the lake in massive volumes, sending it racing through new channels toward the breach in the eastern wall. Bellatrix saw it coming. She laughed, that broken, jagged sound that had haunted Harry since Wales, and met the water with fire. The collision produced a steam explosion that temporarily blinded everyone within 50 feet. When it cleared, the water and the fire were locked in a stalemate, Harry's divine water pushing against Bellatrix's divine fire, neither gaining ground, the energy of their clash making the air shimmer. Potter. Bellatrix's voice cut through the chaos. Come out and play, little sea prince. The war god sends his regards. Harry didn't take the bait. He held the eastern line with water and let the order handle the Death Eaters who'd gotten through the breach. He could feel them, Sirius and Lupin and Tonks and Moody and a dozen others, fighting in the corridors, spelllight flashing through the castle windows. A new disturbance. Harry's attention snapped to the forest. Something huge was moving through the trees, crashing through ancient oaks like matchsticks. Multiple heat signatures, but wrong. Too many, too close together, overlapping in ways that made no anatomical sense. The Hydra. It burst from the tree line at 7:11. Harry had never seen a real Hydra, but the reality was worse than any illustration, a serpentine mass the size of a house, 9 heads swaying on necks as thick as tree trunks, each head armored in scales that shimmered with an oily rainbow iridescence. It moved with a horrible, fluid grace, its body undulating across the ground, leaving scorched earth in its wake. Divine fire leaked from between its scales, Ares' gift, making it virtually fireproof and, Harry suspected, largely waterproof as well. "Neville," Harry murmured. "Your turn." Through the water, he felt Neville's squad, 5 DA members, hidden in the forest south of the Hydra's approach. Neville was at the front, his body taut with controlled terror, his wand gripped in a hand that did not shake. Neville's voice, carried to Harry by the moisture in the air, "Hey! You ugly, overgrown garden snake! Over here!" The Hydra turned 3 of its heads toward the sound. Neville fired a reductor curse that hit the nearest head and bounced off the scales without leaving a mark. But it got the creature's attention. Neville ran. His squad ran with him. They led the Hydra south across the grounds, dodging snapping heads and jets of fire, weaving between the water channels that Harry kept clear for them. The Hydra followed, because that was what Hydras did, they followed prey with the single-minded persistence of something too stupid to know it was being led. The Whomping Willow was 200 yards south of the castle, near the entrance to the tunnel that led to the Shrieking Shack. It was the most violent tree in Scotland, possibly the most violent tree in the world, and it had been itching for a fight since the Ford Anglia incident in Harry's second year. Neville led the Hydra straight to it. The Hydra's lead head lunged for Neville. He dropped flat. The head overshot and hit the Whomping Willow's trunk. The willow went berserk. A branch the size of a telephone pole whipped around and hit the Hydra's head with enough force to crack scale and shatter bone. The head crumpled. 2 more grew in its place immediately, snake-fast, hissing with fury. The willow didn't care. It had been hit first, and it was going to hit back until something stopped moving. Branches lashed out in every direction, hitting heads, smashing necks, cracking the ground around the Hydra's body. The Hydra struck back. Heads regenerated faster than the willow could destroy them, but the willow regenerated its branches just as fast, and the 2 biological engines of infinite violence locked into a feedback loop of mutual destruction that was, Harry had to admit, one of the most spectacular things he'd ever seen. Neville and his squad retreated to a safe distance, watching the Hydra and the willow tear each other apart with the stunned fascination of people who had just executed an insane plan and watched it work. 1 down, Harry muttered. 2 to go. Fire salamanders, 4 of them, each the size of a horse, erupted from the forest at different points along the perimeter. Harry hit them with water from the channels, concentrated jets that slammed them backward, extinguished the fire on their hides, and pinned them to the ground. They writhed, hissing, their magical fire fighting against the divine water. Harry held them and felt the drain, his concentration split across too many fronts, his power stretched thin. Shadowhounds came next. Dozens of them, materializing from the darkness at the forest's edge, black, formless, wrong. They didn't register in Harry's water sense the way living things did, they were gaps, absences, holes in his awareness that moved with predatory intent. Luna had been right about them, they dissolved when you looked directly at them, reforming behind you, their teeth solid even when their bodies were smoke. The DA fought them with Lumos Maxima, concentrated light that burned the Shadowhounds the way sunlight burned vampires. Ginny led a squad that cut through a pack of 12, her Patronus, a silver horse, blazing with light, charging through the shadows and scattering them. By 8 o'clock, the battle had settled into 3 separate engagements. The Ministry, regrouping on the southern lawn, probing the water defenses for weaknesses. The Death Eaters, pushing through the eastern breach into the castle, fighting the Order room by room. And Ares creatures, scattered across the grounds, being contained through a combination of DA tactics and Harry's water network. It was controlled chaos. Barely controlled. Harry stood at the lake's edge with his arms raised and his eyes half closed, his awareness spread across the entire battlefield, managing a dozen water constructs simultaneously while tracking 200 individual bodies through their moisture signatures. The drain was immense. He could feel his reserves depleting, the divine energy in his blood being consumed faster than it could replenish. He needed the storm. He looked west. The weather system he'd felt building for days was there, a massive Atlantic low-pressure system, loaded with moisture, electrical energy crackling through its clouds. It was 50 miles away. At normal speed, it would reach Hogwarts by evening. Harry reached for it. Not with his hands, with his blood. He extended his awareness west, through the rain already falling on the highlands, through the moisture in the air, through the clouds themselves. He found the storm and he pulled. The sky darkened. Not gradually, the way a room darkens when someone throws a switch. 50 miles of storm system compressed, accelerated, dragged across the sky by a force that treated weather like a suggestion rather than a law. The wind picked up. The temperature dropped. Thunder rolled across the mountains, getting closer with each second. The storm hit Hogwarts at 8:17. Rain fell in sheets, horizontal, driven by wind that screamed across the grounds and tore at robes and hair and exposed skin. But the rain wasn't random. It was Harry's. Every drop was connected to him, every sheet of water a weapon and a sensor and an extension of his will. He could see everything now. The rain gave him total awareness, every person on the battlefield mapped in 3 dimensions, their positions updated in real time by the water falling on and around them. Ministry operatives trying to advance through the southern channels. Death Eaters fighting the Order in the castle corridors. Ares creatures thrashing against water constructs. Neville's squad regrouping near the Whomping Willow, which was still enthusiastically dismembering the Hydra. And there, moving through the eastern breach, surrounded by a phalanx of senior Death Eaters, his body registering as a cold void in the warm rain, Voldemort. He'd arrived. Walking calmly through the chaos he'd orchestrated, his red eyes scanning the battlefield, searching for Harry. In his hand he held something, a chalice, gold, covered in runes, designed to collect and preserve divine blood. The rite of divine consumption, ready to be performed. Harry felt Voldemort's gaze find him across the grounds. 200 yards separated them, 200 yards of rain-drenched battlefield, littered with the fallen and the fighting. Voldemort smiled. Harry pulled the rein tighter. The storm intensified, the wind shifting to center on the ground between them, and the battle, the entire, sprawling, 3-front battle, seemed to contract around the axis of their mutual awareness. Not yet. There were things to do first. Daphne found Cassius Varro at the south gate. She'd worked her way through the ministry lines using the water channels as cover. Harry kept them clear for her, creating temporary dry corridors that closed behind her as she passed. She moved through the battlefield like a ghost, reaching the ministry's command position without being detected. Varro stood behind a conjured barricade, directing his forces with clipped efficiency. Beside him, Umbridge was screaming into a communication device, demanding reinforcements that weren't coming. Mr. Varro. Daphne stepped out of the rain. She was soaked, her braid undone, her Slytherin robes torn at the shoulder. But her wand was steady and her voice was ice. Varro's wand came up. Greengrass. You're on the wrong side of this line. There are Death Eaters in the castle. Voldemort himself just arrived through the eastern breach. Your ministry forces are fighting the wrong enemy. Varro's jaw tightened. Your orders are compromised. Lucius Malfoy's private security, the people fighting alongside your hit wizards, are Death Eaters. They were placed in this operation specifically to ensure that when Voldemort attacked, the ministry's forces would be facing the wrong direction. She let that land. Varro's face went through a rapid sequence of expressions, disbelief, calculation, and then the sick, gray realization of a man who understood he'd been played. You expect me to believe, check their left forearms. If I'm wrong, you lose nothing. If I'm right, you've been leading ministry operatives into a trap designed by the Dark Lord himself. Varro looked at her for 3 long seconds. Then he turned to his lieutenant and gave a quiet order. The lieutenant moved through the ministry lines. 2 minutes later, he returned with a face the color of old chalk. 6 of them, sir. Dark marks on their left forearms. They've been feeding our positions to someone. The communication devices were transmitting on a second frequency. Varro closed his eyes. When he opened them, something fundamental had changed. The professional detachment was gone, replaced by a cold fury that made the air around him crackle. All forces, new orders. Cease engagement with castle defenders. Reorient east. Death Eater incursion is the primary threat. Task Force Neptune is officially redeploying. He looked at Daphne. Tell Potter his water can stand down on the southern front. We're on the same side now. For the moment, Daphne said, and ran back into the rain. The ministry forces wheeled. Within minutes, the southern battle transformed. Hit wizards who had been attacking the water channels were now fighting alongside the DA, pushing east toward the breach where Death Eaters were pouring into the castle. Harry felt the shift through the water and felt something ease in his chest. One front down. The ministry wasn't the enemy, not today. He redirected the southern water defenses to the east, concentrating his power where it mattered. The channels on the eastern approach deepened, widened, filled with pressurized water that awaited his command. Bellatrix hit them. She came through the breach like a comet, fire streaming behind her, spells bouncing off her flame sheath, cackling with the unhinged joy of someone who had found their purpose in destruction. She saw the water channels and attacked them directly, pouring divine fire into the flowing water, creating steam explosions that blinded anyone within 30 feet. Harry countered. He pulled lake water in massive volumes, hundreds of gallons per second, and slammed it into Bellatrix's fire in a continuous, crushing wave. The collision was elemental warfare at its most primal, water meeting fire in an endless cycle of evaporation and replenishment, steam filling the air like fog. But Bellatrix was stronger than she'd been in Wales. The incomplete binding had matured in the weeks since, the divine fire integrating deeper into her magical core, becoming more efficient, more focused. She could sustain her flame sheath against Harry's water for longer, and her offensive fire spells punched through his water constructs with increasing frequency. Harry needed to deal with her directly. But Voldemort was on the field, and splitting his attention between 2 divine-level threats was, a silver spell arced across the grounds and hit Bellatrix's flame sheath from behind. The fire shuddered. Bellatrix spun, snarling. Sirius Black stood 30 feet behind her, his wand leveled, his face a mask of grim determination. "Hello, cousin." Bellatrix's eyes widened. Then she smiled, a smile that was all teeth and no sanity. "Sirius. The blood traitor, the exile, the dead man walking. How sweet of you to come. I was hoping for a family reunion." They dueled. The clash was personal, vicious, intimate in the way that only family violence could be, 2 branches of the same black family tree, wielding magic with the fluid intensity of people who knew each other's tells and weaknesses and scars. Bellatrix fought with fire and cruelty, her spells designed to hurt before they killed. Sirius fought with speed and experience, the reckless brilliance of a man who had survived Azkaban through sheer bloody-mindedness. Bellatrix pushed him back. Step by step, spell by spell, the fire magic giving her an edge that Sirius couldn't match with wand work alone. He was losing. Harry could feel it, Sirius's heart rate climbing, his movements getting slower, the exhaustion setting in. Bellatrix saw the opening. She gathered her fire, all of it, the full 40% of divine flame, into a single, concentrated bolt and fired it at Sirius's chest. Harry didn't think. He acted. A wave of lake water, 5,000 gallons, compressed into a sheet no thicker than a foot but 50 feet wide, swept across the grounds between Bellatrix and Sirius. The fire bolt hit the water wall and detonated, steam erupting in a mushroom cloud that rose 50 feet into the storm-dark sky. The shockwave knocked Sirius backward, but the fire never reached him. The water had absorbed it completely. Bellatrix staggered. The firebolt had drained her reserves. She was mortal again for a few seconds, the flame sheath dimmed to nothing, her body vulnerable. Sirius recovered. He raised his wand and fired 3 spells in rapid succession: Stunner, Impedimenta, Incarcerus, that hit Bellatrix while her defenses were down. The ropes wrapped her body. The Impedimenta froze her legs. The stunner hit her in the chest and she toppled like a felled tree, unconscious before she hit the ground. Sirius stood over her, breathing hard, wand trembling. For a moment he just looked at her, this woman who had tortured Neville's parents into madness, who had killed and maimed and destroyed, who was his own blood and his own darkness reflected in a mirror. "Stay down, Bella," he said quietly. Then he turned away. Harry felt his godfather's heartbeat through the rain, alive, steady, safe, and something in him that had been clenched tight since the battle began released. Sirius was alive. Whatever else happened today, Sirius was alive. Voldemort was waiting for him. Harry felt the Dark Lord at the center of the eastern grounds, a void in the rain, a cold spot in the warm water, standing in the ruined courtyard near the clock tower. The Death Eaters around him had fallen back, forming a loose perimeter. In the distance, the combined Ministry and DA forces were mopping up the remaining Death Eaters. The battle's tide had turned, the dual assault broken by the Ministry's reorientation and Harry's water network. But Voldemort wasn't concerned with the battle. He was standing in the rain with the golden chalice in one hand and his wand in the other, and he was smiling, and the smile said, "I've been waiting for you." Harry walked across the grounds toward him. The rain parted around him, not deflected but welcomed, each drop flowing over his skin and joining the network of water that connected him to everything. The channels on the ground hummed as he passed. The lake surged behind him, responding to his approach like a wave responding to the pull of the moon. Students and fighters on both sides stopped. The remaining combat died down in patches as people noticed what was happening, the Dark Lord and the boy who lived, walking toward each other through the rain, the ground between them a no-man's land of waterlogged grass and scattered debris. Harry stopped 20 feet from Voldemort. The rain fell between them in a curtain of silver. "Tom." Voldemort's lipless mouth curved. "Harry Potter. The Sea Prince. The Divine Heir. The boy who thinks the ocean makes him special." His red eyes swept over Harry with the appraising hunger of a collector examining a rare artifact. "You are remarkable, I'll give you that. The power you've displayed today, the storm, the water constructs, the battlefield manipulation, it's beyond anything I anticipated. Is this the part where you offer me a chance to join you? This is the part where I take what I need." Voldemort raised the golden chalice. The runes on its surface pulsed with dark light. "The rite of divine consumption requires your blood, Harry. Drawn at the peak of your power. Drawn in combat, when the divine essence in your veins is fully active." He tilted his head. "Why do you think I arranged all of this? The Ministry attack, the Death Eaters, the creatures, all of it designed to push you to your limits. To force you to use every drop of power in your blood. To bring the divine essence to the surface where I can harvest it." Harry's stomach clenched. The entire battle, the three-front assault, the Hydra, Bellatrix, all of it, had been designed to make Harry use his full power. Not to defeat him. To ripen him. To bring the divine blood to the surface the way stress brought juice to the surface of a fruit. Clever, Harry said, and meant it. More than clever. Inevitable. Voldemort raised his wand. "The blood of Poseidon flows through your veins. When I consume it, I will become what you could never be, a god unconstrained by morality, by sentiment, by the pathetic limitations you insist on placing on your own power. You hold back, Harry. You always hold back. I will not." "You're right about one thing," Harry said. "I do hold back." He reached deep, not into the lake, not into the channels, not into the rain. Into the ocean. Into the vast, planet-spanning network of water that connected every sea and river and raindrop on Earth. Into the thing that had spoken his name in the deep water, the presence that had pulled him back when the scale of his power threatened to dissolve his identity. He reached for Poseidon's inheritance. All of it. The black lake exploded upward. Not the controlled lift of the night he'd confronted the ministry operatives, this was total, catastrophic, the entire lake rising 30 feet into the air in a single, impossible movement that defied gravity and logic and every law of magical physics. 32 million gallons of water hung above Hogwarts like a second sky, blotting out the storm clouds, casting a shadow across the grounds that turned morning into midnight. And the rain, the storm he'd pulled from the Atlantic, intensified tenfold. Hurricane-force winds screamed across the highlands. Rain fell in horizontal sheets, driven by a power that wasn't weather. Every pipe in the castle burst simultaneously, water erupting from the walls in 100 pressurized streams. The channels on the ground overflowed. The courtyard where they stood became a knee-deep flood in seconds. Harry stood in the center of it. Untouched. Dry. The eye of the storm, the one still point in a world of moving water. I hold back, Harry said, because if I don't, people die. Because the sea doesn't distinguish between enemy and friend when it drowns the world. Because my mother gave her life to make sure I'd have the choice to be human, even when everything in my blood screams at me to be the ocean. He raised his hand. The flood on the courtyard floor rose to waist height. Voldemort's robes darkened as the water climbed his body. But you're not people, Tom. You gave up being people a long time ago. Voldemort struck first. The killing curse, green light, instant death, lanced across the space between them. Harry didn't dodge. A wall of water, dense enough to have the optical properties of glass, materialized between them. The curse hit the wall and something extraordinary happened, the water absorbed it. Not deflected, not blocked. Absorbed. The green light diffused through the water like dye through fabric, spreading, weakening, until it was nothing but a faint emerald tinge in the liquid. Voldemort's eyes widened. The killing curse, the unstoppable curse, the curse that couldn't be blocked, had been neutralized by water. How, the killing curse severs the soul from the body, Harry said. It targets the life force, the animating principle. But the water isn't alive. It's a medium. A carrier. It has no soul to sever. And it has enough mass to dissipate the magical energy before it reaches me. He'd figured it out during training, the theoretical basis for water's interaction with unforgivable curses. Daphne had helped him work through the mathematics. The killing curse carried finite energy. Water had infinite mass, given a sufficient source. Energy divided by infinity equaled zero. Voldemort processed this information with the speed of a brilliant mind confronting an impossible problem. Then he adapted. He fired, not the killing curse but something else. Dark magic, complex, multi-layered. A curse that didn't target Harry's body but his water. Anti-liquid magic, designed to disrupt the molecular bonds of H2O, to break the water down into its component elements and scatter them. Harry felt it, a sickening sensation, like watching someone try to unmake his own blood. The water nearest Voldemort's curse began to decompose, hydrogen and oxygen separating in a fizzing, popping reaction that destroyed the liquid and turned it to gas. Harry countered. He poured more water into the affected area, replacing what was lost faster than the curse could decompose it. But the effort was enormous, it was like trying to fill a bathtub with a running drain, and Voldemort's curse was getting stronger as the Dark Lord poured more power into it. They dueled. Not with spells, with elements. Voldemort attacked the water itself, trying to unmake it, while Harry defended and counterattacked with pressure, temperature, and volume. The courtyard became an arena of elemental warfare, water rising and falling, curses crackling through the rain, the two of them circling each other in a knee-deep flood that responded to Harry's will and resisted Voldemort's. Voldemort changed tactics. He lunged forward, physically, the golden chalice extended, trying to close the distance, to draw Harry's blood while the divine essence was at its peak. The chalice's runes flared with dark energy as it neared Harry's skin. Harry slammed him with a pressure wave. A flat wall of water, compressed to the density of concrete, hit Voldemort in the chest and launched him backward 30 feet. He hit the courtyard wall, cratered the stone, and slid to the ground. He got up. Of course he got up. The Horcruxes made him nearly impossible to put down, and his magical power was still immense even if his water decomposition curse had failed. He rose from the rubble with murder in his red eyes and began to chant, a ritual incantation, the words of the divine consumption, spoken directly, without the chalice, without the prepared altar. A shortcut. A brutal, dangerous shortcut that would cost him dearly, but might work if Harry's blood was in the water and the water was touching Voldemort's skin. Harry realized the trap a second too late. The flood. The courtyard flood, the water that was touching Voldemort's body, that contained trace amounts of Harry's sweat and dead skin cells and, yes, blood from the minor cuts he'd sustained. Voldemort was standing in water that contained Harry's divine blood, and the ritual was drawing on it. Harry felt the pull. A sickening, wrenching sensation, like something was reaching into his veins and tugging. The divine essence in his blood stirred, responding to the ritual's call, and Voldemort's body began to change. His eyes, red and serpentine, flickered, a flash of ocean blue beneath the red. The water in the courtyard, which had been obeying Harry absolutely, hesitated. No. Not just hesitated. Responded to a second will. Voldemort's will. The ritual was working. He was absorbing divine essence through the contaminated water, and with each second, his control over the liquid grew. Yes. Voldemort's voice was triumph and hunger and madness. I feel it. The sea. The power. It's mine. The water in the courtyard swirled, no longer obeying Harry alone. Competing wills fought for control, the liquid jerking in two directions, and Harry felt his grip on the element slipping. Daphne's voice, from the edge of the courtyard, Harry. The connection, he's using the water as a medium. You need to cut the link. Cut the link. Harry understood instantly. The ritual was traveling through the water that connected them, using the physical medium of the flood as a pathway for the divine essence to flow from Harry to Voldemort. If Harry removed the connection, pulled his water away from Voldemort's body, the ritual would lose its pathway. But Voldemort was already inside the water network. His will was spreading through it like poison through a bloodstream, corrupting Harry's control. If Harry pulled the water back, Voldemort would hold on to his portion, and the war would become two water wielders fighting for dominion. There was only one option. The option Harry had been afraid of since the day his powers awakened. He had to claim the water completely. Not share it. Not fight for it. Claim it the way the ocean claimed its domain, absolutely, totally, with the full authority of his divine blood. Harry stopped fighting. He stopped pushing, stopped pulling, stopped trying to outmuscle Voldemort's growing water control. Instead, he reached for something deeper, the connection that existed not in his power but in his blood. The kinship. The bond between Poseidon's legacy and the water itself, a bond that was not magical but existential. The water was not his tool. It was his family. I am the sea's blood, Harry thought. Not at Voldemort. At the water. I am not commanding you. I am asking you. Come home. The water answered. Every drop in the courtyard, every molecule of H2O within 100 meters, stopped obeying Voldemort simultaneously. It wasn't a contest of power. It was a question of identity. Voldemort had stolen a fraction of divine essence, enough to command water through force. But Harry didn't command the water. He was the water. The sea recognized its own and rejected the impostor with the silent, absolute finality of a mother pulling her child away from a stranger's hand. The water ripped free of Voldemort's control. The stolen divine essence, the trickle that the ritual had drawn from Harry through the contaminated flood, tore itself out of Voldemort's body with a violence that made the Dark Lord scream. Not a curse scream, not a pain scream, the scream of something being taken from him, something he'd tasted for just a moment before it was snatched away. The divine essence returned to Harry. The ocean blue flicker in Voldemort's eyes vanished, replaced by pure, burning red. His connection to the water shattered completely, and with it, the rite of divine consumption collapsed. But the damage went deeper than that. The divine essence, as it tore free, took something with it, a piece of Voldemort's already fragmented soul, destabilized by the violent rejection. Harry felt it happen through the water, a crack in Voldemort's magical core, like a fault line in a dam, widening with each second. Voldemort staggered. His body flickered, solid, then translucent, then solid again. The Horcrux damage, already catastrophic, was accelerating. The failed ritual had destabilized his soul's grip on his body. Harry drove the ocean into him. Not to kill, to purge. A torrent of divine water, drawn from the suspended lake above, hit Voldemort like a river. It flooded through him, around him, into every cell and pore, and it burned, not with heat but with purity. The water was clean, ancient, divine, and it found the corruption in Voldemort's body the way white blood cells found infection and attacked it with the same mindless, relentless purpose. Voldemort screamed. The dark magic that held his body together, the rituals, the Horcruxes, the decades of self-mutilation in pursuit of immortality, all of it came under assault from the inside. The water didn't destroy him. It weakened him. Stripped away layers of magical armor, destabilized the Horcrux network, left him diminished and mortal enough to hurt. Harry pulled the water back. The torrent ceased. Voldemort collapsed to his knees in the courtyard, gasping, his pale skin gray, his red eyes dimmed. "This isn't over," Voldemort hissed. "I am Lord Voldemort. I cannot be," he disapparated. The crack of his departure was weaker than it should have been, thin, reedy, the sound of a wizard whose power had been fundamentally compromised. He was alive. He would recover, partially. But the Horcrux network was damaged, his magical core was cracked, and the divine power he tried to steal had rejected him with the contempt of the sea spitting out something it found distasteful. The courtyard was quiet. The rain fell. The lake began to settle, 32 million gallons slowly returning to the basin, lowering like a curtain being drawn. Harry stood in the courtyard with water pooling around his ankles, and he breathed. The rift opened above the lake at 9:23. Harry felt it before he saw it, a tear in the fabric of reality, like someone had taken a razor to the sky and cut a line through it. The air around the tier shimmered with heat that was not natural, not magical, not anything that belonged in the mortal world. The water below it recoiled, the lake's surface cratering as if a massive invisible weight were pressing down on it. Through the tear, something looked out. Not a face. Not exactly. An impression of a face, massive, angular, carved from something that was neither flesh nor stone. Eyes like forge fires. A jaw like the prow of a warship. The suggestion of armor, of weapons, of violence so ancient and so refined that it had become an art form. Ares. Not fully manifested, the divine laws held, barely. But present enough to tower over the battlefield, a god-shaped pressure in the sky that made every person on the Hogwarts grounds stop and look up and feel something primal, not fear, exactly, but the ancestral awareness of prey in the presence of a predator that existed on a different order of magnitude. The sea's whelp. The voice was not sound. It was force, a vibration that Harry felt in his bones, in his blood, in the water itself. The lake trembled. The rain shuddered. Every liquid within a mile rippled in response to the god of war's displeasure. "You have disrupted my work." The war was to burn. The war was to spread. And you have drowned it. Harry stood at the lake's edge. He was exhausted, his reserves depleted, his body aching, his divine blood running thin after the confrontation with Voldemort. He was 15 years old and he was facing a god. But he was standing. And behind him, the water stood with him. "There is no war," Harry said. His voice was hoarse but it carried, not through amplification but through the water, transmitted through every raindrop and puddle and pipe on the grounds. Not between wizards and demigods. Not between the magical world and the divine. You wanted a war, Ares. You don't get one. You think you can stop the tide of war, boy. I am war. I am every blade and every wound and every dead thing on every field since the first mortal raised a stone against his brother. You cannot stop me any more than you can stop the sun. Maybe not. But I can stand in front of you and say no. And as long as I'm standing, you don't get your war. The god presence in the rift shifted. Rage, enormous, divine, old as civilization, pressed down on the grounds like a physical weight. Harry's knees buckled. The water around him boiled. The earth cracked. Harry held. He dug his feet into the waterlogged ground and he held. The water in the lake rose behind him, not attacking, not defensive. Just present. A wall of liquid, ancient and deep and connected through underground passages to every ocean on the planet. An inheritance that could not be stolen, could not be conquered, could not be destroyed. And then the lake answered. Not Harry. The lake itself. The water rose, not because Harry commanded it, but because something in the water chose to rise. The black lake surged upward in a wall that mirrored the god's presence in the sky, liquid standing against divine, the domain of the sea answering the challenge of the god of war. Through the water, Harry felt it, not Poseidon, not exactly. Poseidon couldn't appear. The divine laws bound him as they bound Ares. But his domain could speak. The sea itself, the elemental force that Poseidon embodied, could express its will through the water that connected every ocean on earth. And its will was clear. Its will was no. The wall of water rose higher. The rain intensified. Every body of water in Scotland, every loch, every river, every stream, stirred in its bed, responding to the same signal. Not a god. Not a person. The sea. The sea itself, the oldest thing on earth, older than gods, older than war, rising in silent, ancient fury against the force that wanted to use its child as fuel for destruction. Ares felt it. The god presence in the rift recoiled, just slightly, just enough to notice. The forge fire eyes flickered. For the first time in perhaps 1,000 years, the god of war encountered something that gave him pause. Not a warrior. Not a weapon. A wall. An ocean standing between a god and his prey, patient and implacable and absolutely immovable. This is not over, Essier blood. The voice was quieter now. Not defeated, diminished. Pulled back. Reconsidering. The war will come. It always comes. And I'll be here when it does, Harry said. Not as a weapon. As a wall. Send your agents. Send your monsters. Send whatever you want. I'll be standing at the shore, and the sea will be behind me, and you will not pass. The rift closed. The god presence vanished. The sky returned to its natural state, clouds and rain and the ordinary, blessed grey of a Scottish morning. The wall of water collapsed back into the lake with a roar that shook the foundations of the castle. The rain eased. The storm, spent, began to dissipate. Harry's knees gave out. He sat down hard on the muddy shore of the black lake, and the water lapped at his legs, warm and gentle, and the exhaustion hit him like a wave. It was over. Not the war, not the long war, not the war against Voldemort and the Ministry's fear and the gods' manipulations. That war would continue. But this battle, this day, was done. He heard footsteps. Running. Ron reached him first, followed by Hermione, then Neville, then Ginny and Luna and Draco, and finally Daphne, who pushed through the others and dropped to her knees in the mud beside him and grabbed his face with both hands. "Are you alive?" she demanded. "I think so." "Are you hurt?" "Extensively." "Are you going to pass out?" "Probably." She stared at him. He stared at her. The rain fell around them, soft and ordinary. "We won," Harry said. "We won," she confirmed. And then, because the timing was wrong and the world was still burning and there were 100 reasons not to, she kissed him. It was brief. It was fierce. It tasted like rain and salt and victory. And when she pulled back, her eyes were bright with tears she'd never admit to, and she said, "I lied about waiting until after." Harry laughed. It hurt his ribs and his arms and his everything, but he laughed, and the water around them hummed with something that felt exactly like joy. The aftermath took weeks to untangle. Cornelius Fudge was removed from office by a vote of no confidence after the full scope of the Ministry's attack on Hogwarts became public. The fact that Ministry forces had assaulted a school, and that Death Eaters had been embedded in the assault force, was a scandal of proportions that no amount of political maneuvering could survive. Umbridge was arrested on 17 charges, including misuse of authority, endangerment of minors, and conspiracy to commit unlawful detention. Cassius Varro disappeared the day after the battle, walked out of the Ministry and never came back. The Olympian Protocols Division went deeper underground. Voldemort survived but was diminished. Snape's reports, delivered with his customary disdain, painted a picture of a Dark Lord whose power had been significantly reduced, his magical core cracked, his Horcrux network destabilized, his inner circle shattered by the loss of Bellatrix, captured, and the defection of Draco. He was regrouping, rebuilding, but the balance had shifted. He was no longer the unstoppable force the wizarding world feared. He was a wounded predator, dangerous but diminished, and the knowledge that Harry Potter could face him and win had changed the calculus of the war entirely. The wizarding world knew about Harry now. Not the rumors and speculation that had circulated since the hearing, the real truth, or enough of it. The sea magic. The divine blood. The boy who had lifted a lake and faced a god. The Daily Prophet ran 3 weeks of coverage, opinions split roughly down the middle, half the wizarding population saw Harry as a hero, the other half as a monster. Harry didn't care about their labels anymore. He'd stopped caring about labels the moment the sea had risen behind him and answered a god with a single word, no. The days after the battle were quiet. Hogwarts was being repaired, the eastern wall rebuilt, the grounds drained, the Whomping Willow untangled from the remains of the Hydra, which had eventually lost interest and wandered off into the forest, where the centaurs were dealing with it using methods they declined to share. Students who had fought were treated in the hospital wing. Students who hadn't fought treated the fighters with the wide-eyed reverence of people who had watched their classmates do something impossible. Harry spent most of those days at the lake. Not training, just sitting. Letting the water talk to him in its wordless language, processing the enormity of what had happened and what was still to come. Daphne sat with him, usually. They didn't talk much. They didn't need to, they'd passed beyond the point where words were necessary, into the territory of two people who had been through something that only they could understand. She read her book. He listened to the water. They existed in comfortable proximity, and it was enough. One afternoon, 5 days after the battle, Harry walked into the lake. Not dramatically. Not with intent. He just stood up from the shore, walked into the water until it reached his waist, and kept going. The lake parted for him, deepened around him, and he submerged, going down, down, past the merpeople's village, past the giant squid's resting place, past the point where the fresh water turned salt and the underground passage connected the lake to the sea. He went deep. Deeper than he'd ever gone. Into the cold, dark, high-pressure zone where the passage narrowed to a fissure in the bedrock and the water was ancient, unchanged since before Hogwarts was built, before the Romans came, before humans walked the islands that would become Britain. And there, in the dark, he heard his mother. Not Poseidon. Not the sea. His mother. The sound was embedded in the water, a vibration, a pattern, encoded in the mineral content and temperature of the deep water the way information was encoded on a vinyl record. A memory. Left there by Lily Potter, who had been the daughter of the sea and had known more about divine water than anyone alive, and who had hidden a message in the deepest water she could reach for her son to find when he was ready. It wasn't words. It was more than words. It was her voice, the actual sound of her voice, preserved in liquid for 15 years, playing in his mind like music. Harry. My Harry. My beautiful, impossible boy. If you're hearing this, then you found the water. You found what I spent my whole life running from and what I spent my death giving to you. You found the sea. I don't know what the world looks like now. I don't know if the war is over or just beginning. I don't know if your father is beside you or if you're alone or if the people I love most in the world are dust and memory. I don't know anything except this: you are more than what they made you. You are more than what they fear. You are more than the prophecy and the scar and the boy in the cupboard and the child of a god. You are my son. And I love you. I love you across death and time and the incomprehensible distance between a mother's heart and the world that took her from you. Be the sea, Harry. Be endless. Be patient. Be strong. Not because you have to be. Because you are. I love you. I love you. I love you. The voice faded. The water was dark and quiet. Harry floated in the deep, 30 feet below the surface, surrounded by stone and silence, and let his mother's love wash over him like a current. He didn't cry. The water around him was warm, and he couldn't tell where it ended and he began, and it didn't matter. He was the sea and the sea was him, and somewhere in the vast liquid network that connected every ocean on Earth, his mother's voice echoed in the deep places, preserved forever, waiting for anyone with the right blood to find it. Harry surfaced. The lake was calm. The sky was gray. Daphne was standing on the shore with her arms crossed, one eyebrow raised in the expression that meant you've been underwater for 20 minutes and I was not worried, I was strategically concerned. You okay? She asked. Harry walked out of the water. Dry, as always. He reached her, stood in front of her, looked at her face, the sharp angles and blue eyes and the careful mask that she wore for everyone except him. I heard my mum, he said. Daphne's mask cracked. Just for a moment. Underneath was something tender and fierce and real. What did she say? She said to be the sea. Daphne looked at him. Then she looked at the lake, the vast, deep, ancient body of water that hummed with divine power and answered to the boy standing in front of her. I think you already are, she said. Harry took her hand. She let him. The water at their feet was warm. Behind them, the castle stood, battered, bruised, but standing. Standing the way it had stood for 1,000 years, through wars and monsters and dark lords and now through gods. The students were inside, healing, learning, growing. The order was rebuilding. The ministry was reforming. The world was changing. And Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the son of Lily, the legacy of Poseidon, the tide that could not be turned, stood at the edge of the water with the girl who'd taught him control and the ocean at his back and the storm in his blood, and he was ready for whatever came next. Not because he was powerful. Not because he was divine. Because he was human enough to choose, and strong enough to hold the line, and loved enough, by a mother, by friends, by the sea itself, to never, ever break. The lake was calm. A king without a crown, standing in his domain. The tide was rising. And it was only just beginning.